Chapter 286 Prince's Residence. Chapter 286 Prince's Residence. Prince Xian's residence actually wasn't in the imperial city. Instead, it was constructed in the South District. After Han Li and company sat in a carriage for 2 hours, they eventually arrived at a certain street. The architectural styles of the South region and the Qin residence were clearly different. Most of the buildings here were constructed to standard and template. How great an official's position was, meaning how high they were in that position, could be clearly told by the size and style of their residence. All of the officials' residences were located at this district. The strict following of feudal rank and elevation strictly divided the officials. Nobody here dared to alter these buildings as they wished, else they would break a law and invite punishment. As a relative of the king, Prince Xian possessed royal status, so naturally his residence was one of the best in the South District. The mansion residence's area was larger than the Qin residence by about a half. However, this was balanced by huge residential rooms. When the carriage to Prince Xian's residence stopped, Han Li took a look at the mansion residence and immediately felt that the mortal world was thriving in wealth. The residence's gate was over 15 meters tall and over 10 meters wide. Thickly wrapped with yellow copper, it was embedded with several tens of huge nails, appearing quite luxurious and imposing. In addition, there were 2 10-meter stone platforms to the sides of the gate, each with a fierce azure lion statue. They were each sparklingly polished through its entire body, so bright they were hard to look at. But what awed people the most from Prince Xian's residence were the 16 neatly armored palace guards standing on the steps outside the gate. Prince Xian had borrowed these guards from the imperial city barracks to prevent any mishap from happening. The steward of Prince Xian's estate was a small old man. In the place of the host, Prince Xian, he was on the steps greeting every new guest with a smile across his face. He didn't dare to neglect even a single guest. At this moment, several tens of carriages of various sizes had stopped in front of the residence's gate, occupying nearly all of the empty space in front of the mansion. In front of the huge azure stone platforms, 5 or 6 guests who had yet to enter the residence were exchanging greetings. Their clothes were magnificent, their movements elegant. It seemed their status was not low. Seeing this, Qin Yan straightened his clothes and overcautiously stepped off the carriage. After a diligent glance in every direction to ensure there were no cultivators nearby, Han Li left the carriage at ease. As for the young masters and madams of the Qin clan, they left the carriages as soon as they arrived. They stood in front of the mansion talking cheerfully. Han Li looked at the guests who were still in front of the steps and discovered that apart from the juniors of the Qin clan, almost all the other guests had also brought along their children and other such youths. Could it be that the so-called Prince Xian deliberately sent all of these invitations to the prince's residence as a pretense to deliberately gather youths to this place? With this thought, Han Li felt there wasn't any substantial evidence and took a glance at Qin Yan. From his wrinkled brow, it seemed Qin Yan was also slightly surprised. "Grandfather, we're going in first. The young prince is waiting on us." A 16 to 17-year-old Qin clan young master saw that his lord grandfather still hadn't moved far from his carriage and couldn't help but gather the courage to say these words under the encouragement of his siblings. He seemed afraid that Qin Yan would criticize him. "All right, I got it. Everyone can go in." Greatly going against these youngsters' expectations, Qin Yan nodded and happily agreed. This caused these youths to feel slightly overwhelmed by favor. They couldn't help but happily walk among their peers. However, without waiting for Qin Yan to bring these people forward, the steward of the prince's residence immediately spotted this group after dealing with another guest. He immediately took the initiative to welcome them with a large smile. Walking over to them, he said very cordially, "Sir Qin, you've arrived at last. My lord prince talked for several days about how you haven't come to visit for so long. Please enter as soon as possible. I'm sure the prince will be very happy to see you, Sir Qin." Recently I haven't." This steward of the prince's residence wasn't ordinary. With just a few eloquent words, he was able to get everyone who heard him to smile and feel warm inside. Qin Yan couldn't help but smile as he chatted with this steward with ease. However, because there were still guests arriving at the prince's residence, the steward couldn't speak much longer with Qin Yan and brought them inside the residence. Then after a few modest words, he quickly went back to the residence's gate. Although Han Li remained at Qin Yan's side, he remained silent. However, the moment when Han Li looked at the back of the steward, suspicion flashed through his eyes. He didn't know why, but although Han Li definitely didn't feel any spiritual power fluctuating from the steward's body, Han Li suddenly felt his blood run cold when this man drew near, as if a fearsome demonic beast were approaching him. This caused Han Li to feel greatly uneasy. Although Han Li did not know why he felt this, he had always fully trusted his senses. He immediately added this steward to the list of names he should be wary of. Honorable nephew Han, let's go. I'll give you an introduction to a few old friends of mine. When Qin Yen saw the steward depart, he said this toward Han Li with a smile. This caused the several Qin clan members standing next to Qin Yen to immediately grow sour. They all felt that this clan lord of theirs was far too biased. However, Han Li only smiled to himself. He knew this was truly just an excuse Qin Yen came up with so that Han Li could stay by his side at all times. They were then led to a large guest hall of Prince Xian's residence by Qin Yen. There seemed to be over 100 people in the hall. But although there seemed to be many guests, since people arrived in groups of 2 and 3, the Qin residence's party of 8 was the same size as parties from 3 sections. At this moment, Prince Xian had yet to appear in the hall. It seemed he wouldn't appear until all his guests were present. Just as Qin Yen arrived at the entrance of the large hall, he was immediately cordially called out by a few familiar long-time friends. Qin Yen naturally saluted and replied to them all. But when he swept his eyes across the room, he said a few words of apology and walked over to a sickly old man accompanied by a young man and a young woman. The man had an earnest face with thick eyebrows and large eyes. Although the woman's appearance wasn't outstanding, her large eyes were provocative, and she looked through the juniors at Qin Yan's side with no trace of politeness. Han Li was naturally among those she had swept her eyes over. Senior brother Hua, I didn't think such a great medicine god as yourself would show up here. I would have thought that with your disposition, you would decline an invitation to such an occasion. Qin Yan walked in front of the old man and sat down next to him with no trace of politeness, teasing him with a soft voice. I originally thought not to come, but the strange illness afflicting the prince's concubine had been cured. This greatly piqued my curiosity, and I thought to see what expert doctor was able to perform such a miraculous feat. The old man that Qin Yen familiarly addressed as Senior Brother Hua softly replied with a faint smile. Oh, so it's like that. So the rumor that Prince Xian had invited Senior Brother to treat his favorite concubine's illness wasn't just a rumor. Could it be that Senior Brother Hua's healing arts weren't enough to treat this illness? When Han Li saw Qin Yan's great astonishment, he reasoned that the medicinal expertise of this old man should be very well known within Yuejing. There are countless odd and fantastic illnesses in this world. I only gained my current reputation through pure luck. There are a few strange, untreatable illnesses that are quite strange and difficult even with my medical expertise. The old man smiled without seeming to mind. His view of the world seemed quite wide. But I still can't believe it. There is actually another great doctor within Yuejing who has superior medicinal expertise? Qin Yin shook his head. He seemed to hold much confidence in this old man's healing arts. But when old man Hua heard this, he faintly smiled and didn't speak any further. Then he pointed to the young man and woman at his side and said, "These two are Hua Nan and Hua Fang. You've seen them before. Come over and greet your grandpa Qin." Old man Hua was clearly viewed with much respect in these two's eyes. This pair agreed without the slightest hesitation and rushed over to salute and greet Qin Yen. I didn't think that your grandson and granddaughter would suddenly grow so big since the moment I took my eyes off them so many years ago. I don't have anything good to give on hand. How about I give them these jade-embedded pendants as a welcoming gift?" As Qin Yen amiably said this, he felt around his body and took out a pair of flawless dark green jade pendants. From a single look, one could tell these items were exceptionally valuable. Although a strange expression of satisfaction flashed through the man's eyes, it quickly disappeared. The woman's face, however, was filled with joy, and she looked at the jade pendant with her fiery gaze. "Don't hesitate. If you want them, then take them. Old brother Qin is no stranger to our household." When old man Hua saw this, he couldn't help but yell this with a smile. When they heard this, the man and woman then dared to take the jade pendants that Qin Yen offered them. Their expressions were quite happy. Apart from this one, I've already seen the other juniors several times already. Could it be the dear nephew who recently arrived at Yuejing? The old man's gaze then arrived at Han Li, sizing him up with great curiosity. "That's right. This is Han Li. He's a descendant of my senior. Honorable nephew Han. This is your senior uncle Hua, one of the 2 great medicine gods of Yuejing." At this moment, Qin Yen then thought to introduce Han Li to this senior brother of his. "Greetings to senior uncle Hua." Han Li sincerely shouted to him. "And not bad, not bad." Old man Hua truly did not see anything that was outstanding about Han Li, but he still spoke those words of praise. But after a moment of thought, he remembered the rumors that were being spread about the youth. He hesitated for a moment before taking out a small white bottle with his wrinkled shriveled hands and offered it to Han Li. This is a heart-protecting pill that I meticulously refined. Although I don't dare to say it will cure anything, common small illnesses and injuries will not be a problem. I will give this to honorable nephew Han to protect himself. When the words left the old man's mouth, Han Li immediately felt the envy and jealousy of the Qin clan members behind him. Hua Nan and Hua Feng also revealed an expression of shock. The fame of this heart-protecting pill was obviously greatly renowned. Chapter 287 Immortal Master. Chapter 287. Immortal Master Han Li, as a foundation establishment cultivator, naturally wouldn't pay any attention to the medicinal pills of mortals. However, at this moment he definitely could not refuse the other person's goodwill. Thus, he hesitated slightly and then received it with a bashful expression. Haha, honorable nephew Han. This heart-protecting pill was refined from Brother Hua's secret recipe. It isn't easily given to other people. Bringing it out today as a welcoming gift is being quite generous. Qin Yan knew that Han Li wouldn't place much value on this item, but he still tried to say a few pleasant-sounding sentences for his good friend, hoping that the elder surnamed Hua would leave a good impression on Han Li. The elder glanced at Qin Yan strangely a few times, not knowing what he and Han Li meant by saying these things in front of him. He had only given such a precious medicinal pill to this youth in order to give Qin Yan some face. How could this extremely expensive pill otherwise be given to a stranger he had just met? Just as the elder was hesitating about whether or not to ask, a sharp sound entered the room. Prince Xen has arrived. The servant's transmission immediately caused all of the clamor in the room to immediately subside. All of the people glanced respectfully towards one of the side doors in the room. 4 maidservants first walked out of that door, standing on both sides of the head seat. Then a man and a woman leisurely walked out. The man was a 40-year-old middle-aged man with a beard a few inches long. His square face and tiger-like eyes exuded a natural dignity and power. The other was a 23-year-old beautiful woman dressed in palace attire, her long dress trailing on the ground. Seeing them walk in, all of the people sitting stood up and paid their respects to the male and female. Prince, Madam, greetings? Because this young woman was not Prince Xian's original wife, she was only the concubine he most recently favored. These people could only call her Madam. Everyone is a good friend of this prince. There's no need to be so courteous. Come, everybody sit down. The way that Prince Xian spoke was very different from the impression that his face gave. It was very mild and straightforward, causing people's favorable impression of him to rise. The beautiful concubine next to him naturally did not say anything. She simply stood there with a charming smile. When the others heard these words, they all glanced at each other and smiled before sitting down. This prince has a straightforward personality. If I have something to say, I will just say it to everyone. Prince Xen spoke with a smile a moment after he sat down. This sentence caused all the people facing him to begin to speak animatedly. Prince, if you have anything to say, please say it. Yes, we have known Prince for many years now. Everyone knows the kind of attitude that the prince has. It was obvious that while there were some who spoke genuinely, there are also others who spoke simply to flatter Prince Xan. The reason why I've invited everyone here today is because my beloved Qing'er's sickness has been completely healed. This prince's joy dictates that I have some excitement and celebrate without restraint. In addition, this prince has an enormous piece of good fortune that I want to give everyone. As for whether one has enough karma to obtain it, that will depend on individual luck. Prince Xian's words greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. They couldn't help but glance at each other. Had the prince gathered these people together solely to give them a piece of good fortune? This was too inconceivable. Hee Qing'er, look. Isn't everyone somewhat surprised just like this prince had expected? Not only was he not angry, Prince Xen actually gave a light laugh as he addressed the beautiful concubine by his side. Hearing this, the beautiful woman called Qing'er chuckled gently and then responded with a lovely voice. Prince, perhaps anyone who heard these words would feel somewhat surprised. Everyone's response is only natural. Prince Xen laughed and stroked the short beard on his chin after hearing this woman's words. Then he turned around and explained to the shocked gathering, there's no need for everyone to be puzzled. It's like this. Qing'er's strange illness was actually cured by a newly arrived expert. This expert can call the wind, summon the rain, breathe in fire, and spit out ice, a true and genuine immortal. In addition, after curing Qing'er's illness, this living immortal was actually able to immediately recognize that this prince's young son has spiritual roots and can comprehend immortal techniques. He thus accepted this prince's inferior son as one of his disciples. Not long from now, my son will embark on the path of cultivation. Having spoken up to this point, Prince Xang couldn't help but reveal a delighted expression on his face. A pot-bellied person in the crowd immediately called out, "Immortal cultivator, could this person be an immortal cultivator from lore?" This sentence instantly sparked a commotion amongst everyone in the large room. Although cultivators were regarded as extremely mysterious by mortals in the secular world, all of the people sitting here were not ordinary individuals. Naturally, they had all more or less heard of something along those lines. Some of their ancestors had even made deals with a few cultivators. Even nowadays there were always rumors circulating in the outside world that there were cultivators standing guard inside the imperial palace. This caused all the people to revere cultivators even more. Now that the visitors in the room had actually heard that a living immortal had come to Prince Xian's mansion, most of the people in the room instantly revealed extremely excited expressions. Hearing this, Qin Yan was initially shocked in his heart, and he couldn't help turning his head to glance at Han Li. However, the Han Li in his sight expressed nothing, and his face appeared to be normal. Seeing this, Qin Yan did not dare to ask more questions. He could only turn his head back and listen to Prince Xian's next words. At this time, seeing that everyone had been stunned by his words, Prince Xian laughed and continued to speak. Naturally, this prince has also asked this expert, and he confirmed that he is an immortal cultivator. In addition, under this prince's earnest urging, he is willing to stay a few more months here and teach this prince ways to maintain good health. This prince also discovered that this immortal came specifically to accept some disciples with the karma to be an immortal. Upon knowing this prince immediately thought of all of you. Not only this, but I even asked all of you to summon all of your younger relatives because this immortal master is willing to accept both female and male disciples. Chapter 288 Enchanting Confrontation. Chapter 288. Enchanting Confrontation. Seeing that even the normally extremely steady Elder Hua behaved in such a hurried manner, Qin Yan finally made his decision. Although he could tell Han Li's disdain for this immortal master from his tone, the other person was still a cultivator who was willing to accept disciples. As for whether this immortal master's cultivation layer was high or low, he did not have the time to worry about that too much. Originally he had given thought to have his own juniors apprentice themselves to Han Li. However, in the time he spent in contact with Han Li, he realized that Han Li hadn't the slightest interest in accepting disciples and was unable to pursue this matter. His father had told him that when the first generation of the Qin clan had grown wealthy, immortal master Li Huayuan made a trip to the Qin clan to see if any of the children had immortal karma. Unfortunately, not a single person had such luck, and Li Huayuan could only return with disappointment. During immortal master Li's next visit to the Qin clan, the matter of accepting disciples wasn't raised. According to the words of immortal master Li Huayuan, the Qin clan's immortal karma had only appeared for a single generation and that the Qin clan descendants wouldn't have any destiny of becoming his disciples. But now an opportunity for cultivation had appeared before his eyes. Qin Yan naturally had to give it a try. With this thought, Qin Yan made his decision and called out for his several juniors to go over. Han Li looked at the scene with a cool eye and didn't say anything. Since he already gave Qin Yan a brief explanation, he naturally wouldn't further meddle with their business. With that said, Han Li hadn't paid attention to whether the young masters and young madams of the Qin clan had any spiritual roots. Among the mortals of the secular world, perhaps only 1 in 10,000 had spiritual roots. It was truly a pitifully small few. Just as Han Li thought this, he suddenly saw that of the crowd of Qin clan juniors who went over to immortal Master Wu, 2 of them unexpectedly turned their head towards him and sneered at him. They appeared proud and satisfied as if they were mocking him. After Han Li saw this, he blankly stared for an instant before immediately breaking out in silent involuntary laughter. Obviously, when these few people saw that Qin Yan didn't call for Han Li to see if he had immortal karma, they believed that their lord grandfather Qin actually truly loved and favored them the most. Thus they appeared extremely content. After Han Li inwardly shook his head, he felt disinclined to pay more attention to them and instead looked around the hall. At this moment, those who remained seated without moving were an extreme few, only 6 or 7. The majority of those who had previously chosen to cut themselves off were displaying complete regret at this moment. The only thing that aroused Han Li's attention was a senior and a youth sitting at the corner of the hall. The elderly person was an azure-robed old man over 60 years old with a head of gray hair. He appeared to be calmly tasting green tea, as if he wasn't paying mind to the matter of immortal karma before him. The youth was smooth-skinned with delicate features. He occasionally looked in immortal Master Wu's direction with disdain. Although these two appeared to be sitting quite leisurely when Han Li saw the two, he couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. This old-young duo were unexpectedly both cultivators. Furthermore, their cultivation wasn't bad. The azure-robed old man appeared to have a cultivation base of the 9th layer while the youth cultivated to the 6th layer, not lower than that of immortal Master Wu. But what slightly shocked Han Li was that he didn't know what technique they used. They were able to almost completely restrain their own spiritual qi. Were it not for Han Li's greatly superior cultivation base, he truly wouldn't have easily been able to make out that they were cultivators. As for that immortal Master Wu, he naturally didn't have the ability to make out anything strange from the two. This technique, capable of concealing one's spiritual qi from similarly ranked cultivators, immediately caught Han Li's interest. If he could learn this method, then wouldn't it give him decisive opportunities during battles with similarly ranked cultivators? With this thought, Han Li took a careful look at the two. As a result, Han Li discovered something strange. The pretty youth was actually a disguised woman with delicate white ears and thin holes on her earlobes. Han Li was slightly stunned. That youth accidentally saw Han Li blankly staring at her and couldn't help but blush, returning a fierce glare back. The movements of the young woman wearing men's clothes aroused the attention of the old man by her side. He wrinkled his brow and turned his head, taking an expressionless glance toward Han Li. When Han Li saw this, he smiled toward the old man. The azure-robed old man felt greatly surprised. He originally believed that it was some clan's frivolous young master that had seen through his granddaughter's disguise and was looking at her with an obscene gaze. But he didn't expect that it was a completely unremarkable youth who was actually looking at her with a completely reckless and fearless manner. The azure-robed old man grew a bit angry in his heart, and after muttering to himself for a moment, he softly closed his eyes. This movement surprised Han Li for a moment, and he couldn't help but immediately guess. He closed his eyes. Could it be he wants to? Having yet to complete his thoughts, the old man's following actions completely confirmed Han Li's guess. He saw the old man open his eyes and look at Han Li with a gaze filled with purple brilliance. He actually used a bewitchment-type technique on Han Li. It seemed he wanted Han Li to make a fool of himself on the spot in order to teach him a small lesson. When Han Li saw this, he found it a bit humorous. An old man at the 9th layer of qi condensation actually wanted to use a bewitchment technique on a mid-foundation establishment cultivator such as himself? Was he courting death? By only striking back with a bit of magic power, he would certainly reverse the magic technique onto his opponent. However, since Han Li was interested in obtaining the other party's qi restraining technique, he naturally didn't want them to feel great animosity towards him. Thus, he could only wear a slight smile on his face and look at the old man without the slightest appearance of anything strange. This caused the azure-robed old man's cold smile to slowly become an expression of shock, immediately exposing an appearance of amazement. The old man inwardly yelled, "Not good." But when he thought to move his eyes away, it was already too late. The moment Han Li met the old man's gaze, a faint yellow radiance flashed in his eyes. His gaze drew the old man like a magnet, causing the old man to be incapable of moving his eyes away. The azure-robed old man became scared and shocked while simultaneously feeling great regret. He hadn't thought at all that this youth, who didn't appear to have the slightest bit of magic power, was actually a cultivator. Furthermore, his cultivation was vastly greater than his own. Had he known sooner, he wouldn't have used the nightmare technique, and allowed his consciousness to fall under the other party's complete control, incapable of breaking free of his grasp. The old man became increasingly fearful, and in an instant, his forehead was covered with beads of sweat the size of soybeans, his face ashen. However, his eyes were still rigidly staring at Han Li. The young woman wearing male clothing at his side eventually saw that her senior wasn't moving. She anxiously pulled on the old man's sleeve with haste. Surprisingly, this tore away at the azure-robed old man's confinement, allowing the old man to easily break away from Han Li's gaze and freeing him from the backlash of the nightmare technique. Right now, the azure-robed old man felt that he had barely escaped from entering the cycle of reincarnation. During this time, his mind had lagged behind, and he couldn't help but blankly stare for a moment. After a moment, he seemed to have woken up, and his consciousness returned to his body. However, the back of his clothes had been thoroughly soaked with cold sweat. At this moment, he hastily said a few words with a soft voice and a terrified expression to the young woman. Afterwards, he didn't dare to look in Han Li's direction again. The azure-robed old man clearly understood that the young woman couldn't have possibly broken his daze so easily, which meant that he must have been treated leniently by the other party. Although he didn't know why the other party had done so, it would be better for this grandparent-grandchild pair to go far, far away from here. The cultivation base of the youth with a common appearance was truly fearsome. Furthermore, what puzzled him was that although he had used the Heaven's Eye technique to examine him, he couldn't see the slightest fluctuation of magic power on his body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rashly used the nightmare technique. Could it be this person's cultivation has reached? Once the azure-robed old man made his guess, his face grew green. If it were as he guessed, then hadn't he provoked a major power that should never be provoked? With this thought, the sliver of consciousness that the old man had just recovered became turbulent. Startled, the young woman in male clothing looked at the old man's face as it changed between green and red. She felt great astonishment seeing this. In her mind, her grandfather, who was always calm and collected with an expression as steady as empty tie, was actually dumbfounded. Could it be that the seemingly ordinary youth was truly so fearsome? With this thought, she couldn't help but have the urge turn her head and study Han Li. However, without waiting for her to move her head, the old man seemed to have seen through the young woman's intent and suddenly whispered to her gravely, "Don't provoke that youngster. If my guess isn't wrong, then he's likely to be a foundation establishment cultivator. You mustn't provoke him no matter what." What? A foundation establishment cultivator? Impossible, he's only a youth. The young woman covered her gasp of shock with her jade hands. She turned pale and didn't dare to be too loud. Chapter 289, Immortal's Technique. Although the young lady's charming face revealed doubt, she knew her grandfather wasn't one to babble nonsense and became extremely shocked. She could only resist further looking in Han Li's direction with some difficulty, seeing that he taught the other party a small lesson without truly harming him. Han Li was fully satisfied. At this moment, his lips slightly moved and transmitted his voice over. Then the azure-robed old man immediately heard Han Li's voice. "After you leave the Prince Xian's mansion, don't hurry to depart. Wait for me at the mansion's back gate. I have a few matters to ask you." Han Li's voice was filled with the unquestionable tone of a command, stunning the old man and causing him to inwardly curse in his heart without end. Could it be this expert doesn't want to let this grandparent-grandchild pair go? What plan does he have for these two in mind? Regardless, it's fortunate for me that the other party doesn't seem to be the merciless type. There shouldn't be any danger. Furthermore, being able to form a relationship with a foundation establishment cultivator is an invigorating opportunity that's hard to come by for a clan. The azure-robed old man could only think these comforting thoughts. However, his heart was a mess and he was suffering internally without end. When Han Li saw this, he faintly smiled and returned his attention to the old white-haired Taoist. At this moment, Immortal Master Wu had already finished inspecting the majority of the crowd and still hadn't found someone with immortal karma. The youngster who were declared to lack immortal karma could only dejectedly return to their seats. Their seniors naturally didn't have any pleased expressions. What's immortal karma? He's clearly looking for people with spiritual roots. However, this old Taoist isn't a completely ignorant and appears to truly be looking to accept disciples. Otherwise, he could just casually point to a few random people. Han Li indifferently though this as he saw the old Taoist examining each of the youths for spiritual roots with extreme care. However, Han Li felt that looking for disciples here was truly futile. Among these 50 to 60 people, the chances of finding someone with spiritual roots were truly too low. Just as Han Li thought this, the old white-haired Taoist loudly shouted, "This child has immortal karma. I can accept him as my disciple." When Han Li heard this, he blankly stared. He couldn't help but look at this person with immortal karma. He only saw a simple and fat youth standing in front of Immortal Master Wu with a vacant expression, not knowing what to do. A large pot-bellied middle-aged man wearing purple silk robes stood next to the boy. He closely asked with an incredulous expression, "Immortal Master, my clan's child Jing truly has immortal karma? Are you mistaken?" This man felt that a huge meat pie had truly fallen on his head and didn't dare to believe it. For so many years, this son of his had never shown the slightest of talent or accomplished anything. But now, the youth who only ate and didn't give back to society had unexpectedly caught the eye of this immortal master. The youth's father truly didn't know if he was dreaming. He benefactor, be at ease. This humble Taoist has already examined this boy many times. Your son truly has immortal roots and can study immortal techniques together with the prince's son. When Immortal Master Wu saw this, he twirled his white beard around his finger and smiled. "Many thanks, Immortal Master. Many thanks. Although this one isn't a wealthy and great noble, we still have a bit of meager land. Tomorrow I will certainly prepare a great offering for accepting my son as your apprentice." "Son." Quickie kowtow to the Immortal Master. After the middle-aged man verified this matter with certainty, he danced with joy and began speaking incoherently. These words caused the Qin clan's well-known pungent loudmouth to pout. An unsatisfied expression still remained on her face. At this moment, old man Hua brought his grandchildren over. Without saying a word, he sat at Qin Yan's side. After they looked at each other, they suddenly wore bitter smiles as if they were fellow brothers sharing a mutual pain. "Dear little brother Qin, it seems that the fatty Tong suddenly made it in this world," old man Hua said jokingly. "Sigh. This is quite normal. Anyone that has good children would have immediately become a patron of that immortal master." Qin Yan sighed again and said this with a begrudging tone. However, old man Hua and Qin Yan began to have a chat. But while they were chatting with each other, they were also diverting their attention toward the actions of immortal Master Wu and Prince Xian. At this moment, Prince Xian was looking at the juniors being tested for immortal roots. He then turned his head towards a young maid and whispered something to her. The young maid immediately went out the side door to carry out the mysterious order given to her. After that, Prince Xian turned his head around and coughed several times. He then leisurely said with a smile, "Following the celebration of my favored concubine's recovery, my son Quanzi and honorable nephew Tong will be apprenticed to immortal Master Wu. Everyone please celebrate and give them your regards." With that said, Prince Xian extended his hands without the slightest of hesitation and fiercely clapped. Clap, clap. Applause soon rang out as pairs of cleanly dressed maids and servants walked in from outside the hall with trays of fine foods and wine in their hands. Then with incomparable skill they walked over to each table. Each wine cup was filled to the brim with shining pink wine. The large hall was filled with the scent of dishes and alcohol in the blink of an eye. "Come, this prince will raise the first cup," Prince Xian loudly yelled, raising a wine cup respectfully given to him by a servant over his head. "Cheers to the prince." Immediately after everyone drank a cup, the atmosphere of the hall surged. Not long after, the many guests started toasting cups to one another. The banquet had finally started. Prince Xian and that honorable nephew he called Jinger were talking and laughing during the feast, seemingly deepening their friendship. The expected arrogance of a prince wasn't seen. It was no wonder that Qin Yan and the others held such praise for Prince Xian. That immortal Master Wu didn't take a seat. Instead, when Prince Xian raised his wine cup, he wordlessly left. This caused many who thought to suck up to immortal Master Wu during the banquet to feel greatly disappointed. However, this kind of thinking was quite ordinary. How could a living immortal drink, party and lavishly feast like a mortal? After they thought it through, these people gave up. Letting go of their previous intentions, they went to feast with the others. Halfway through the feast, Prince Xian called for a group of female dancers to perform an elegant and complicated palace dance to add to the enjoyment. This caused the atmosphere to soar to the climax. At this moment, a white-clothed youth who appeared about 20 years old entered the hall. He appeared very cultured and had a tall, thin stature. Each and every one of his movements held an elegant poise. This was absolutely the image of an ideal lover that many young women held in their hearts. "Ming'er, come and greet your uncles." When Prince Qin saw this youth, he immediately happily called out to him. Fortunately, Prince Xian just happened to be at Qin Yan's table. Thus, the refined youth walked over with a smile. "It is good to see you again, uncles," the youth courteously said. "I don't dare to be called that. The young prince is too polite." Qin Yan and old man Hua didn't dare to overreach themselves and hastily stood to greet him. "Ai, you two are his seniors. Ming'er should be greeting you with courtesy. Why do you act like outsiders?" Prince Xian interjected with some dissatisfaction. When Qin Yan and old man Hua heard this, they looked at each other and appeared somewhat embarrassed. Those words weren't incorrect. However, how could these two treat a member of the royal family as their junior? However, these two cunning old foxes changed the subject with a few quick words. Afterwards, they introduced the juniors behind them, allowing the exceptionally forthright prince to recognize them. This was a seldom opportunity for the juniors to make themselves known. Naturally, Han Li was included among those introduced. When Han Li was introduced, Prince Xian's eyes brightened as he repeated sized up Han Li several times with great interest. His face wore a mysterious smile. It was clear this person knew a few details of the rumors surrounding Han Li. This caused embarrassment to surge forth on his face again. "Ming'er, come over here. Come meet this honorable brother Han." It was unknown what Prince Xian was thinking, but he unexpectedly had the young prince meet Han Li with a smile. Having heard his father, the young prince walked over and politely called out elder brother Han. Then he cupped his hands toward Han Li, maintaining a gentle expression the entire time. Somehow, each moment carried out by this elegant and graceful young prince enchanted the several nearby young madams of age, leaving them unable to free themselves from his charm. Han Li returned the salute with a lost and foolish appearance, as if he were too nervous. In his heart, however, he felt himself in perilous situation, preventing him from maintaining his calm. When this young prince moved forward to salute Han Li, he unexpectedly gave him a feeling of danger similar to that of the mansion's steward. Although it didn't feel as strongly oppressive as that of the steward, it was undoubtedly the same feeling of danger. What's the matter? Han Li became extremely shocked as his heart sank into bewilderment. Chapter 291 Shao Clan. Chapter 291 Shao Clan. This handsome young prince naturally didn't know what Han Li was thinking. Instead, he said a few warm words of greetings to the previously acquainted Qin clan juniors and chatted with them, causing two of the young madams to blush. Their affection appeared to surge. When Han Li saw this, he coldly laughed inwardly. This young prince was indeed questionable. If these Qin clan madams truly threw themselves into his arms, there definitely wouldn't be a good result. Even if the young prince were to taste them and then leave them bare, Han Li wouldn't find it strange at all. After a short moment, Prince Xan said a few modest words to Qin Yan and brought the young prince away to socialize at another table. This caused the Qin clan juniors as well as the Hua pair that was speaking the prince to feel disappointment. Han Li took advantage of when nobody was paying attention and took a look at the back of the young prince, muttering under his breath as something flashed across his eyes. After several hours later, the feast came to an end. Once the guests were fully satisfied, they started to say their goodbyes to Prince Xan. Qin Yan had also brought Han Li and his juniors say their goodbyes. They then departed from the front gate of Prince Xian's residence. Just as Lord Qin thought to have Han Li board the carriage with him, Han Li suddenly asked something, much to his surprise. "Uncle Qin could tell me who those two are? Do you know?" Although Han Li's words were polite, Lord Qin didn't dare to slight him. He hastily turned his head to look and answered, "Honorable nephew Han is talking about those two? That's the lord of the Shao clan. He's the owner of a famous restaurant in Yuejing, the Leisurely Cloud. Since he is a very low-profile character, I am not very familiar with him. As for the unfamiliar youngster by his side, he should be his grandson." After Qin Yan saw that Han Li was looking at this grandfather-grandchild pair, he wore an expression of surprise. He didn't know why Han Li suddenly became interested in these two. "Oh, so it's like that. Uncle Qin, you should leave first. I will return to the residence a bit later." Han Li thoughtfully nodded his head and then replied. Without waiting for Qin Yan's reply, he slowly walked next to the small path around the residence's wall. Qin Yan blankly looked at Han Li's back and then stealthily turned his gaze towards the Shao clan lord, feeling a bit puzzled. But after a bit of thought, Qin Yan decided to board the carriage and ordered his servant to drive away. Thus, the Qin clan carriages departed from the front gate of Prince Xian's residence and returned to the Qin residence in the East District. Those Qin clan young masters and madams simply didn't discover Han Li's disappearance. Instead, they were in the back two carriages discussing what had transpired at Prince Xian's residence today. They were incomparably excited. They felt that although they didn't have immortal karma, they had stories to later flaunt off to their friends once they returned. After Han Li walked for the time it took to make a cup of tea, he eventually reached the back gate of the prince's mansion after walking around the tall walls of Prince Xian's estate. At this moment, the tall back gates were securely closed. Not a single person was in sight. Han Li smiled and felt this was just right. This way he wouldn't have to use any concealment magic techniques. He arrogantly stood in front of the back gate and raised his head to look at the sky with idle boredom. After a moment of time, Han Li became blankly lost in thought. Suddenly, Han Li felt there were people approaching with cowered backs. He lowered his head and took a cold look. The only people he saw were the Shao clan lord and the young woman dressed in male clothing. They walked over from the other side of the residence's gate. When the old man saw Han Li, his figure became sluggish and exposed an appearance of hesitation. On the other hand, the young woman by his side wore an extremely curious expression and didn't hold the slightest appearance of fear. The old man immediately realized something, and his expression immediately became tranquil. He walked forward in large strides, the young woman closely following after him. This junior Xiao Zhen greatly thanks senior for the lenient treatment inside the prince's mansion. If this one has offended you, junior is willing to apologize. After walking in front of Han Li, this Lord Xiao was still unable to determine how deep Han Li's cultivation was and became shocked. Feeling even more reverence toward Han Li, he rushed to salute him and respectfully apologize. Han Li's expression didn't change after receiving the salute. He then faintly said, "You aren't bitterly cultivating in some secluded area with abundant spiritual qi. Why have you appeared in Yuejing? Could it be you were reluctant to depart from your worldly affairs and splendor? Were you unwilling to continue your cultivation?" Regardless of the outcome, Han Li first accused the old man of an unwarranted charge in order to easily overwhelm the other party and impose his own will. This would allow later affairs to flow more smoothly. Senior misunderstands. Because this junior's age is far too old, he no longer has a chance to reach foundation establishment. Thus, the clan appointed him as the steward in charge of our sources of revenue in the secular world. It isn't about returning to the secular world and staying there. When the azure-robed old man heard Han Li's words, his heart relaxed and he replied with a calm appearance. "You are the disciple of a clan?" Han Li didn't easily let them off and closely questioned this. Han Li wanted to get a feeling on where this grandfather-grandchild pair stood. If they were from a few famous cultivation clan, Han Li would be unwilling to provoke them. However, the surname Xiao didn't seem to be from a well-known clan. After he heard Han Li's question, the old man hesitated for a moment. He turned his head to the young woman by his side before sincerely replying, "This junior is from the Yun province's Feng River Mountain Stream Xiao clan." Feng River Mountain Stream Xiao clan? Han Li wrinkled his brow and carefully thought about it. He was certain he had never heard of such a name. Senior doesn't need to think so much about it. The Xiao clan this junior belongs to is but a small clan. Having never heard of it is a normal matter. Lord Zhao's face sank as he said this mockingly. Han Li was a bit surprised. After he sized up Lord Xiao several times, he calmly asked with his normal expression, "You speak quite straightforwardly. Are you not afraid that I would immediately exterminate you too?" The old man didn't react to Han Li's words. However, that young woman appeared to be a small kitten that had her tail stepped on. Her expression tightened as she immediately put her hand on her waist. There was no question that the bulge she was grasping was a storage pouch. But soon after, the young woman saw that neither her grandfather nor Han Li truly moved to act. With a red face, she put her hand away but was at a loss of where she should place it. She dilemma appeared extremely adorable. When the old man saw this, he glanced at the young woman affectionately before turning his head to Han Li and saying with a bitter smile, "Although this one is incapable of seeing through the deepness of your esteemed self's cultivation, he is certain you are a foundation establishment cultivator. This one clearly understands this. Junior doesn't believe that he has any magic tools, medicine pills, or any such treasures that a high-level cultivator would covet. If Senior truly was such a person, Junior would be unable to do anything. With this one's meager cultivation, running and resistance is futile. One may as well surrender and fulfill Senior's wishes instead of having him take out his anger on this one's entire clan. Junior only asks that Senior treat this one leniently and let this one's granddaughter go. She is this Junior's sole remaining descendant." The old man's last few words were extremely dismal. This caused the young woman to become extremely frightened and angry. She hastily said with discontent, "Grandpa, you need not be afraid. If he truly wishes to act against you, we will fight together. Then we won't need to fear him." When Han Li heard the words of Lord Xiao and the young woman, he stared blankly for a moment. But once he fully understood what the pair planned to do, he became amused. Apart from this old man's dreary words and appearance of selfless martyrdom, Han Li didn't see the slightest sign that he was seeking death. In fact, his magic power fluctuations indicated he was storing power in preparation. There wasn't the slightest intention of surrender. If it was clear he wanted to kill them for treasures, they intended to stake it all in a fight. That young woman was also quite amusing. Although her words were indignant, whenever she wasn't looking at Han Li with her black shining eyes, she was incessantly looking around, frequently exposing a crafty air. However, this young woman didn't know that ever since Han Li had completed the first layer of the Great Development Technique, his spiritual sense was far stronger than that of common cultivators. Her petty tricks had already fallen into Han Li's grasp. Han Li inwardly thought, perhaps this Feng River Mountain Stream Xiao clan was something off the top of his minds. As for whether there is such a clan, even he doubts it. Thus, Han Li wore a mysterious smile on his face as he silently looked at the two of them. Since he neither said these two could leave nor did he make any hostile movements, the grandfather-grandchild pair stayed still for the time. From the beginning, the old man and the young woman had preserved their solemn and grim appearance. But after some time had passed, Han Li indifferent stared at them with a lazy appearance. The old man Xiao and the young woman eventually looked at each other in dismay. What does Senior intend to do? The young woman was unable to endure in the end. Breaking past the old man's restricting gaze, she jumped in front of Han Li and loudly asked, pointing at Han Li with an expression of grievance. Chapter 292 The Powerful. Chapter 292, the powerful Han Li's expression didn't change, so she couldn't make out any anger from his gaze. However, the old man could clearly feel cold intent coming from Han Li's body. Afraid, the old man had yet to pull the young woman behind him when Han Li's body released a shocking grandeur. The fearsome spiritual pressure that was accumulated actually caused the nearby young woman to fly back 7 or 8 steps. She didn't have the slightest power to resist. Fortunately, the old man's eyes and hands were swift. His figure flashed behind the young woman, his hands clapping her shoulders to stop the young woman's body from being pushed further back. At this moment, the young woman's face was as pale as paper. After personally experiencing the fearsomeness of Han Li's cultivation, she couldn't help but lose herself to fear and look at her grandfather behind her. The old man's appearance was equivalently unsightly. Before this, the old man had a few bits of confidence that with their combined strength, they would be able to escape Han Li's grasp. But now that they experienced a small demonstration of his true strength, this thought was thrown away. Foundation establishment cultivators were fearsome and far exceeded what he had imagined. They absolutely weren't figures that a small cultivator could provoke. The old man broke out in an endless old sweat. He had actually been planning to carry out a small trick on Han Li with his granddaughter's help. The old man had never seen an expert like Han Li before, a foolish cultivator who only knew how to bitterly cultivate. Fortunately, he had accumulated a vast experience, so his response was faster than average. Could it be this person was an old eccentric who had lived for over 100 years, keeping his appearance young through some sort of appearance-halting technique? The more the old man thought about it, the more he felt this was true and the greater the terror he felt in his heart. After the old man felt the spiritual pressure coming from Han Li's body grow increasingly stronger as time passed, the old man couldn't help but gulp and immediately beg with a trembling stomach, "Senior, please let us off leniently. This one's granddaughter was far too young. She doesn't know what is high or low. Senior, please calm down." After Han Li gave the old man a cold glance, he suddenly stopped emitting the frightening grandeur from his body. It seemed Han Li saw through true meaning behind his words. In an instant, the pressure had become completely hidden as if entrenched in deep water. With hands trembling from fear, old man Xiao took his hands off the shoulder of the young woman who had become well-behaved long ago. After taking a stealthy look at Han Li, she immediately turned her gaze away, not daring to directly look at him. Her current behavior was as different as heaven and earth from the fearless expression she had shown before. However, this dainty young woman was now extremely startled pale. Much like a frightened small bird. It was truly a lovingly heart-stirring appearance. TL, Mo, seeing this, Han Li felt something being revealed before his eyes. This was the first time he had discovered a woman who held such a fragile beauty. It truly moved the heart and soul. Her overall appearance gave him a breathtaking feeling, and he couldn't help but glance several times. After carefully looking over the young woman's appearance, although he made out that she wasn't very old, only 14 or 15 years of age, she was a rarely seen beauty. Given a few more years, she would most likely mature into an extraordinary beauty that would drive men mad. Because Han Li's gaze toward the young girl was a bit too strange, the old man's heart furiously sunk when he saw this. Could it be he had us come here because her appearance was to his liking? Did he take a fancy to my granddaughter's beauty? That isn't good at all. With this person's great magic power, we won't be able to resist him. The old man's imagination ran wild with deep worry. Since you two aren't willing to reveal your clan, you are probably clanless rogue cultivations. I won't make it difficult for you. I had you come here for a trade, after which you may leave. After a long moment of silence, Han Li eventually spoke. A trade? The old man blankly stared. He faintly felt that he had been thinking incorrectly. That's right. I took a fancy to something you possessed and wanted to propose a trade with you. Han Li replied with a dull expression. When the old man heard this, he couldn't help but look at the young girl and think, does he want me to trade away my own granddaughter? But when he thought about it more, it seemed truly unlikely because apart from the several glances he took a moment ago, he hadn't taken another look at his granddaughter. With this thought, the old man relaxed a bit and said with solemn respect, I don't know what caught Senior's eye, but since we are only juniors we will naturally offer it to Senior. However, this small old man doesn't know what item this Senior wants. The old man's last words revealed the misgivings in his heart. When Han Li saw the other party's tact, his appearance eased up and he revealed a slight smile. What cultivation technique did you use inside the hall? You were actually able to conceal your spiritual qi so well that the qi condensation Taoist priest wasn't able to see through your identities. Han Li didn't directly reply to the old man. Instead, he asked him a question with a mild tone. After revealing such a strong face, he naturally used a slightly appeasing tactic. Using both hard and soft methods was the ideal strategy. When they heard Han Li's question, the two of them couldn't help but look at each other with doubt before saying with some hesitation, "Senior, this one also doesn't know what cultivation technique he used." Surprisingly, Han Li didn't get angry. Instead, he continued to look at the old man with an stoic expression. He knew that since the other party mentioned this, they would give him a fair explanation. Sure enough, the old man then cautiously continued, "The cultivation technique this one used actually came from a badly damaged, nameless Taoist book. It didn't even mention the name of this spiritual qi restraining magic technique. We only casually practiced it." Nameless Taoist book? As for where it came from, don't tell me it was passed down within your clan. After Han Li heard this, his face revealed interest, his words carrying a profound meaning. If this magic technique was passed down within a clan, every great cultivation sect would have madly fought to get a hold of this technique. However, Han Li had never heard of such a cultivation technique before. Senior sees clearly. This Taoist book was something my granddaughter found inside a cave while exploring an uninhabited mountain. Apart from this qi restraining chant, we didn't understand anything else from the book. If Senior wants it, Junior will go back to his residence and offer it to you," the old man promised with a compensating smile. When Han Li heard the old man's words, he revealed a satisfied expression and said, "Be at ease, I won't take your items for nothing. You two return first and wait for me at your residence. Make sure you consider what you want in exchange for it." Han Li's voice was extremely calm. But after he said these words, he suddenly extended his finger, whereupon two soybean-sized green lights shot out from Han Li's finger. In an instant, it flew into the bodies of the old man and young girl without leaving a trace. "Senior, you." The old man was frightened and angry. He didn't think that after he finished speaking, Han Li would suddenly act against the two. Although he didn't know what happened, he was certain it wasn't anything good. The young girl also went pale with fright. "There is no need to worry. These are only tracing marks. With these, I can accurately find you and eliminate you and your grandchild at any time should the need ever arise," Han Li explained indifferently. After hearing these words, the old man let out a breath and bitterly laughed in his heart many times. This senior truly didn't leave any holes, not even the slightest opening for them. With this on their bodies, if they tried to take advantage of the situation and escape, it was likely they wouldn't make it very far. However, the old man Xiao clearly understood the reason behind Han Li's action. If the other party didn't do this, it was likely that the old man would take his granddaughter and immediately slip away. After all, to trade with an expert that could easily kill them was far too scary, especially when the stronger party seemed moody. While there were enormous benefits, the old man would normally require time to think it over and see whether it was worth the risk. However, it seemed that now he must carry out this trade whether he wanted to or not. He could only hope that after the other party wouldn't eliminate them after receiving the book. In the short time he made contact with Han Li, he truly wasn't able to make out Han Li's temperament in the end. He only knew that not only was this figure's magic power profound, but that he was also extremely troublesome. He would use every opportunity and method, and there was nothing he wouldn't do. Very well. These juniors will wait at their dwelling for Senior to arrive. The old man could only pretend to act as if nothing had happened and say this with great respect. "Very good. I will come to take the item at night. You two had best behave." As Han Li said this, his body gradually became indistinct. He disappeared without a trace once the last word "behave" left his mouth, leaving only air in his place. Seeing that Han Li revealed this extremely mysterious skill, old man Xiao could only give up with a deathly pale face. He dispiritedly called out to the young girl and slowly walked back home. However, the old man didn't realize that when his granddaughter saw Han Li using those ghost-like movements, great envy flashed in her eyes. Even when the old man called out to her, she reacted as if she had woken up from a dream. As the young girl followed after the old man, she turned her head to look at the place where Han Li had disappeared with surprising reluctance. That child is truly mischievous. Hiding in a nearby tree, Han Li coldly looked at the two as they departed and shook his head. TL, mischievous, originally, although the body is small, the craftiness is great. Chapter 293 Infiltration. Chapter 293. Infiltration. Han Li was quite familiar with the obsessed expression the young woman revealed as she departed. The very first time he saw Li Huayuan control that huge flood dragon, he also had this envious gaze. With this thought, Han Li felt that this beautiful young woman was truly interesting. After he slightly smiled, he silently disappeared from the tree. He reappeared within the tall walls of the prince's mansion. At this moment, not only did Han Li use the invisibility technique that would hide him from mortals, but he also used the qi restraining technique, a qi concealment technique that cultivators could use only after achieving foundation establishment. He quickly flashed by the scurrying maids and servants within the prince's residence without anyone noticing anything out of the ordinary. After a moment, Han Li infiltrated into the back residence of the prince's mansion. He secretly hid behind a pillar at some desolate corridor and watched everything nearby with a cold gaze. Not long after, a somewhat pretty maid walked nearby. Han Li suddenly shot out a ball of yellow light the size of a fist from his finger, striking the maid's head. The maid suddenly staggered as if she were about to fall onto the floor. Without waiting for her to fall, Han Li had already leaped out to grab her and flew back to hide behind the pillar. With great skill, Han Li straightened the young maid's weak body and arranged it so that she faced him. He then opened his mouth and spouted out azure spiritual qi, which entered her tightly closed eyes. At this moment, the young maid's eyelids started to move, and she slowly opened her eyes. Just as the young maid was waking up, she saw a pair of gold-yellow eyes staring at her coldly. Just as she thought about yelling loudly and putting up a struggle, strange yellow streaks of light suddenly shot out from those eyes directly into her own. The young maid immediately felt the world spin as her vision was filled with a golden yellow color. Then, with a tilted head, she lost consciousness. Han Li took another look at the young maid who fainted and lightly sighed before lightly wiping away the sweat on her face. Although he could only use this soul-controlling technique, for a short amount of time, it truly consumed far too much of his attention and felt quite strenuous. It was no wonder that this magic technique was classified as a worthless foundation establishment technique. Although this magic technique would make the target obediently follow the caster as a slave for a short amount of time, it had great limitations. As such, the cultivators who practiced this magic technique were truly few in number. First of all, this magic technique could only be used on mortals. It didn't have the slightest effect on cultivators. Even if there was a great disparity in cultivation, so long as there was spiritual power coursing through their heads, other cultivators could easily counteract the technique's bewitchment effect. Next, not only must whoever wished to practice this technique be at foundation establishment, their spiritual sense must be far stronger than average. Thus, the overwhelming majority of foundation establishment cultivators weren't able to practice this technique. With these two restrictions, cultivators with interest in practicing this magic technique were pitifully few. However, this was no problem for Han Li. Han Li had originally been anxious that he would only be able to grasp a limited set of foundation establishment magic techniques. The last time he was in the Heaven's Knowledge Pavilion, he had read the incantation of this magic technique and memorized it out of curiosity. Once he returned to his cave to cultivate it, he wasn't met with the slightest resistance and was able to smoothly succeed. This greatly surprised Han Li. He now attempted to use the magic technique on this girl and as expected he succeeded. After taking a cautious glance in every direction, he softly extended his finger, and a small ball of milky white light emerged on his fingertip. Pressed against the maid's head, the ball of light soon entered her forehead and disappeared. The young maid woke up and immediately stood. She blankly looked at Han Li without speaking. What is the background of the steward? When did he enter the prince's residence? Where does he often like to go? Who does he often meet with outside the prince's residence? Han Li looked at the young maid and rapidly shot out a series of questions. He started off with this maid, the one dispatched by Prince Xan to find the young prince at the start of the banquet. It seemed the status of this servant wasn't low. If he used her, Han Li might actually obtain a bit of reliable information. Which steward is master asking about? The young maid asked with an expressionless face. The prince's residence has more than one steward? Puzzled, Han Li asked with slight surprise. The residence has many stewards in charge of taking care of the prince's affairs. For example, there is Steward Li who is in charge of making purchases, and Steward D who is in charge of supervising the residence. The young maid continued with blank eyes. Which steward was greeting guests at the residence's gate? Han Li softly asked after wrinkling his brow. That is Steward Wang. He has the greatest authority. He is the one I am referring to. Han Li added with a bit of anxiety. He didn't know how long he could use this magic technique to control her mind. Naturally, he had to hurry and ask about the important matters first. Otherwise, he would have to waste more effort after the young maid awakened. According to the seniors in the residence, Steward Wang grew up together with the prince and accompanied him during his education. He eventually followed the prince for 50 to 60 years. Apart from a routine monthly trip in which he follows the prince into the Forbidden City, he normally doesn't leave the prince's residence and won't contact anybody outside. If he did meet anyone, it would be among the prince's good friends. As for his relationship with the young prince, it's a bit strange. I've heard from the young prince's previous wet nurse that 10 years ago, the young prince used to have a very violent temperament, and his relationship with Steward Wang was anything but good. He even slapped Steward Wang in public before. But throughout the past 10 years, the young prince's entire attitude changed dramatically. Not only did he become polite and refined, but he also became extremely respectful towards Steward Wang, even holding a ceremony to become his junior. Prince Xen was greatly pleased by this, claiming that they had the god's blessings all along, the young girl flatly said. When Han Li heard this, his expression didn't change. He coldly smiled in his heart. The old Taoist started to anxiously pace in circles around the room, finding it extremely difficult to choose one over another. How is it? Have you made up your mind? After a moment passed, Han Li felt it was about time. He serenely asked this after having opened his eyes. Senior, I've decided. Junior only wants medicinal pills that will allow qi condensation cultivators to make a breakthrough. After Han Li's inquiry, the old Taoist eventually came to a decision and said this with certainty. When Han Li heard this, he didn't reveal the slightest of surprise. He reckoned that the other party would choose medicinal pills. After all, magic tools and Taoist books could be acquired after he made cultivation breakthroughs. Thus, after giving a light nod, Han Li brushed his gown sleeve against the table and left behind 2 small jade bottles. These 2 bottles contain yellow dragon pills. They are substantially effective on cultivators up to the 10th layer. Take them. Han Li calmly said. 10th layer of qi condensation. Many thanks for senior's great favor. Many thanks. The old Taoist looked at those 2 bottles of medicinal pills with a fiery gaze. After repeatedly expressing his thanks, he excitedly took the 2 bottles into his hands. He then impatiently opened the lid of the bottle. And after sniffing it 2 times, he had a completely satisfied appearance. I actually came to find you for another matter. After performing a task, I will naturally give you even more compensation. After Han Li saw the other party carefully put away the medicine bottles, he calmly talked about the main reasons he came there. With a heavy reward attached, Han Li was confident the other party would be tempted. As a result, the old Taoist immediately beamed with joy after hearing this and said, Senior, please do not hesitate to tell me of this matter. Junior will carry it out by any means. When Han Li heard this, he faintly smiled and responded, It's nothing major. For the next few months, I want you to pay attention to the whereabouts of your disciple, the young prince and Steward Wang. If anything abnormal happens, all you have to do is tell me. Although Han Li de-emphasized the matter, when the old Taoist heard this, he was stunned. He truly didn't think that this senior would want him to monitor 2 mortals. Furthermore, one of them would be the beloved disciple he had just accepted. Having remained perplexed despite much thought, the old Taoist took a careful at Han Li and asked with a probing tone, Could senior please illuminate this junior? Could it be there is something amiss with these 2? The old Taoist asked this very carefully, fearing he would offend this expert. Han Li's face didn't show the slightest dissatisfaction. He didn't immediately reply to the cultivator's question. After a moment of deliberation, he said in a soft voice, In truth, I am a cultivator from Yellow Maple Valley of the 7 sections. The Devil Dao is currently invading our state of you. Even a rogue cultivator like you should be aware of this. I suspect that these 2 have a relationship with the Devil Dao. Thus, I need to have someone help me pay attention to their whereabouts just in case. Although Han Li believed Steward Wang and the young prince weren't associated with the Devil Dao, it was better to be careful. He was unclear with about certain details of their background and felt in his heart that there was something greatly concerning about them. Thus, he sought this old Taoist in advance to monitor the pair's actions. However, he didn't directly mention any of his actual concerns to the old Taoist and simply mentioned the Devil Dao as a convenient excuse. After all, the feeling of danger that Han Li perceived from the 2 was purely instinctive, so he obviously couldn't say this out loud. Chapter 295, Keeping an Appointment, A Relationship with the Devil Dao? When the old Taoist heard that Han Li was a Yellow Maple Valley cultivator, he didn't show any surprise. This was a matter he had previously guessed. Apart from the 7 sects, cultivators at Foundation establishment were truly too few. However, when he heard that his own disciple and steward Wang were possibly implicated with the Devil Dao, his face immediately became green. The reputation of the Devil Dao in the state of Yu was nearly synonymous with bloodshed and ruthlessness. A small qi condensation cultivator such as the old Taoist naturally knew of this. Senior misunderstands? I truly examined that young prince's body. He doesn't possess the slightest magic power. After a moment of apprehensive and careful thought, he found this hard to believe. After all, he had spent some time with the young prince and truly hadn't been able to observe anything similar to the rumors of the Devil Dao. After Han Li heard his words, he didn't respond with any superfluous words. He simply said this with a serene expression. As for whether these two are with the Devil Dao, you will be personally paying attention to this in the future. If you discover anything abnormal, you know what to do. I don't require you take any harmful actions towards those two, you simply have to keep an eye on them. Additionally, you mustn't perform any probing actions in any mazor. If the other party realizes that you've uncovered their identities, it's likely your life will be forfeit. Han Li's final words were a warning to the old Taoist. The doubt in the eyes of the old white-haired Taoist immediately disappeared after hearing Han Li's words. Moreover, he now had a terrified appearance. After some slight hesitation, he opened his mouth and said with slight fear, "If by chance these two discover that I'm monitoring them, what should I do? This humble Taoist's magic power is meager. I truly fear I will have to turn down Senior's great task." Having heard this, Han Li wrinkled his brow. This old Taoist appeared to change his mind and wanted to give this up, but this wouldn't do. It seemed Han Li would have to give him a few more benefits. With this thought, Han Li touched his storage pouch and took out an item, lightly placing it on the table. Monitor the two. If there are any dangers, I will give you this high-grade magic tool to defend yourself with. After this matter has ended, this magic tool will officially become your own. Han Li insipidly said to the old Taoist as he pointed to the purple bead emitting a faint radiance on the table. High-grade magic tool. When the old Taoist heard this, his mind immediately shook. Normally he would be pathetically short on money. He wouldn't have enough money to afford a mid-grade magic tool, let alone a high-grade magic tool. This purple light bead will immediately create a barrier of light to protect your body after you pour magic power into it. I'm confident there aren't many qi condensation cultivators that will be able to break through it. This should be enough to cope with most of the dangers you'll face. Han Li patiently said with an unchanging expression. This is a defensive magic tool? After hearing its introduction, the old Taoist's eyes became passionate. Defensive magic tools were the most precious and rare kind of magic tool. If this old Taoist were to spend the rest of his years gathering spirit stones, it was likely he still wouldn't have enough to buy a high-grade defensive magic tool. Alright, this old Taoist will spare no effort to complete this task. After the old white-haired Taoist's face calmed down, he finally clenched his teeth and agreed. It seemed the proverb, birds die in pursuit of food, men die in pursuit of money, applied to the cultivation world as well. When Han Li saw the old Taoist agree to take on this greatly dangerous task, although his face revealed a smile, he inwardly sighed. Place this spiritual mark on your body. That way, if anything happens, I can immediately come find you and perhaps save your life. Additionally, I will reward you with an additional bottle of yellow dragon pills after this matter ends. By using this method and placing the spiritual mark on the old Taoist's body, Han Li was using both force and incentive. After the old Taoist saw Han Li do this, he was slightly startled, but he feigned ignorance of Han Li's true intent and repeatedly expressed his thanks. Seeing the old Taoist being tactful, Han Li couldn't help but smile as he took his leave. Then after the old Taoist respectfully sent him off, he quietly departed from the prince's residence. Han Li didn't intend to immediately return to the Qin residence. Instead, he casually found a tea house and calmly contemplated as he tasted the tea. He started to mull over the recent affairs that had occurred to see whether or not there were anything he had done inappropriately or overlooked. He regularly examined and reflected on all his previous affairs, a habit that Han Li had acquired over the years. Only by continuously reducing his own failings and making up for his deficiencies would Han Li be able to come out unscathed from the crises of the cultivation world at every step. Thus, Han Li sat at the tea house for a long while. When the sky had gradually begun to darken, he left the tea house under a waiter's strange gaze. He only called for a single pot of tea and spent half a day drinking it. This was the first time the waiter had seen such a customer. He would later become unable to help but mention this to his friends, causing Han Li to be the unexpected butt of a few mortals' jokes. The unfortunate Han Li would forever remain oblivious to this loss of face. The agreed time by which he would meet Old Man Xiao had not yet arrived. However, Han Li never intended to truly arrive at the appointed time. Even though he was always one to be punctual, it was better to arrive early and prevent them from playing any tricks on him. After walking for a moment, Han Li suddenly wrinkled his brow. He felt the marks of the Xiao grandparent-grandchild pair appear in the west when they should have been in the east as agreed, causing Han Li to feel a bit angry. With a cold snort, Han Li took advantage of the lack of spectators and threw his divine wind boat to the sky. He and the boat turned into a streak of white light that rushed through the sky in the pair's direction. The magic technique for using spiritual qi to track people was a very common method used by Foundation establishment cultivators. However, most people could only sense the marker from a few tens of kilometers away. Han Li, on the other hand, practiced the Great Development technique and could faintly track it down from over 50 kilometers away, a feat that was truly astonishing. This caused Han Li to greatly look forward to practicing the second layer of the Great Development technique. After a moment, Han Li stood on the divine wind boat and coldly looked down at an unremarkable courtyard that was about 100 meters wide. There were 3 small half-worn rooms in the courtyard. Standing on the small pure white jade-like boat, Han Li didn't recklessly descend. Instead, he remained calm and silent as if he were thinking about something. In the end, Han Li took a light step, and the small boat immediately fell from the sky like a shooting star. But when he was about 50 meters away from the floor, the magic tool suddenly came to a stop. Han Li's body moved, and he lightly stepped off the magic tool and landed in the small courtyard. At the same time he beckoned toward the sky. In response, the small boat shrank and flew into Han Li's hand. This series of events was as smooth and nimble as flowing water. The slightest of noise couldn't be heard. Then, like a demon, he stood in front of the middle room and calmly probed the room for activity with his spiritual sense. Han Li clearly felt that within the room, there were 2 masses of spiritual qi faintly accompanied by traces of his own spiritual qi. As expected, after Han Li's spiritual sense entered the room, he clearly heard a young woman's voice. "Grandpa, aren't our actions going to anger him? If that person truly finds us, will the excuses we prepared work?" The young girl's voice was filled with worry. It seemed that Han Li had left a deep and powerful impression on her. "Humph! You foolish girl. How could he actually find us relying on just a bit of spiritual qi? Your grandpa ate more hardships than you ate meals." Threats, deliberately menacing words, your grandpa has seen them all. I'm not convinced his words were true. Furthermore, even if he can activate the magic technique, since we are separated by such a far distance, that Foundation establishment cultivator won't be able to accurately sense us. If he goes to the East District, then this person will truly have to go search for us. After a cold snort, the old man chided the young girl. "Since it is like that, why didn't we leave Yuejing during the night?" "All we did was move to the West District," the young girl retorted, unconvinced. "You still don't understand? What I said earlier was only your grandpa's guess. As to whether or not it's true, that is unclear. If I guessed correctly, naturally we won't have to face his threats and we'll be free to leave to a different place. But he is nonetheless a Foundation establishment cultivator. Perhaps he will be able to trace us from afar with his magic technique. If we ran away from Yuejing and he found us, we would have no excuses. But moving to the West District isn't the same as running away, so we can just casually use an excuse to explain ourselves." The old man doted on this young girl very much, so he gave her a detailed explanation. "Grandpa, you are truly cunning. However, I don't think that person seems to be of the despicable sort. Is it necessary for us to hide from him? According to my thoughts, wouldn't simply exchanging the Taoist book with him give us great benefits? In any case, this Taoist book is far too profound for us to understand it." The young girl giggled and said this without care. "Humph! The world is dangerous. That is just wishful thinking. By conventional morals, everyone would honorably trade openly, and there would be no reason to scheme. You have yet to realize that for fair dealings to exist, they require both sides to have similar strengths. If one side is strong and one side is weak, how can that be considered fair? Besides, although that Taoist book is of no value to us, it could perhaps be a treasure in his hands. After possessing the treasure, he might immediately exterminate us. Your grandpa has seen this on many occasions throughout his life. How could I possibly trust him? After all, the difference in cultivation between him and us is far too great." The old man to the side felt his heart violently beat, but he didn't dare to breathe loudly. He knew this moment would decide the lives of him and his granddaughter, since Hanli would be revealing how he intended to treat the two of them. Hanli didn't pay attention to the old man's inwardly nervous attitude. Instead, he calmly took out a jade box from his storage pouch and properly put the book inside. Then he turned his face towards the old man and said indifferently, "I will take this book. Tell me right now what items you two want in exchange for it. No matter what, I will fulfill your requests to the best of my ability." Han Li's voice wasn't loud, but when the old man and the young girl heard those words, it was as if they heard the sweet sounds of nature. At this moment, the two knew that not only were their lives saved, but there were also benefits to be had. They couldn't help but reveal pleasant surprise. "Senior, could you let us discuss it for a bit?" Now that the crisis had passed, the old man couldn't help but want to maximize the benefits from this exchange and immediately asked Han Li with a smile. Before Han Li arrived, the pair had been afraid they would be exterminated absolutely without any items being exchanged. But now that they heard Han Li's question, they were naturally caught unprepared. Furthermore, now that he realized Han Li wasn't a merciless, nasty character, the old man gathered the courage to ask that question. "Do as you wish. But you mustn't take too long." Because Han Li had acquired a set of very useful secret arts and a mysterious ancient book, he was in a good mood. He allowed them this chance to talk without paying much mind. "Many thanks for Senior's great favor. We will only take a short amount of time," the old man exclaimed with great joy. He immediately brought the young woman outside the room, and the two started to mutter in soft voices. When Han Li saw this, he faintly smiled. Although he could easily exterminate the two, Han Li wasn't such an evil and pointlessly vicious character. If he didn't need to, he wouldn't go back on his word. After a short moment, the old man and the young woman walked over with strange expressions on their faces, as if they were a bit worried. When Han Li saw them, he was a bit puzzled, but he still asked, "You two have decided?" "Senior, we have finished discussing. This one's granddaughter doesn't want any worldly possessions. Instead, we wish for Senior to fulfill our bold request." After a moment of hesitation, he said this with clenched teeth, slightly surprisingly. "Han Li, what's this request?" Han Li wrinkled his brow and unhurriedly asked. He didn't know why, but at this moment Han Li suddenly had a feeling that something troublesome was going to happen to him. After some more hesitation, the old man revealed a helpless expression and continued vaguely, Actually, this one's granddaughter greatly admires Senior's deep and profound cultivation and techniques. She wishes to become Senior's disciple and is willing to serve as Senior's attendant. As the sincere wish of this small old man and his granddaughter, we hope Senior will be able to take her as a disciple." Just as the old man finished stuttering these words, the clever young girl immediately paid her respects in front of Han Li and kowtowed, knocking her head loudly on the floor. Han Li simply had not predicted this would happen. After a moment of great surprise, he didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. To have him accept a disciple, was this a joke? He was still trembling from fear in face of the cultivation world and was never sure whether he'd be able to defend himself. Now he had to bring something to weigh him down? He certainly couldn't agree to this matter. Regardless, Han Li had to return to the main topic on hand. He could tell that the girl's aptitude shouldn't be poor, even if he hadn't carefully examined it yet. Otherwise, she shouldn't have been able to reach the 6th layer at such a young age. When Han Li was at that age, the only reason he had reached that stage was because he had the assistance of an insane amount of medicine pills. From this, it would be a pity for this young girl to spend her life muddling through starting line of the cultivation world. Although he couldn't take this young girl as a disciple, he could still introduce her to a master. He actually found the rare mischievous streak in her quite agreeable. He clearly remembered that the small old man, Senior Marshal Brother Ma, had yet to take in a disciple. Furthermore, Senior Marshal Brother Ma had once angrily complained that ever since Han Li left the 100 Medicine Garden, the old man had to personally look after the medicine garden when he could otherwise be taking care of more important tasks. Had the small old man known Han Li would leave the garden, he would have taken in an obedient disciple. This young girl before him appeared exceptionally intelligent. If her aptitude truly wasn't lacking, then there was no harm in introducing her to Senior Marshal Brother Ma as a potential disciple. As for whether Senior Marshal Brother Ma would be satisfied in taking in this young girl as a disciple, that had nothing to do with Han Li. With this thought, Han Li revealed a thoughtful appearance and caused the old man and the young girl to believe he was truly thinking of whether to accept her as a disciple, leaving them with excitement. "Come over here. Let me look at your spiritual roots." After some contemplation, Han Li waved to the girl and calmly said this. Yes, senior. The girl appeared extremely clever, and after respectfully answering, she nimbly walked in front of Han Li and took the initiative to hand over her slender, flawless white wrist, revealing a slight bit of shyness. Han Li lightly grabbed the young girl's jade wrist with his right hand and started to slowly circulate spiritual qi throughout her body. Not long after, he let go. Dual spiritual roots, truly good aptitude. Han Li muttered as he stared at the young girl's face. When the young woman and the old man heard Han Li's words, joy bubbled up from their faces and they believed that Han Li was about to accept her. But Han Li continued, suddenly saying, Unfortunately, I don't take disciples. Otherwise, with your aptitude, I would definitely have accepted you. Han Li's words caused the grandparent-grandchild pair to feel as if cold water was being poured over their heads. They couldn't help but blankly stare. Chapter 297. The breaking of bad news. When Han Li saw the young girl's disappointed expression, he suddenly smiled and gently said, Although I can't accept you as a disciple, do not lose heart. I can introduce you to my foundation establishment senior martial brother, a potential master. However, whether or not you can become his disciple all depends on my senior martial brother. Is this to your satisfaction? Really? The young girl's original look of disappointment vanished. When she heard those words, her spirit immediately shook. Without speaking further, Han Li took out a sound transmission talisman and lightly mumbled a few sentences into the talisman. Then he handed it to the young girl along with a jade medallion. Take this talisman and this jade medallion. Bring these with you to Yellow Maple Valley and find a senior surnamed Ma. At that time, whether or not he will accept you as a disciple will depend on your luck, Han Li added with an indifferent expression. The girl didn't expect that even though Han Li was unwilling to take her in as a disciple, he would give her another opportunity. With her wish once again ignited, she hastily saluted Han Li and expressed her thanks. The old man was equivalently in high spirits. Because I'm uncertain whether he will accept you as his disciple, I will also give you 2 high-grade magic tools. This could also be regarded as compensation for that Taoist book of yours. While Han Li was saying this, he took out an embroidered emerald green silk cloth and a small blue sword, casually handing them over to the old man. When the old man saw this, he appeared pleasantly surprised. He originally believed that having Han Li introduce the young girl to a master was quite a good fortune, but he hadn't thought that Han Li would bestow even more substantial benefits. He couldn't help but feel extremely grateful. The old man hurriedly expressed his thanks once more and respectfully took the magic tools, revealing an extremely content expression. He had cultivated for so many years, yet he only had 1 high-grade magic tool on hand. Now that he acquired 2 more, how could he not be satisfied? Han Li did not stay for long, but before he left, he casually withdrew the spiritual qi he had placed on the pair's bodies. Under their respectful gazes, Han Li flew off and departed. After they saw Han Li fly far away, the old man handed the embroidered silk to the young girl and kept the small sword as he roared with laughter. Then they made preparations to leave the next day and go find that senior Ma at Yellow Maple Valley in order to see whether or not his granddaughter could become a disciple of the 7 sects. However, old man Xiao was a bit puzzled as to why Han Li was mixed among the Qin clan. Those people were genuine mortals. Not knowing old man Xiao had let his imagination run wild, Han Li rushed back to the Qin residence with joyful anticipation. Because he used his magic tool to simply descend into his own dwelling, his return hadn't aroused anyone's attention. He then returned to his room without anyone knowing. Sensing that this newly acquired set of qi restraining incantations was quite practical, he opened the ancient book to cultivate it that night. The incantation was a minor skill that used a bit of spiritual power. With the support of Han Li's profound magic power, he had no difficulty grasping it. After one night he almost completely grasped it. On the morning of the next day, just as Han Li finished his qi refinement meditation and felt that his luck was quite good, he suddenly heard a smothered bang from within his storage pouch. It seemed that something had broke. Han Li's expression immediately became very unsightly and gloomy. After a moment he reached out for his storage pouch and took out a violet bead. It was actually exactly the same magic tool he gave the old Taoist. However, the bead's sparkling and glossy appearance was split with several deep cracks. Chapter 298 Captured Alive. Chapter 298, Captured Alive. Could you tell this one where you intend to go? Without waiting for them to take out their flying magic tools, a cold voice suddenly came from the sky. This ice-cold voice chilled them to the bone, causing this massed group of 4 to become completely pale from fright. They all cast defensive magic almost simultaneously and then scattered, not daring to turn their head. About 100 meters up in the sky, Hanli was standing on his divine wind boat with fluttering clothes. He was expressionlessly looking at them with a gaze containing a ghastly chill. Their hearts similar sunk as they all thought the same thing. When did this person return? Why didn't we sense him in the slightest? Scatter. Their leader, the eldest brother, shouted without hesitation. He then took the initiative to fiercely retreat. At the same time he threw out a disc magic tool from his bosom and stepped on it, flying away. The other three scattered in different directions and flew off. These people clearly understood that they fundamentally couldn't resist a Foundation establishment cultivator and that it would be better to immediately fly off since their chances of survival would be a bit higher. The young woman had the weakest magic power among them. Thus, even though she quickly flew on her flying magic tool, she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Hanli in the sky. As a result, she was surprised by what she saw. Hanli was standing on the small boat without moving in the slightest. He didn't appear to be taking any actions in pursuing the four. Along with the woman's amazement, she was also secretly delighted to no end, thinking there should be a good chance at escaping unscathed. But at this moment she suddenly heard an extremely frigid and sharp hiss come from her front. With alarm, the woman hastily turned her head around and saw a blinding red arrow of light shoot from the SK, heading aggressively straight toward her. Aghast, the masked woman raised her hand and threw out an ice spear technique just in time. When that lustrous ice spear touched the red light, it shattered into white mist. It was unexpectedly unable to obstructing the red arrow of light in the slightest, allowing it strike against the water attribute barrier protecting her body. Blue light and red light then filled her vision. Her body vibrated and was forcibly pushed back by over 10 meters, but seeing that her barrier remained intact, the woman sighed deeply from relief. At this moment she took a glance in front of her with fright and anger. Could it be the Foundation establishment cultivator had comrades lying around in ambush for them? After she clearly saw who was in front of her, this masked girl's black eyes went blank as if she couldn't believe what she saw. In front of her were two floating soldier figurines dressed in armor. One of them held a large bow and was currently drawing back the bow with a red light arrow. The other one was holding a broad long saber emitting yellow light as it slowly flew toward her. Although the woman was shocked by the fact that these rigid objects could attack her as true people could, she knew that if she didn't deal with these figurines' attacks, she wouldn't be able to smoothly escape. With this thought, she clenched her flawless teeth and took out a blue lustrous throwing knife from her storage pouch. The high-grade magic tool she held in her hand had cost her all of her savings. Normally she would absolutely hate to use it, but right now she had to urgently escape and didn't have much choice. Go! The girl softly shouted. That throwing knife then turned into a streak of blue light and shot toward the figurine that was approaching her. The blue throwing knife arrived in front of the figurine in the blink of an eye, fiercely chopping at its head without the slightest hesitation. Against the masked woman's expectations, a soft dang sounded out. The figurine had raised its long saber with surprising speed and struck the blue throwing knife before continuing to fly mechanically towards the woman. The masked woman's expression greatly changed. Pointing to her magic tool, she commanded it to fly out for several meters and loop in a circle, striking the figurine on its return. But what happened next left her dumbstruck. As if the figurine had eyes behind its head, it struck the magic tool approaching from behind. This time, the woman was truly panicking. Just as she thought to come up with something else, a sharp hiss could be heard as the bow figurine shot out an arrow. With no better option, the masked woman hastily flew to the side, wanting to dodge the arrow. But much to her surprise, this red streak of light seemed to be manipulated. It mimicked her movements and followed her, catching her off guard. She could only brace for another impact and hope her barrier could hold up once more. It was at this moment that the saber-wielding figurine finally arrived in front of her and used its long saber to break through her barrier without resistance. Unwilling to allow the enemy to succeed so smoothly, the masked woman hastily moved to escape. Thus, the two figurines attacked her from both close range and from a distance. With the cultivation base of the masked woman repeatedly exhausted from her continuous retreats, any kind of escape was out of the question. But when the sweat-drenched young woman commanded her throwing knife to block the figurine's attack with great difficulty, the figurine that was attacking her in close quarters leaped away from her. At the same time, the archer figurine lowered its bow and no longer attacked. When the woman saw this, she couldn't help but be shocked. Then she heard a sigh come from behind her. Sigh. Fifth sister, you must come back. Having heard this, she stopped and then slowly turned around. She saw 3 masked men dejectedly standing behind her. Behind each of them were 3 or 4 figurines similar to those that were also next to her. Apart from the soldier figurines, there were also actually several tiger beast figurines among them as well. As young woman swept her gaze past them with an appearance of despair, she was subconsciously compelled to return to her original position. Her 3 elder brothers had spiritless gazes as if they were already under control. The masked woman raised her head to look at Han Li in the sky and sadly tossed her throwing knife magic tool to the floor. She no longer put up any resistance. When Han Li saw this, he raised his hands with no trace of politeness and sent several streaks of green light burrowing into her body, causing her to feel as if a ghost had possessed her. Her body's true essence became obscure, and she could no longer move as she wished. With this finished, Han Li didn't make any inquiries. Instead, he waved his hand and pulled them onto the divine wind boat he was sitting on. He couldn't stay at this place long. If he didn't leave, it was likely he might encounter an expert, which would be greatly problematic. He randomly chose a direction away from Yuejing. Then Han Li and the 4 turned into a streak of white light and flew away. Not long after, 2 people appeared where Han Li and the 4 had been. However, these people's clothes were a concentrated red similar to the color of blood, causing anyone who would have seen it to feel uneasy. The 2 took a look around before standing in front of a large hole where the large tree used to be. After a moment of silence, one of the 2 suddenly sighed and said, "It seems those 5 friends from Meng were defeated." This person's voice sounded a bit old. Upon hearing it, one would assume the speaker was not young at all. Humph, there are no remains. Not only did they fail, they must have also been captured alive. As there isn't the slightest scent of blood here, it seems the newcomer was able to capture those 4 quite easily. The other person said this with an appearance of disdain. This person didn't seem old, appearing to be around 20 years old. This is a bit troublesome. The 5 friends of Meng Mountain aren't the useless sort, else their lives wouldn't have been spared and they would have already become blood sacrifices. I suppose they hadn't been overwhelmed by a large number of chi condensation and were instead captured by a Foundation establishment cultivator, the first person said with a bit of concern. What? Are you afraid those people will reveal our secrets? There are only a few cultivators that our school has recruited from nearby. They simply don't know any of our school's secrets. Furthermore, before I sent them on their assignment, I had already activated their seal in secret. They will only live half a day more at most. The youth lightly laughed and said this without paying any mind. Oh, that's good. If it's only half a day more, they won't be able to leak anything. With their bodies having been subjected to the blood incantation restrictions, by the time they discover something is amiss, they will no longer be able to say anything, the old man said after letting out a breath. However, the old man changed the subject and said somewhat darkly, "However, why did this happen? Did we not discuss this? We were supposed to turn that old Taoist Wu into our puppet and have him act as your master so that you can slowly show your face in the cultivation world. In this way, our school will be able to carry out our plan and have the core disciples appear in the cultivation world with an open identity. Why would you suddenly barge into that old Taoist room and suck in his blood essence? You shouldn't be lacking in any magic power supplements." After hearing the old man's words, the masked youth bitterly laughed several times and couldn't help but say, "You think I did it for a supplement? I had no other choice." Chapter 299, Harboring Thoughts, Then Why? The elderly person exclaimed in a low voice, feeling shocked. My magic power backlashed, and I desperately needed a cultivator's blood essence to suppress the true essence in my body. Apart from you, the only nearby cultivator was old Taoist Wu. I can't use you, can I? Just then, the backlash was truly too vicious. It happened 2 days earlier than I anticipated, and I was almost unable to suppress it, the young person said with a bitter laugh. Evidently, he was still quite afraid. So it's like that. While it's not your fault, you will still need to properly explain this matter to the higher-ups. But based on my estimation, this may have arisen because you were too hasty in cultivating your Black Fiend Azura technique. You shouldn't go to the blood prison to cultivate for now. Instead, take some time to consolidate your foundation before pressing onward. The elder slowly said this after thinking for a moment. Rest assured, after I absorbed that old Taoist blood essence, my backlash completely withdrew. So long as I am more careful in the future, no such accidents will again occur. Recently, I have also felt that my cultivation speed has been too rapid, so I myself have been considering not going there again. The young person indifferently said. Good, as long as you know about it. However, although this old Taoist has been exterminated, The person who planted a spiritual chi seal in this person is still quite troublesome. You must not ignore him. After all, it's best to think of a way to not leave any traces behind. And your words sound pretty reasonable. However, I originally believed that anyone who would become friends with old Taoist Wu would also have extremely low cultivation bases. After preparing the trap, I asked those 5 friends from Meng to set an ambush, but who knew that a big fish would actually appear? Do you think that it was a group of low-layer cultivators or a single foundation establishment cultivator who took action? The young person couldn't resist asking the elderly figure behind him. Based on my estimation, it was likely a single foundation establishment cultivator. After all, even if there were more chi condensation cultivators, once those 4 were set on fleeing, capturing them all at once is not that easily done, the elderly man with a veiled face said without further thought. Since it's like this, shouldn't we temporarily avoid taking risks? When sect master comes out from closed-door cultivation, we can continue with some other plan. After all, foundation establishment cultivators are not to be lightly provoked. The young man said with some hesitation upon hearing the other person so casually tossing out the identities of the 5 friends from Meng Mountain. Temporarily avoid? What is there to temporarily avoid? You don't know yet? Sect Master just sent out a notice that he currently requires a few foundation establishment cultivators to serve as blood sacrifices. Since this person took the initiative to appear, we shouldn't let this opportunity slip past us so lightly. After all, chi condensation cultivators are numerous and easy to capture, but isolated foundation establishment cultivators are extremely rarely seen. The elderly person said with a cold laugh, his eyes revealing a killing intent. The young person with a veiled face upon hearing this, was slightly startled, but afterward he still spoke somewhat awkwardly. But now, apart from the sect master's 4 great blood servants, our sect doesn't have any foundation establishment level experts here in the capital. They are all in different locations taking care of various matters. We can't call them back to the capital just for this, can we? It doesn't need to be so complicated. Right now, sect master desperately needs a foundation establishment cultivator. Perhaps you could obtain an opportunity to enter foundation establishment just like his 4 great blood servants? A greedy expression flashed across the eyes of the veiled elderly person. When the young man heard this, his spirit was shaken, as if he had been completely swayed by the elder's words. Okay, I will go back and prepare. We definitely must capture this person, he viciously said. Then, the 2 of them discussed something in low tones for quite some time before inconspicuously leaving the hills, heading for some unknown location. Strangely, however, these 2 people never brought up how they would precisely find Han Li's location in such a large capital. It was as if this was not even an issue to them. Meanwhile, in a completely deserted area hundreds of kilometers away from the hills, Han Li descended in the Divine Wind boat, then forced the 4 people off the magic tool. Although these 4 individuals knew that what happened next would not be something good, they simply couldn't stir up any rebellious intent and could only listen obediently to his orders, walking off the small boat. Han Li, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood in front of the few silent people, coldly sizing them up. After a long while, he opened his mouth and said, "Take off your veils. At this point, covering your faces is no longer of any use." Han Li's voice was completely void of emotion, causing the 4 people's figures to tremble briefly before involuntarily glancing at each other. "Take them off," the eldest brother said helplessly. Seeing this, the other 3 people could only take off their black veils one by one in a dejected manner, revealing their true, unconcealed appearances. After Han Li glanced at their appearances individually, his outward expression did not change, but in his heart, he let out a sigh. As expected, it was those 5 friends from Meng Mountain. As he was hovering in midair, listening to these people discussing things, he already felt that their voices were somewhat familiar. Adding on their cultivation method and layers, he naturally connected them to the 5 friends from Meng Mountain that he had seen just 2 months ago. All of them were here apart from that 40-year-old or so female. Although these people's identities were exactly the same as he had guessed, Han Li's head still began to hurt incomparably. Without even thinking, he knew that the young prince and Prince Xian's residence and Steward Wang should be the criminals behind the mass disappearance of cultivators. He originally intended to do as much as he could to avoid this trouble, but he never expected that this problem would voluntarily come to him. If he had known that it would be this way, he definitely would not have allowed that old Taoist to spy on those 2. This was something that had nothing to do with the people from the Devil Dao, rather he had simply been too careful. Anyhow, he never expected that old Taoist Wu would actually be that useless. He had only spied on them for a day before being discovered. He had not even been able to protect his life. This caused Hanli to feel even more depressed and speechless. If old Taoist Wu's spirit was in the afterlife and he knew that Hanli was complaining about him like this, perhaps he would feel even more wronged. He hadn't even begun to spy on the young prince before the young prince charged into his room and sucked out his blood essence for no reason. His death was truly treated unjustly. Although Hanli was somewhat wrong about old Taoist Wu's death, he didn't know that the young prince and steward Wang did not know about old Taoist Wu's plans to spy on them. Even more, they did not know at all that their identities had been revealed to Hanli. But this didn't affect the fact that both sides had sounded an alarm and were aware of enemies within their midst. Hanli's thoughts were very heavy at this moment. After all, of the cultivators who had recently disappeared, a few Foundation establishment cultivators were also included in that mix. If the opponent that he provoked was extremely frightening, perhaps he would follow in the footsteps of the others who had disappeared if he wasn't careful. Normally, since this place was so dangerous, he would naturally flee far away. After all, a wise man foresees and mitigates risks. There really was no need for him to fight to the death with this group of people. The further he could get away from this place, the better. But what posed him some difficulty was that he still had the mission of protecting the Qin clan. If the people from the Qin clan were to suffer some misfortune during his absence, he would have no way of accounting for it when he reported to Li Huayuan. He could not say that he fled because he had felt that Yuejing had suddenly become extremely dangerous. As Hanli thought this, his expression began to appear indecisive, causing the 4 hostages in front of him to feel extremely uneasy. They originally thought that since they had been brought to this place with no one else around, the other person was definitely going to press them for information. However, they didn't expect that this Foundation establishment youth, after seeing their expressions, would fall into deep thought. His expression became somewhat strange as well. Could he be thinking of some vicious method to torture them? After making these random guesses, these individuals felt cold sweat forming on their back, and their mental states became even more unsettled. "How does your esteemed self plan on dealing with us?" the 20-something-year-old young woman suddenly asked, becoming impatient. Hearing these words, Hanli recovered from his deep thinking. After glancing at the woman, he coldly said, "Do I need to deal with you? If I were to hand you over to the families of the missing cultivators and say that you are some of the criminals behind the scenes, I trust that they would treat you very well." Hanli spoke these words expressionlessly, causing the 4 people to have no doubts that Hanli would have no qualms about doing this. They couldn't help but reveal terrified expressions. "We never kidnapped those cultivators, not even once. We only did a few." "Stop speaking, 5th junior sister. He is trying to trap you with his words." The dark-faced old man suddenly barked out severely, abruptly interrupting the woman's next words. This caused 5th junior sister's heart to feel shocked, and she couldn't help but viciously glare at Hanli. "Set a trap for you with my words? You regard yourselves too highly." Hanli indifferently chuckled with a mocking smile. Chapter 300 Blood Curse. Chapter 300 Blood Curse. As our senior, you have no need to humiliate us in this way. If you have any methods to torture us with, just use them. The tall, skinny second brother of the 5 friends from Meng Mountain suddenly yelled at Hanli. He did not seem to be afraid that his life hung in Hanli's hands. This greatly shocked the other 3. In their hearts, this second eldest brother was someone who would think before acting. He was not an impulsive person. The 30-year-old youth, who felt that Hanli seemed somewhat familiar, thought for a moment. He suddenly seemed to recall something and immediately turned towards the tall, skinny man, yelling at him with anger and fright. "Second brother, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to purposefully enrage this senior and cause him to kill all of us in his anger?" As soon as this sentence left his mouth, even Hanli was slightly shocked, not to mention the dark-faced elder and the young woman. He had no idea why this youth would say these things. In an instant, the second brother's face became incomparably pale and didn't say anything to defend himself. "Fourth brother, you're mad. How could second brother want us to die?" When the young woman heard this, she angrily defended the tall, thin man. Then the woman turned her face toward the dark-faced old man to say something. However, she truly hadn't thought the old man would look so gloomy. "Second brother, is it because third sister still remains in their grasp that you thought to have everyone die so that third sister may live?" The dark-faced old man coldly asked. "Forgive me, eldest brother, but you of all people should know his methods." From the hidden meaning behind his words, third sister will be certain to suffer 100 torments under his hand and live a life worse than death. It would be better to have one's soul fly away and be scattered than to suffer that fate. The thin, tall second brother eventually explained with a face of shame. When the young woman heard this, her face became incomparably pale. Her lips moved several times, but no words were able to come out. Humph, even if third sister is your Tao companion, you actually have the nerve to use our 3 lives in exchange for her own? The 30-year-old youth resentfully yelled at the second brother. Second brother, although fourth brother speaks somewhat bluntly, he is not without reason. When we swore our oaths as sworn siblings that year, we promised that we would all live and die together. But now for your selfish ideas, you wanted to deliberately kill everyone. This is unjustifiable. The dark-faced old man's voice was filled with disappointment. Correct. I wanted everyone to die, but what other method do I have? My own flesh and blood is within third sister's stomach. I can't have my Li clan become extinct here. Otherwise, who else would take the initiative to seek death? A wretched life is preferable to a good death. As his expression alternated between red and white, the thin, tall man couldn't help but yell this with gripped fists. These words immediately caused the old man and the young woman to be slightly stunned and reveal shock. For a moment they actually didn't know what to say. The woman had her mouth wide open with an expression of complete shock. Are you all finished? If you are, then I will speak. Han Li, who had been detachedly observing from the start, suddenly said this in a cold voice. When they heard this, the 3 were immediately startled, and they suddenly recalled that the one who was actually in charge of their lives was actually the Foundation establishment cultivator before them. Their resentment immediately disappeared without a trace, and they once again looked at each other in dismay. I don't care if you are all seeking death or if you're putting on a play. I only want information on those behind the scenes. If you truly want to die, you will only be able to do so after you tell me information. Did you still think that you had control over your life and death? Han Li's emotionless words caused the 4's complexions to greatly change. We don't know much of what you want. Furthermore, we have a blood curse restriction on our bodies. We aren't able to leak any important affairs to outsiders, else we would immediately activate the restriction and our hearts would rupture. The dark-faced old man gritted his teeth and then said this. You seem to have already given up. Blood curse? That's a bit interesting. Let me inspect it. Han Li grew very curious and said this with some interest. When the dark-faced old man heard this, his spirit slightly shook. After some hesitation, he took the initiative to walk forward and extend his arm, holding onto a thread of hope. He had hopes that Han Li would be able to remove the calamity hidden within him. However, he felt these hopes weren't very likely. Those who put the blood curse on them were extraordinarily confident that no cultivator with a blood curse would divulge their secrets. Those who divulged secrets, regardless of whether it was deliberate or not, would die on the spot. At this moment, Han Li grabbed his wrist and slowly circulated spiritual power through the old man's body. At this moment, his expression changed and became incomparably respectful. The other 3 of the 5 friends of Meng Mountain stared at the 2 with great attention. They hoped this expert Han Li would truly be able to remove the blood curse. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Han Li let go of the old man's hand and lowered his head in contemplation. After a short moment, he raised his head and asked the old man with an unchanged expression. When they laid the curse on you, did they chant any strange incantations or say some strange words? Han Li's question caused the 4 to all reveal an appearance of shock mixed with a trace of happiness. They said a few strange words we didn't understand. It seemed as if the incantation came from some sort of ancient dialect. We're certain we've never heard those words before. Also, it was a Foundation establishment cultivator who laid the curse on us. Without waiting for the dark-faced old man to respond, the thin man excitedly replied first. Furthermore, after they finished these words, they took a bowl of some unknown black blood and put a few peculiar pattern on all our arms. It is incapable of being washed off. The old man promptly added on. He then exposed his entire arm, revealing a strange black and indistinct symbol. After Han Li stepped forward and took a careful look, he nodded his head. Then he again lowered his head in thought. Not long after, Han Li suddenly raised his head and mysteriously smiled toward them, saying, I was right. It seems I figured out what this blood curse is. Are senior's words true? The dark-faced old man said, trembling. The other 3 didn't dare to believe Han Li's words. This blood curse was like a sharp blade at their necks. They had no choice but to follow the orders they were given. If Han Li could truly remove the great danger that resided within their hearts, they would be able to recover their freedom and wouldn't need to obey their captors any further. This so-called blood curse is actually a kind of oral curse. What created the restriction should be that strange incantation. It has absolutely nothing to do with the black blood mark drawn on your upper arm. That was only a deception. Han Li indifferently explained. It appeared as if he was greatly prepared. However, he inwardly sighed from the fluke. Fortunately, back when he was looking for information on the greater displacement medallion, he had come across this oral curse technique in a very peculiar book. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known the slightest thing about it. Is it possible for Senior to remove the curse? The young woman couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Han Li's cold reply caused everyone's heart to drop. The wild happiness they previously revealed was instantly deflated. What is the meaning of Senior's words? The dark-faced old man hastily wore a smile and carefully asked this. At this moment, with the curse removal lying in Han Li's hands, he didn't dare to offend Han Li in the slightest. There are two methods for removing an oral curse. One method is by knowing the curse's dispel chant. So long as I have the chant in my hands, I can read it aloud with spiritual power and safely break it. The other method is to use my spiritual awareness to enter your spiritual awareness sea and forcefully wipe away traces of the oral curse. This method requires the spiritual awareness of the one removing it to be greater than the one who cast it. In this way the imprint can be removed. But if I fail, the oral curse will be triggered. You should clearly know what would happen afterwards. Han Li wrinkled his brow and said this harshly. What? It can activate on its own? The young woman couldn't help but cry out. The person who placed the curse on them had used a living person to demonstrate what would happen after the blood curse was activated. That scene she witnessed, seeing that person spit out chunks of his heart in a miserable fashion, was still fresh in her memory. It caused her to feel fear from the mere mention of the blood curse. The others' faces were also unsightly. How could they possibly gamble with their lives? Han Li looked at them and then coldly laughed. When he thought to say something, the thin and tall second brother bravely raised his head and said, Senior, please remove my curse. The same person put blood curses on all of us. If you can remove mine, then you are certain to remove all the others as well. These words caused the other three to open their eyes in surprise and blankly look at him. Second brother, what are you doing? This is far too dangerous. After the woman regained her bearing, she hastily persuaded them with anxiety. Chapter 301. Poison expulsion and breaking incantations. Don't say anything more, I've already decided. The tall and thin second brother cried out in a resolute voice. The young woman grew anxious and hastily turned her head toward the old man and the youth in a request for help. After the two looked at each other, the youth remained silent. The old man sighed, saying, Fifth sister, let second brother go. He is repenting for the previous matter. Only like this will he be able to feel more at ease. However, second brother. The woman still wanted to dispute it further, but the second brother had already walked in front of Han Li, said in a tranquil tone, Senior, please start. Use me as a test. These words were tragically moving. However, what happened next caused the four to feel dumbstruck, as if cold water was being poured over their heads. Are you four misunderstanding something? When did I agree to remove the blood curse? Han Li said this with an icy bone-chilling tone, causing the five friends of Meng Mountain to look at each other in dismay. If Senior didn't intend to remove the blood curse, then why did you study the curse on eldest brother's body? Their second brother hastily asked after snapping out of his shock. Did I say that I would remove your blood curse after researching it? I was only curious. Han Li expressionlessly said. Seeing Han Li's ice-cold appearance and hearing his ruthless words, this group was stunned. But doesn't Senior wish to know about those people's affairs? If you do not remove the blood curse, how can we reply to Senior's questions? The youth added with a bit of a stutter and a face filled with anxiousness. He absolutely did not wish to see this opportunity escape from his very eyes. After Han Li heard this, he gave him a slanted glance and then coldly laughed several times, wordlessly turning his head to the sky. Being asked such an obvious question, Han Li felt it beneath him to answer. Fourth brother, there is no need to ask. This Senior feels the information he can acquire from us is not worth exchanging for our lives. Thus, he is unwilling to act so easily. The dark-faced old man proved his status as an elder with experience that was incomparable to the youth's and dove straight to the core of the matter. What conditions does Senior want before he will take action? We only want the blood curse to be removed, so please list your demands. We definitely won't object. Soon after, the old man calmly continued. Good. Since you've said these words, there is no need to speak in circles. Han Li suddenly applauded with a slight laugh and then wore a beaming smile. From the four's gazes, they increasingly felt that Han Li was quite temperamental, causing the four to unconsciously feel more fearful towards him. My conditions are very simple. If you want to free yourselves from your ailment, not only will you have to tell me everything you know, you will also have to obey my commands for the time being and help me respond to this group's attacks. I reckon that they won't let me off so easily and will want to dispose of us all in the near future. However, you don't need to worry about being heavily outnumbered. I am a cultivator from Yellow Maple Valley. I only came to Yuejing to handle sect matters. So long as you help me for this period of time, I will be able to request reinforcements. At that time, you won't need to be afraid of these scoundrels. Han Li listed his conditions in an amiable manner and hoisted the banner of his sect with no trace of politeness. With just this, he caused them to become steadfast. Senior is a cultivator from Yellow Maple Valley. Although the old man had long guessed that Han Li was probably a cultivator from the 7 sects, hearing him acknowledge this from his own mouth caused his face to reveal a smile. All right. In accordance with what Senior has said, we cannot stay uninvolved. After all, once our blood curse is removed, we will certainly become a target of their pursuit. We will be a bit safer by Senior's side. The dark-faced old man answered very frankly. When the youth and woman heard the old man's words, they smiled without refusing. Clearly they agreed with the old man's actions. The 7 sects were much more powerful than the ones who had placed the blood curse restrictions. Naturally they could be relied on. That thin and tall second brother had a face of hesitation, however. He seemed to want to say something but hesitated once more. If Senior is truly capable of removing our blood curse, we still have another request. I hope Senior will agree. After the dark-faced old man looked at the second brother, he suddenly raised this request with a respectful tone. Han Li had been expecting this, so he indifferently said, "What is it? So long as it isn't too troublesome, I will do my utmost to fulfill it." At this moment, Han Li seemed exceptionally easy to deal with from his words. This one's third sister was left behind in a house in Yuejing. Since we've been captured by Senior, we don't know if something will happen to her. We hope Senior will go and save her when the time comes, the old man said with a solemn appearance. Eldest brother. When the tall and thin second brother heard these words, his face held a grateful expression. Fine. Since you all are following me for the time being, I will naturally save your companion. But I must urgently remove the severe poison that is within your bodies. Else, in less than an hour, your lives will be forfeit and there will be no curse left to break. After Han Li agreed, he changed the topic and said something that caused the 4 to become scared witless. What severe poison? We should only have the blood curse on our bodies. The youth's expression greatly changed as he asked this with panic and doubt. When Han Li saw the youth doubt his words, he didn't get angry. Instead he explained this with a stiff face. When I examined the blood curse, I discovered that in addition to the blood curse, your eldest brother is harboring a severe poison. Not only is this poison extremely toxic, but it's also very unstable. I reckon it will break out rather quickly. Fortunately, this one has quite a bit of experience in the Tao of detoxification and will only take slight effort in removing it. You don't need to worry much about it. Naturally, if you don't believe me, you only have to wait an hour more and see whether there truly is poison in your bodies. After Han Li said this, the 4 were convinced for the most part. So it was like that. That must be why the person who gives us our commands suddenly appeared and told us to drink a cup of wine with him. It turned out the wine was laced with poison. We believed that since we already had the blood curse on our bodies, they wouldn't further act against us. Who would have thought their methods are truly so cruel? The second brother's expression became extremely unsightly as he said this. As the youth and the young woman came to a sudden realization, the old man's face darkened. It seemed he had thought of this matter earlier. Since Han Li had already decided to rope in the 5 friends of Meng Mountain to become his assistants, he naturally did not delay and have their poison flare out. He immediately took out a white and an azure porcelain bottle from his storage pouch and tossed them to the dark-faced old man. The medicine pills in each of the bottles can disperse a majority of the poison. The rest of the poison can be destroyed if you slowly circulate your qi, Han Li said very simply. The dark-faced old man immediately acted in accordance to his words and split the medicine pills with the other 3. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he took the initiative to bite down on the medicine pills. It seemed the old man clearly understood that if Han Li truly wanted to act against him, he simply wouldn't trick them with an antidote. Knowing this, he swallowed it without worry. Not long after they all took Han Li's medicine pills, the group felt an intense stomach ache. After the young woman's face became red, she suddenly stamped her foot and flew to a small hill, barely able to fly on her magic tool. However, she was still within Han Li's control as her flying speed was truly not fast. When the other three saw this, they all awkwardly went to find a concealed location, their bodies wanting badly to excrete the poison from their bodies. After a moment, the trio's faces returned to Han Li's side with embarrassed expressions. That woman also returned with a trace of crimson still remaining on her face. All right. Now I will start to remove the blood curse. Who's first? Han Li didn't delay and directly said this. Naturally, it'd be. Just as the second brother was about to say something, an incomparably shriveled hand pulled on his arm. Second brother, you still have third sister. Since my old and weary body has no method to enter Foundation establishment and I won't live for much longer, I should go first. After all, third sister has a small child in her belly and needs someone to help her look after the child. The dark-faced old man said serenely. Eldest brother. This won't do. How could I let? The tall and thin second elder brother appeared emotionally moved and shook his head as if he were beating a drum with it, wanting to disagree. When the youth and the young woman saw this, they wanted to open their mouths and request that they first braved the danger. Don't argue. I'll have your eldest brother be first. After all, I tested his body just a moment ago, so I'll have a slightly higher chance with him. Although the four had displayed a touching scene with their affections as sworn siblings, this was of no concern to Han Li, and he was disinclined from taking this to heart. As of now, he was impatiently wondering whether or not he could break the blood curse. If he couldn't, everything he had just done would have been a waste and he would have to create another plan. Once Han Li said this, the four didn't have anything to further argue over. The old man walked over to Han Li with a solemn expression. After the other three exchanged a mutual glance, they could only look on at the old man with a worried gaze. Puh. Puh. A series of 6 or 7 sounds rang out. Han Li waved his hand, and several human-sized puppet soldiers wielding weapons appeared by Han Li's side in a flash of white light. As I am breaking the blood curse, I won't be able to meet an attack. These puppets are only a precaution. They will take the initiative to attack anyone who approaches within 30 meters of me. You had best go a bit farther away. Without the slightest trace of politeness, Han Li indicated that he held absolutely no trust in them, causing the three to helplessly fall back. Chapter 302, Countermeasures. In the evening, Qin Yin was repeatedly pacing back and forth in the Qin residence's guest hall. His face was somewhat anxious. Earlier that day, the servant who was assigned to bring Han Li a meal reported that he wasn't present. It seemed Han Li hadn't returned during the night. This caused this rarely worried person to become worried, not out of concern for Han Li's safety but rather because his bodyguard suddenly disappeared without saying anything. How would his Qin clan respond to any harm done by the Devil Dao? Qin Ping, please go and see whether young Master Han has returned. Once there's any news, please immediately come and tell me. Qin Yin commanded somewhat anxiously. Yes, Lord. Qin Ping responded with secret delight. Then he ran out of the hall in an instant. From his perspective, it seemed Qin Yin had become increasingly concerned for young Master Han, further proving that he hadn't chosen incorrectly. It seemed that his position was soon about to rise in the Qin residence. But Lord Yu's occasionally going out is a very ordinary matter. There is no need to be so worried or anxious. Within the hall, although Qin Yan's most favored third wife said a few exonerating words about Han Li, her voice contained an obviously sour tone. This was no surprise. Ever since Han Li had arrived at the Qin residence, Qin Yin had always kept Han Li close at his side. The Qin clan young masters and madams who were originally doted on were no longer supported. The third wife's children were also among them. She couldn't help but feel greatly jealous. Humph. Woman, what do you know? Naturally, Qin Yin heard the meaning in his third wife's words. However, he was worrying about the life and death of his own clan while this woman was occupied with this small matter of jealousy. After he glared at her, he didn't pay any further attention to her. Qin Yan's attitude naturally caused the third wife to feel wronged, but she knew that what her lord husband hated the most was a woman's shrew bickering. She could only resist her urge to vent her complaints with difficulty. She said nothing further, worried she would become even more resentful toward Han Li. But not long after, Qin Ping suddenly ran back with a delighted expression. Furthermore, once he entered, he loudly yelled, Lord, young Master Han has returned. Furthermore, he has brought back a few guests. Young Master Han hopes Lord will be able to arrange them a residence near his own. When Qin Yin heard this, his heart had finally relaxed. So long as this great immortal didn't suddenly disappear without word, even if he brought back 10, several tens, or even 100 friends back, he wouldn't have any complaints. Since it's honorable nephew Han's request, have them stay at the Clear Sound courtyard. Also, do not neglect Han Li's guests, Qin Yan said without taking the time to think. This caused his third wife's complexion to become increasingly unsightly. Yes, this one will carry this out. Qin Ping energetically ran out again with a completely enthusiastic appearance. Lord, this is somewhat improper. Our Qin residence is a great clan. To have these strangers suddenly come in, isn't it a bit too imprudent? The third wife couldn't help but carefully mention this. Her words weren't aimed at Han Li at all. Rather, she was currently feeling uneasy. When Qin Yan heard this, he was slightly surprised, but after a moment of hesitation, he waved his hand and said, "This is of no importance. Friends of honorable nephew Han will not prove to be any problem." Upon hearing Qin Yan speak such favorable words toward Han Li, the third wife was left speechless. At this moment, Han Li was sitting in a chair at his residence. 5 people were sitting in front of him, the 5 friends of Meng Mountain. The youth in their ranks was currently talking non-stop about something. Occasionally, the others would add in a few comments. Han Li, on the other hand, revealed a somewhat thoughtful expression. In the wilderness outside of Yuejing, Han Li was actually capable of using his formidable spiritual sense to erasing the blood curse previously placed on the 4. Soon after, he brought these people to infiltrate where a single middle-aged woman was staying. Surprisingly, this matter was carried out without the slightest difficulty. Although the smoothness of the operation was unexpected, Han Li still broke her blood curse and brought them all back to the Qin residence. In truth, having these people find a different residence was acceptable, but Han Li didn't fully trust them. If they weren't under his watchful eye, he didn't dare to guarantee that these 5 friends of Meng Mountains would truly and sincerely fight this great enemy alongside him, even with the favor of breaking their curse. People's hearts were truly hard to fathom. Although they may be grateful to him today and were willing to risk their lives for him, tomorrow they might feel like their lives were worth more, becoming despicable and ungrateful. This was truly baffling to Han Li. Furthermore, he didn't share a part of their sworn brotherhood. It was quite likely that they would value their own lives more. Naturally, if he were to make use of his own restrictions and poison, he would have absolute control over them. But if he did so, in their eyes he would be no different from their previous slave masters. Over a long period of time, he would be certain to suffer repercussions. If he left them with a vile impression, Han Li wouldn't be able to use them any further. Deep in his heart, Han Li had some other ideas in plan. If the 7 sects were truly able to withstand the invasion of the Devil Tao, he would be able to resume his previous life of cultivation and have these people help him with pill recipes and medicinal ingredients. As such, he wouldn't need to toil away, needlessly traveling to fetch materials. He could instead use that time for bitter cultivation. His pace of cultivation was certain to greatly increase this way. Furthermore, while the cultivation of these 5 friends of Meng Mountain wasn't too weak, it wasn't very large either. They were the ideal choice. Thus, Han Li didn't use such shameful methods in order to control them by force. However, Han Li also knew from experience that unless there were enough benefits, low-level cultivators wouldn't continuously perform errands. Furthermore, he was unsure of their temperament, so he would have to spend more time with them in order to be sure. He would come to a decision once all of this had been concluded. We are truly ashamed. Until now, apart from recognizing a few cultivators that had also been seized, we haven't seen the true appearance of the 2 who gave us our orders. We truly don't know much about them. After the youth said all of this, he bitterly smiled. It's nothing. I already know that the other party is from an evil school called the Black Fiend School. Furthermore, the primary reason why they abduct others is to cultivate evil techniques. That alone is enough. After Han Li heard this, he indifferently smiled. Senior Han, how about we stay here and wait for reinforcements before acting? The recently rescued middle-aged woman suddenly asked a probing question. When the other 4 heard this, they also looked at Han Li with concerned expressions, wanting to see how Han Li would answer. When Han Li heard this, he coldly smiled in his heart. It seemed these people were quite eager to halt any interactions with the Black Fiend School. However, how could there be any reinforcements from the 7 sects? The entirety of the 7 sects was currently in a war with the Devil Tao. Any forces stationed back at the sects were truly lacking. If he were to go and make a report, he was certain that no one would come. But fortunately, on his return a moment ago, he had sent a request to Li Huayuan for help through some Yellow Maple Valley contacts within Yuejing. The 7 sects wouldn't be bothered by this matter, but it was impossible for his master to ignore him. For the purpose of fulfilling Li Huayuan's task, Han Li had to provoke such a great problem, and he had no choice but to remain. Otherwise, why wouldn't he run from an insufferable problem? If he could, he would have already made his escape. But in the end, Hanli truly did not know how many reinforcements would come. He reckoned he would be given a few senior marshal brothers. With this thought, Hanli answered with a relaxed expression, "Naturally, this is out of the question. At the very least, we should clearly scout the other party's stronghold and their major figures before reinforcements arrive. This way we will be able to capture them in a net. To vainly wait at the Qin residence is far too passive, since doing so will only give them time to track us down, leaving us at a disadvantage. We absolutely cannot allow them to so calmly put everything into order." Hearing Han Li's words, the 5 friends of Meng Mountain looked at each other in dismay. The dark-faced old man stroked his beard and said with a deep voice, "Senior does make sense. However, with the mere clues we have on hand, we will be unable to grab onto their tail. The stronghold we originally stayed at is certain to have been abandoned. We have nowhere to start." The second brother silently nodded his head and expressed agreement. "Be at ease. From your description of those 2 Black Fiend School followers, I've already discovered their identities. So long as they are captured alive, it's likely we'll eventually understand the circumstances of the Black Fiend School." Han Li seemed to have already predicted this as he calmly replied. These words startled the 5 at first, but soon after they revealed pleasant surprise. They felt that Han Li had become even more profoundly mysterious. "Good. Since Senior Han already has a plan, we will listen to Senior's commands." The dark-faced old man pledged resolutely. When Han Li heard this, he nodded his head with satisfaction. "We will move tonight. Only by quickly taking action will the enemy be caught off guard." Han Li narrowed his eyes and coldly said this. "Tonight?" The 5 friends of Meng Mountain couldn't help but reveal amazement. Chapter 303. Astonishment. Although the 5 friends of Meng Mountain were greatly surprised by Han Li's decision, they felt that his words were reasonable, and so they didn't oppose him. However, when the middle-aged woman asked Han Li about the true identity of the 2 from the Black Fiend School, she was met with a tactful refusal from Han Li. Han Li only faintly smiled and said everyone would naturally come to know this once they made their move. This caused the middle-aged woman to cease further pursuing the matter and reveal an appearance of indifference. Not long after, Qin Ping passed on Qin Yan's commands and arranged a nearby courtyard for the 5 friends of Meng Mountain. As Han Li saw them move farther away, an odd expression flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly muttered something to himself that no one else could clearly hear. At night, after everyone ate dinner, the 5 friends of Meng Mountain gathered together in the guest hall of the Clear Sound courtyard. They were preparing to move late at night as Han Li had instructed. "This is baffling. I can't seem to remember." The 4th brother, a 30-year-old youth, incessantly racked his brains around with a confused appearance. "4th brother. You still don't remember?" The youngest of them, the 5th sister, asked this with a mysterious smile as she lazily sat in her chair. "4th brother, you've always said that Senior Han appeared familiar and that you had seen his face somewhere. However, you haven't been able to remember when or where. This doesn't sound very convincing to your youngster sister. Did you want to have a favorable relationship with Senior Han so badly that this mistook his identity?" It was clear that this young woman's words were filled with ridicule. And that's very possible. After all, this senior's appearance is quite common, so it's normal for 4th brother to be familiar with him. The 2nd brother teased as he tasted some tea. However, his eyes didn't leave the middle-aged woman at his side for a moment. He was continuously looking at her still attractive appearance and continued to glance at her belly with a sense of happiness. However, this 3rd sister, the middle-aged woman, saw the 4th brother's distraught appearance and couldn't help but make a scornful face with all her strength, causing him to laugh uncontrollably. His normally shrewd and profoundly strong appearance was nowhere to be found at the moment. "Humph. You're all talking drivel. I'm certain I've seen him before, but it doesn't seem to have been recent. It should have been quite a few years back, else I wouldn't have forgotten about it," the youth said with unwillingness as he unhappily glared at the young woman and the tall, thin man. "A few years back? 4th brother, several years ago we were bitterly cultivating and didn't leave seclusion. How could you have seen Senior Han? Could it be that you saw him when you were still wearing diapers?" The middle-aged woman chuckled as she made fun of the youth. "3rd sister, you." The youth cried out angrily to the middle-aged woman with an embarrassed expression. "Several years ago, 4th brother hadn't always been in secluded cultivation. Could it be you've forgotten? Before we met 5th sister, we participated in the Immortal Ascension Assembly. After the 2 to 3 month journey, we unfortunately returned with failed ambitions, but luckily, we didn't receive any serious injuries. The dark-faced old man indifferently interrupted with these words. What? Everyone participated in the Immortal Ascension Assembly? The fifth sister blinked several times and revealed a very curious expression. On the other hand, her second brother and the middle-aged woman looked at each other with bitter smiles. There is nothing to say. That was the first time we truly knew the meaning of viewing the sky from the bottom of the well. The middle-aged woman sighed. What? Fourth brother, at that time you said to me? The young woman turned her head with great curiosity to see what her second brother was going to say about the Immortal Ascension Assembly, but she saw that he had a face filled with shock. Fourth brother, what's going on? The others also saw that the youth's expression was rather queer, so they asked this with astonishment. Second brother, do you remember that day at the Immortal Ascension Assembly when eldest brother and third sister separated from us? I was feeling gluttonous at the time and privately went to a restaurant at Jiayuan City to sneak in a meal. The youth didn't answer the other party's suspicions and suddenly mentioned an old affair from the time. This caused the tall, thin man to feel indescribably strange. Of course I remember. At that time, although I concealed this matter for you, eldest brother still found out and fiercely rebuked you. The second brother answered with slight confusion. That's right. At the time, didn't I see a young cultivator there who I suspected wanted to participate in the Immortal Ascension Assembly? His cultivation was only of the 7th or 8th layer, so we felt that he was overestimating himself, the youth added with a bitter smile. It was too long ago. I don't remember it very clearly. Why are you talking about this? The second brother asked, hesitant. He truly did not know why his fourth brother was suddenly talking about this matter. The others also heard their puzzling words and felt greatly baffled. The young cultivator I saw that year is precisely the current senior Han. 1. The second brother and the fourth brother saw Han Li for the first time back in. The youth said with a dry voice, causing all those present to become dumbstruck. What? Senior Han was the young lowly cultivator? The thin, tall man jumped up from his chair with an unconvinced expression. What's this all about? Speak clearly. After recovering from astonishment, the dark-faced old man wrinkled his brow and asked this. It's like this, eldest brother. The thin, tall man hastily gave a general description of what happened that year. When the others heard this, they felt it was inconceivable. Fourth brother, are you saying Senior Han was that 7th layer chi condensation cultivator from back then? The young woman gulped her saliva as she said this. Soon after, she realized her bearing was graceless and couldn't help but blush. As the others were shocked, none of them paid attention to this minor action of hers. Is fourth brother mistaken? After all, that matter occurred over 10 years ago, and Senior Han's appearance shouldn't completely match his age. No, that person was certainly Senior Han. His appearance is exactly the same at that time. Apart from his age, his appearance is completely similar. The youth was shocked at first, but after some thoughts he became more certain. Hearing this youth's decisive and resolute words, the others looked at each other in dismay. In a brief 10 years, this person with such low cultivation was actually able to become a foundation establishment cultivator. These people couldn't help but feel pain in their heart from this fact. For a brief moment, nobody had the thought to further speak. Enough. Regardless of whether Senior Han was the person from that year, he's currently a genuine foundation establishment cultivator, and we have to treat him as such. Don't ask him anything you shouldn't, understood? After the old man muttered to himself for a moment, he became the first to speak. I understand. The youth hesitated for a moment before sincerely replying. His expression eventually returned to normal. All right. Everyone return to your rooms and refine chi. Be sure to make your preparations. After hearing these words, everyone gave each other a mutual glance before returning to their rooms. Immediately after, the clear sound courtyard became silent. About an hour later, the sky grew completely dark. A person suddenly walked out from a side room in the clear sound courtyard. This person opened the room door with careful secrecy and took a look in every direction. Then that person silently walked out of the small courtyard. This person took advantage of the pitch-black night to walk to the corner of some faraway place. After some hesitation flashed through her eyes, this person immediately became resolute. This person took out a small box from her bosom with some nervousness and thought to open it. Suddenly, this person heard a sigh come from behind them, causing her figure to tremble. This person almost dropped the box she held in hand from fright. This was because the voice sounded much like Han Li's. Why are you doing this? She heard an additional familiar voice almost at the same time. It seemed to be filled with sorrow. Then this person clearly saw several individuals come out from nearby with bright moonstones in hand. Underneath the dim moonlight, they appeared to have an expression of disbelief. "Why are you doing this?" the dark-faced man asked with much lament. "Why what? I'm only testing out a magic tool." This person's incomparably pale expression gradually returned to normal. She unexpectedly said this as if nothing had happened. "Hand over whatever's in your hands and let me see what it is." From the pitch-black darkness, Han Li descended from the sky like a feather and commanded her with a normal expression. "That's improper. Why do I have to let an outsider look at my magic tool? I naturally won't. Right, fourth brother?" This suspicious figure was actually the young woman among the 5 friends of Meng Mountain. At this moment, although she was trying her hardest to preserve her ordinary appearance, she firmly held the small box protectively, absolutely unwilling to let it go. "Fifth sister, give that item of yours to Senior Han," the dark-faced old man grimly ordered with an ice-cold tone. Name change, Heaven's Thunderchild - Heavenly Lightning Seed, Chapter 304. Internal decisions. Eldest brother, could it be you doubt me? The 5th sister said with an unyielding false smile. "It's because everyone trusts you that they're giving you this chance. You only have to show us what's in that box. Take the initiative to open it and dispel everyone's doubts," the old man coldly said. Hearing the old man's words, this 5th sister's expression became extremely colorful, continuously alternating between shades of white and red. When she took a look at the others, they all looked at her with an expression of lament, causing her heart to feel cold. She didn't know what else to say. After a moment of consideration, she came to a decision. Putting away the small box, she quickly took out a blue bead that she raised over her head, saying harshly, "Do not pressure me. You should all recognize this heavenly lightning seed. All I want is to leave this place." The woman's actions caused the expressions of the other friends of Meng Mountain to greatly change, especially that youth who had a particularly good impression of her. His appearance was extremely miserable. "It seems we no longer need to see what's inside that box. Fifth sister, you have truly associated yourself with evil," the old man furiously yelled and suddenly stepped forward with his hands raised. "Don't come over, eldest brother. Otherwise I will truly use this on you." The 5th sister revealed a frantic appearance and brought the blue bead in front of her, making a throwing gesture. Seeing this, although the old man's hair went wild, he truly did not dare to approach. After all, he clearly understood the might of this heavenly lightning seed. "Fifth sister, do you really plan on using that heavenly lightning seed to deal with all of us? That magic tool was given to you because your cultivation was far too low. We all intentionally pooled together our magic stones to buy this to you for self-defense, especially fourth brother who took out all of his savings for it. Now you unexpectedly want to use it to deal with us? Is this not excessive?" the middle-aged woman asked with extreme disappointment. When the youth to the side heard this, he moved his lips as all sort of feelings welled up in his heart, but he wasn't able to say anything. When the 5th sister heard the middle-aged woman's words, her appearance revealed traces of shame, but they faded away in an instant. She then unyieldingly said, "What's the use in saying all of this? We are not alike. I must reach foundation establishment above all else." Those from the Black Fiend School said that so long as I have enough merits, they won't just give me a foundation establishment pill. They would have me directly enter foundation establishment through forceful means. Furthermore, their method wouldn't carry any danger. When the tall, thin man heard this, he wrinkled his brow and couldn't help but speak. "Fifth sister, it isn't too late to turn around. Do you really think you can enter foundation establishment without a foundation establishment pill? They are certain to bully a youth such as yourself and deliberately fool you," the second brother of the 5 friends said with great sincerity. "Humph. Second brother, you need not lecture me. As for whether or not this is true, I already know this. For things to have reached this point, there is nothing to conceal. In truth, I had already become a member of the Black Fiend School when they first appeared 2 years ago. As a result, I am aware of the school master's great powers which you outsiders couldn't possibly imagine." After the young woman coldly snorted, she uttered a series of words that greatly shocked everyone else. "You already entered the Black Fiend School 2 years ago? The first time we were captured was your doing?" The young man who had originally kept silent suddenly interrupted with his question. These words immediately caused the other 4's hearts to surge once more and their expressions to change as they stared at this young woman. They didn't dare to believe that it was the doing of their 5th sister. The fifth sister's complexion continuously changed between light and dark. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly said, "Correct. I reported everyone's whereabouts to the Black Fiend School, but I originally had good intentions. I only wanted to give everyone an opportunity to reach Foundation establishment. With the usual practice of having captives become blood sacrifices, how else would your lives be spared?" The young woman felt that at this stage there was nothing left to conceal. Hence, she bluntly spoke the truth. "Haha, according to your words, us elder siblings should be thanking fifth sister." The dark-faced old man roared with anger, pretending to laugh. "Regardless of what you thought, I truly had no evil intentions toward you all. Do not force me," the woman said with her beautiful face all twisted. Then she once again lifted the heavenly lightning seed in her hand. At this moment, Hanli suddenly smiled faintly toward the young woman and said, "Heavenly lightning seed. That is truly a good item." His words seemed to lag behind as his figure became indistinct. Soon after, he disappeared from his original location. "You?" The fifth sister was very quick-witted. Once she saw this, she immediately thought to flick her wrist. But with the feeling of a light breeze, the hand that held the heavenly lightning seed suddenly tightened. Like a demon, Hanli had appeared closely behind her and was grabbing her flawless wrist. "This item is extremely dangerous. It would be better to let me take care of it." With no trace of politeness, Hanli took the heavenly lightning seed by force and put it into his storage pouch. When the fifth sister saw that the asset she had relied on the most had been dealt with like child's play by Hanli, her complexion immediately became ashen. She had actually forgotten to struggle for a moment. For the first time, fear appeared in her eyes. "As she is your adopted sister, I will hand her over to you. So long as she starts off by spilling everything she knows about the Black Fiend School, you can do whatever you want with her. However, don't be so foolish as to release her and let her report back." Hanli looked at the rest of the 5 friends of Meng Mountain with a meaningful glance and said this with a relaxed expression. Soon after, white light flashed from his hands and restrained the woman's dainty body at the speed of lightning. With her true essence fettered, she could no longer move or use magic power. Then, without the slightest of misgivings, Hanli took the small box from the young woman's bosom and lightly threw the woman to the absent-minded youth. "Many thanks, Senior Han." The dark-faced old man naturally knew why Hanli had done this. This was a great show of friendship toward them, and therefore he replied gratefully. Chapter 305. Last resort. Since Hanli said as such, although the old man was filled with doubt, he could only return first. Not long after, the second brother returned with an ashen face. As expected, he hadn't managed to catch up to that fifth sister. Fortunately, Hanli's words assured them that they did not have to worry about incurring Hanli's wrath. At the time, in an extremely remote alley within Yuejing, a slender figure staggered towards the South District. The faint moonlight revealed her to be the flustered fifth sister. As she ran, she incessantly glanced behind her, as if she were afraid that someone would suddenly appear behind her. Although this woman's magic power had largely been suppressed by Hanli, her divine sense as a cultivator was still mostly there. Upon discovering that nobody else appeared behind her, she finally became somewhat more relaxed in her heart. Thankfully, when the youth let her go, he had slipped her a concealment talisman. This was the only reason why she could have escaped to here. Not long after she had escaped, the woman discovered a tall thin man's figure sweeping overhead. Fortunately, she had swiftly used the talisman, successfully dealing with the situation. At this time, her second brother did not actually go chasing in another direction. Instead, he had already returned to the Qin residence. This was why she dared to run around in the alleys so boldly. The place she was headed towards was one of the Black Fiend School's secret strongholds in the South District. As long as she was able to precisely report Hanli's location to her superiors, she will have contributed much to the sect. Thus, she would immediately be one step closer to her dream of entering the Foundation establishment stage. That year, when she and a few other Black Fiend School outer court disciples who had performed quite well saw that their mysterious schoolmaster's divine methods allowed a Qi condensation disciple to establish their foundation, they immediately chose to dedicate themselves to the Black Fiend School so that they could also have a similar fate. Once their contributions reached a certain level, they could also obtain the schoolmaster's favor and aid in entering Foundation establishment. As far as she knew, most outer court disciples willing to be ordered around by the Black Fiend School all had this intention in mind. Thus, she never believed that she had made any mistakes in her decisions. After all, based on her natural talent, she had pretty much reached the peak of her cultivation base. If she wanted to advance another layer or even form her foundation, she had no other choice. Although she felt some regret towards her sworn brothers and sisters, since she had embarked on this path, she could only cut off all her natural affection for them. If they were caught, whether they were used as blood servants or forced to follow orders once again depended on the intentions of her superiors. She did not intend to plead for mercy on their behalf. In the future she would only live for herself and herself alone. As she thought these vicious thoughts in her heart, she began to dream about entering Foundation establishment. It seemed as if her footsteps also sped up significantly. Although she was still quite a distance away, she finally saw the street opening to the South District. But just as she became excited and wanted to speed up her steps, she suddenly felt that there seemed to be something wet running down her nose. Baffled, she wiped it with her hand, but what she saw her make entire figure tremble. Her expression was one of fear and surprise. Her 5 snow-white fingers were covered in a sticky dark red liquid. This is. Fifth junior sister panicked and attempted to wipe away the black blood under her nose, but at this time, the blood from her nose began to flood out as if a gate had been opened. In the blink of an eye, fresh blood began to flow out from even her eyes and ears. The young woman could only feel her entire body losing strength. Once her legs softened, she directly fell towards the ground. At this time, her entire body was incomparably cold. No warmth could be found near her heart. She wanted to call out for help, but her throat was incredibly dry and could not let out any sound. Afterwards, her divine sense slowly began to fade. Not long after, she slipped into an eternal darkness. The next sunrise, the mortals who bypassed this place would be surprised to find that a puddle of black, filthy blood had suddenly appeared, forcing them to take a detour. It incited quite a few harsh comments. In the moment that the young woman had been killed, Hanli was in his room inspecting all of the magic tools and talismans he had, preparing to move out. After nimbly cleaning up, Hanli glanced at the round moon outside his window. He revealed a somewhat lonely expression, then suddenly said to himself under his breath, "It should be about now. The poison should have activated." After saying this, Hanli gently sighed, then left the room heading towards the clear sound courtyard. In reality, Hanli's suspicions about that 5th junior sister had begun when he inspected the poison afflicting the 5 friends of Meng Mountain. Although she had also been poisoned, its toxicity was much less than the everyone else's. Even if it were to flare up, it most likely would not have taken her life. On the other hand, Hanli had only gotten rid of the blood curse on her after expending a ton of effort. This meant that when the young woman had received the blood curse, it must have been uninterrupted. Otherwise, it would not have left such a deep mark on her divine sense. Keeping a cautious mindset, Hanli deliberately placed a small restriction when removing the young woman's blood curse. The restriction's usage was very simple. It would cause the residual medicinal strength in the antidotes to temporarily aggregate in some area of the body. When needed, it would suddenly turn into an extreme poison. That was because those 2 bottles of pills contained impermanence pills. They could be used as medicine for curing poison, or they could be turned into poison via a specific method. They were one of the spoils Hanli had collected in the battlefield. As for the other friends from Meng Mountain whom he had secretly called over, he made them see firsthand the reality that she had been planted as a spy before capturing the woman, using the opportunity to touch a few spots of her body using spiritual power. These touches, apart from being able to restrict a large portion of her magic power, also activated this hidden restriction. As long as Hanli did not deactivate it in some time, the woman would die soundlessly and without a trace as mentioned previously. As for whether or not he should kill this woman, Hanli had felt somewhat conflicted in his heart due to her close ties with the 5 friends of Meng Mountain. However, he definitely could not allow this woman to leak out his relationship with the Qin clan. That was his bottom line. Activating the restriction at the time was only Hanli's cautious fallback plan. He never expected that it would actually have some use. This was why Hanli had been so calm and did not panic at all when the dark-faced elder came back to report in. In reality, if this woman had obediently remained in the Qin residence as a hostage, Hanli would have repressed the restriction from flaring up inside her. But now that she had escaped, regardless of if the 5 friends of Meng Mountain had purposefully let her go, the young woman who had disappeared from this world would be unable to send any reports to the Black Fiend School. In addition, he had done the 5 friends of Meng Mountain a big favor, which should be extremely beneficial in reinforcing them. Upon entering the clear sound courtyard, the dark-faced old man and the others had already made their preparations. Although they weren't too spirited, they were quietly waiting for Hanli's arrival. "Let's depart," Hanli said crisply after entering the room. Under the night sky, Prince Xian's residence appeared similar to a gigantic, strange beast, deterring any petty thieves that had their sights set on the mansion. But tonight Han Li and the others cast a concealment technique and silently snuck in. At this time of night, despite the commotion that had been stirred up due to the old immortal Wu's disappearance, the majority of people in Prince Xian's residence had gone to sleep a long time ago apart from a few guards and sentries. At this moment, most of them were sound asleep. Upon entering the palace, Han Li immediately found one of the night guards and cast the soul-controlling technique, causing him to reveal Steward Wang and the young prince's residences, then knocked him out with one palm. Then he said to the four people behind him, "Between the two of them, the young prince's cultivation layer is the lowest, so we'll first make our move against him before dealing with Steward Wang." The now four friends from Ming Mountain had already been shocked to learn that the people in Prince Xian's palace were from the Black Fiend School. None of them were surprised by Han Li's words, nodding their heads in assent. Although this young prince was a relative of the royal family, them being cultivators meant that his status as a core disciple of the Black Fiend School was even more taboo. Next, the few of them silently drew near to the young prince's residence, a small, three-story tower. There were numerous sentries nearby as well. Out of a fear that these people would make trouble once the fighting began, the four friends of Ming Mountain stepped forwards and knocked them out before Han Li even made a move. As he observed their practiced motions, Han Li secretly nodded his head and felt that having some subordinates was worthwhile. Because they had gathered from the sentry that the young prince lived on the third floor, Han Li didn't let them go upstairs. Instead, he placed them in the surroundings to ambush whoever came their way. This way, if the young prince happened to be too slippery and escaped from Han Li's grasp, they could delay this person and give Han Li some additional time. Of course, for fear of alerting Steward Wang at the other end of the palace, Han Li didn't try to conserve any magic power and casted an extremely large soundproof enchantment that spread out hundreds of feet with the small tower as the center, encompassing it all inside. Then Han Li gently flew to the third floor and in a flash entered the tower. The four friends of Meng Mountain gazed at the small tower's third floor alertly, not even daring to blink. Soon after, a person's shadow flashed out from inside the tower extremely quickly. When these people discovered that it was Han Li, instantly their hearts relaxed, but at the same time they felt that something was off. Did this senior Han Li succeed so quickly? But how come they never even saw the young prince? Han Li descended from the tower, his face cloudy. Upon seeing the four people gather around him, he said, knitting his eyebrows, "There was no one on top of the tower, only a mannequin created from an illusion technique. It seems like he was occupied with something." These words caused them to stare at each other, not knowing what to do for quite some time. Chapter 306. Crisis. Could it be that they fled in advance because Fifth Sister fed them our information? Or could this be some sort of trap? The middle-aged woman asked with a face full of worry. Impossible. If the enemy truly set up a trap, it would have triggered as soon as we entered. At that moment, we wouldn't have been able to guard against it. Han Li shook his head and rejected this. When the others heard Han Li's words, they couldn't help but let out a breath of relief, but they still looked around in every direction. As expected, they didn't find anything unusual. "Senior, what should we do next? Should we first retreat and act on a different day?" The second brother asked, hesitant. "Let's first go and find that Steward Wang. If he is not here, then we will end today's operation and retreat immediately," Han Li coldly replied. After hearing Han Li's words, the four friends of Meng Mountain looked at each other and then silently nodded their heads. Han Li released some Taoist magics to retrieve his boundary cores and took the lead, stealthily heading to the side of the prince's estate. The others then closely followed behind him. Although Steward Wang's residence wasn't multi-storied like the young prince's, it was still a small three-room courtyard. When Han Li and the others arrived nearby, one of the rooms was unexpectedly faintly lit, as if someone had yet to go to sleep. Han Li raised his brow. It seemed this trip wouldn't be fruitless. With this thought, Han Li made a few precautionary incantation gestures to conceal himself and immediately used the nameless qi restraining technique he had just learned. The spiritual qi of his entire body immediately dissipated without a trace, as if he had become a common mortal. Han Li's figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared crouched by the wall outside of the room, pressing his ear against it. Because this Steward Wang gave Han Li a great feeling of danger, Han Li didn't have the confidence to release his spiritual sense and have it probe the room for information. However, after Han Li listened for only a short moment, he flew back with a drastically changed countenance. He immediately concealed himself behind a huge flowering tree. This scene greatly surprised the four friends of Meng Mountain, who all witnessed from nearby. However, they then heard Han Li's voice, "Be careful. The young prince is in the room. Act with your own discretion." These words immediately caused their hearts to tremble. They all coincidentally held their breaths and carefully looked at the room, not daring to make the slightest noise. Crick. The door opened. A youth wearing a light green embroidered gown walked out. This was none other than the young prince of Prince Xian's residence. After he turned his head and softly said a few words toward the room, he walked a few steps into the courtyard. The door shut itself behind him. Soon after, the light behind the room's paper shutter flashed several times before being completely extinguished. It seemed whoever was inside had retired for the night. Han Li expressionlessly stared at the prince's every movement. What caused him to feel puzzled was that he didn't feel the slightest magic power from him. However, a faint feeling of danger was enough for Han Li to determine he should be a disciple of the Black Fiend School. Perhaps because he was still in his own home, this young prince didn't return in any hurry. Instead, he walked around like a common mortal, stretching himself and looking at the bright moon in the sky. He suddenly sighed. Soon after, he actually paced around the small courtyard with a worried expression as if he was occupied with some difficult problem. It seemed he wouldn't leave for a short while, causing the four friends of Meng Mountain to feel greatly helpless. Acting now naturally wouldn't do. Because Steward Wang was in the side room, a fight would naturally rouse him and cause no small problem. The best method would be to wait for the young prince to return to his dwelling and strike the targets separately. Fortunately, these people were all cultivators and had much patience. Because they were all well concealed, they hadn't exposed themselves in the slightest during this entire time. After the time it takes to eat a meal, this young prince eventually stopped strolling around and walked out of the courtyard. This caused the ambushers to feel joy. However, the following scene greatly surprised these people, immediately causing their rage to soar. Just when the young prince was about to walk out of the courtyard, he suddenly used an illusion technique. At an unknown time, he had taken out a set of clothes and quickly changed into them. He was masked and wearing blood red in the blink of an eye, dressed just like the person who told them to rob and kill Han Li. Although the four friends were filled with rage, they knew what was important and resisted their impulses with great difficulty. Now they had great trust in Han Li's words. They knew they were pursuing the correct target. Having changed his clothes, the young prince faintly released a demonic chi from his body and strong magic power fluctuations of the 11th layer of chi condensation. He did not return to his dwelling. Instead, he threw a long blood-red magic tool into the sky, and with a flash he flew out on it. Seeing this, Han Li's eyes flashed with yellow light, and he immediately transmitted a message to the other four: "Follow him. Regardless of where he goes, make sure to capture him as he is on his way." Heeding Han Li's orders, the four friends of Meng Mountain impatiently followed after him on their flying magic tools. Han Li, who was left alone to monitor Steward Wang, had deliberately waited in place a while longer. Seeing that nothing strange occurred in the room, he hesitated for a moment. Still not at ease, he threw out his divine wind boat and followed after them. The speed of Han Li's divine wind boat couldn't be compared to the four friends of Meng Mountain's magic tools. After a short moment of following their spiritual chi marks, he arrived at a desolate temple outside of Yuejing. The four friends of Meng Mountain were floating in midair. They were bustling around with an ashen complexion and an appearance of continuous indecision. After seeing Han Li, they immediately welcomed him with pleasant surprise. "What's the matter?" Seeing this, Han Li wrinkled his brow and slowly asked. "We followed him here, but just as we thought to act, he suddenly made his way into the abandoned temple. We don't know whether that young ghost discovered us. Also, there are restrictions laid down at this temple, what appear to be formation spells. We rushed in for a moment, but luckily we immediately withdrew. We didn't dare to try again, fearing that there may be others lying in ambush within." Seeing Han Li displeased, the dark-faced old man hastily stepped forward to explain. "Formation spell?" When Han Li heard this, he felt as if he had a great headache. Han Li wasn't proficient in the Tao of formation spells. However, as he was facing these people, he indifferently said, "Let me take a look at it." Then he took a careful look with the Heaven's Eye technique. As expected, the area surrounding the ruined temple had abnormal spiritual chi fluctuations. But after Han Li took a clear look, he let out a large sigh. This was only an exceptionally simple falling stone formation, one of the simplest earth attribute formation spells. Although rogue and chi condensation cultivators may find this formidable, A small formation spell of this grade was something Han Li could easily break through with brute force even if he didn't know the specific method to break this formation. With this thought, Han Li wordlessly touched his storage pouch and then scattered something from his hands. Immediately after, 4 tall beast puppets appeared in front of him. Having previously suffered from Han Li's puppet technique, the 4 friends subconsciously took a few steps back. Han Li didn't pay attention to their alarm and controlled the puppet beasts. They all opened their mouths at the same time and shot huge beams of light with the thickness of a bowl toward the ruined temple. Just as the beams of light were about to strike at the ruined temple, a huge semicircle barrier of faint light suddenly appeared, completely covering the small temple. It was faintly emitting yellow light. The beams of light struck the light barrier. The yellow light barrier immediately rippled and started to tremble, rigidly withstanding the assault of light beams. But at this moment, Han Li acted without the slightest hesitation. He took out his pair of black dragon's grasps and immediately enlarged them to the size of about 3 meters. Then he fiercely threw them out toward the light barrier. The sound of a sharp rupture rang out. The light barrier was no longer able to endure the succession of strong attacks and had thoroughly collapsed. The falling stone formation disappeared into thin air. Having seen this, the 4 friends of Meng Mountain let out a cold breath. They did not fully understand what it meant to break a formation spell with brute force. This proved that Han Li's offensive strength was at the very least several times more powerful than the formation spell barrier's power. Otherwise, the formation would easily dissipate an attack with equivalent power since it drew assistance from the ingenuity of formation principles. The others had just recently suffered a bit from this formation spell and judged this falling stone formation to be quite formidable. "Descend. We absolutely can't let him get away," Han Li said with an icy expression. As of now, the 4 friends of Meng Mountain had completely accepted Han Li and immediately agreed, charging downward. But at this moment Han Li and the others heard a sneer from behind them. "Are you looking for me? This temple was only a temporary stronghold for my school. Right now there is no one inside." This voice immediately caused the 4 friends of Meng Mountain, who were halfway through their charge, to nearly fall off their magic tools from fright. They hastily turned their heads to look, but their faces immediately became pale from lack of blood. About 100 meters above Han Li and the 4 friends was the young prince who they had just pursued and a similarly dressed thin, shriveled man next to him. Beside them were over 10 black-clothed masked men. From the looks of it, they were just like the 4 friends of Meng Mountain, nearby cultivators whom the Black Fiend School had placed restrictions on. However, what was most eye-catching was the large, bald, eyebrowless man with a strong spirit. He also wore blood-red clothing, but he didn't bother to conceal his face. This person was a Foundation establishment cultivator just like Han Li. Seeing this, the 4 friends of Meng Mountain all felt an urge to escape death. Chapter 307. Blood Servant. When Han Li heard the young prince's voice, his complexion slightly changed, turning a bit pale. But when he slowly turned around, his expression returned to normal. The slightest panic couldn't be seen. Instead, a trace of a cold smile could be seen from the corner of his mouth. He coldly looked at those from the Black Fiend School and that bald Foundation establishment cultivator. Han Li's calm expression influenced the 4 friends of Meng Mountain, whose hearts grew slightly calmer. After giving each other a mutual glance, they all acted in concert and flew behind Han Li, standing in opposition against those from the Black Fiend School. "It's you? Aren't you that person from the Qin residence? You are a Foundation establishment cultivator?" When the young prince saw Han Li's appearance, he had an extremely astonished expression. Although that thin, shriveled man who stood beside him had remained silent, great surprise could be seen from his eyes. Only the large bald man who was rigidly staring at Han Li looked upon him with a solemn appearance. He suddenly said, "Be a bit careful. That person is a Foundation establishment cultivator and is also a layer higher than me. It is likely I'll need to lay out a black wind formation and draw assistance from the formation to capture him." Hearing the large bald man say this, the young prince didn't show any worry on his face. Instead, he asked with pleasant surprise, "Sir Blood Servant, if that's the case, the rewards for offering this person as a blood sacrifice for the schoolmaster's cultivation should be quite good, no?" When the large man heard this, he answered with a chuckle, "Of course. All of the Foundation establishment cultivators we captured so far were only at initial Foundation establishment. This person's blood essence is certain to be far greater than the previous few." With confirmation from the large bald man, the young prince greedily turned his head to look at Han Li and suddenly laughed heartily. "Good, very good. Regardless of the reason why your esteemed self has come here, don't think that you will leave this place alive. Lay down the black wind formation. Go. After the young prince stopped smiling, he shouted this with a cold expression and a stern voice. Those black-clothed individuals immediately took out large jet-black flags and quickly flew around Han Li, surrounding him. Furthermore, they started to wave the flags in their hands. You all just defend. Let me handle them. After Han Li indifferently said this to the four friends of Meng Mountain, his image became indistinct and disappeared from his original location without a trace. Be careful. When the bald large man saw Han Li disappear, he loudly shouted from bewilderment, but it was already too late. Han Li appeared behind a black-clothed person in an instant. The cultivator who was just waving the flag had immediately stopped and blankly stood in place. Then without any warning, his head soon rolled onto the floor and blood fountained out of the headless body before falling to the floor. It was at the moment that the large bald man had just finished the last word of his shout. This scene caused the hearts of the other flag-holding cultivators to tremble. They were left stunned, not knowing what they should do. Han Li soon appeared behind another cultivator from thin air, and he promptly died with his head also rolling on the floor. Having seen this, the other black-clothed cultivators didn't dare to hesitate. They all stopped waving their black flags, and they slapped on their colorful defensive talismans and took out all sorts of defensive magic tools. But in the blink of an eye, two more black-clothed disciples in the process of preparing their defenses suffered Han Li's cruel attacks and unexpectedly turned to corpses. Brat, you're courting death. When the large bald man saw this, he gave a deep roar and released strange black-red lights from his eyes. His entire body released a bloody radiance as he charged toward Han Li at an astonishing speed. Han Li took a cold look at the large man's stance along with the bloody sphere of light covering his body before taking a look at the black-clothed men looking at him with alarm from within their defensive light barriers. At that moment, their figures decisively shot over 100 meters away from the four friends of Meng Mountain. The large man charging through the air released a bestial roar. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately changed direction and continued to pounce toward Han Li and the others, but for some unknown reason he didn't take out any magic tools. Seeing this, the second brother's mind moved. He saw an opportunity and immediately raised his hand, silently shooting out a green triangular thorn toward the large man's front. When the large bald man saw this magic tool fly toward him, his face turned into an evil grin. Not only did he not stop, but he also rushed toward to welcome it. The tall and thin second brother grew very happy and excitedly said, "This guy is out of luck. My magic tool is a fine high-quality magic tool. It will certainly make him." How is this possible? My green-pointed thorn. Just as he started rambling, he was stunned by the scene before his eyes and involuntarily cried out. When this triangular thorn touched the blood-red light covering the large bald man, the blood-red light radiance seemed alive. It suddenly swept in the magic tool force, and no matter how much the magic tool struggled, it was unable to break free in the slightest. Hee, you dare to make a show of such a minuscule thorn. The large man wildly laughed and extended a large blood-red hand, forcibly grabbing the triangular thorn. The green light of the magic tool in his grasp immediately scattered. It had thoroughly turned to scrap, completely devoid of spiritual chi. At this moment, not only did the four friends of Meng Mountain appear greatly fearful, but Han Li's heart also heavily thumped. This large bald man definitely didn't cultivate any common cultivation arts. It was most likely a top-grade devilish art like the ghost spirit sect's young master. The large bald man didn't allow Han Li and the others to think further and arrived in front of them in an instant. A huge blood-red fist was raised and fiercely smashed against the light barrier that the four friends of Meng Mountain had jointly erected. The light barrier that four chi condensation cultivators had jointly released was left with a deep depression after just one strike and immediately grew very dark. The complexions of the four friends suddenly changed. Such a ferocious punch would likely turn common defensive magic tools into scrap metal. "Senior, could you?" The dark-faced old man turned his head in a hurry and wanted to see whether Han Li had some method to block the opponent. After all, against the opponent's attack, their combined defensive barrier was unable to take another hit. Without speaking, Han Li raised his hand and released a dazzling small white light shield. In the blink of an eye, it grew several times larger and steadily placed itself in front of their barrier, just in time to receive the large bald man's huge bloody fist. Bang! The ear-piercing sound of the man's great strike resonated through both heaven and earth. The nearby cultivators who didn't guard against the vibration lost their balance and nearly fell to the floor. The four friends of Ming Mountain were also off balance for a long while. The only ones whose expressions had remained the same were Han Li and the large bald man. Han Li expressionlessly looked at the white scale shield. He saw that although the shield had successfully endured the punch, there was slight depression on its originally flat and even surface. He couldn't help but be secretly fearful. Han Li clearly knew that how sturdy this white scale shield was and couldn't help but grow even more dreadfully wary of the large man. With this thought, Han Li patted his storage pouch without further hesitation. Suddenly, 2 streaks of black light and 6 streaks of gold light shot out simultaneously toward the large man without restraint. The grandeur of the raging torrent of howling released from the many top-grade magic tools greatly startled the large bald man. He couldn't help but reveal slight fear from his face. He wildly roared, and his body suddenly flourished with a great blood-red brilliance. A moment later, his entire body had been completely enveloped in blood-red radiance, turning into a huge blood-red sphere of light about 10 meters large that floated motionlessly in the air. Seeing this good opportunity, Han Li's gold beetle swarm blades and black dragon's grasps naturally did not show mercy and fiercely stabbed toward. What resulted, however, left Han Li feeling that something strange had occurred. Despite his magic tools chopping down on the sphere of light, the slightest movement hadn't occurred from within. Furthermore, his magic tools weren't able to penetrate more than half a foot into the sphere. This protective barrier-like defense had completely withstood his attack. Feeling slightly impatient, Han Li suddenly thought of something and hastily looked around him. The scene before him caused him to feel great danger. Under the command of the young prince and whom he suspected to be Steward Wang, the black-clothed men had become organized once more. They had faintly surrounded Han Li and the four friends and were waving the black flags in their hand with all their might. The black flags had already begun to hum a ghostly wail. A strange black fog began to continuously revolve around the black flags. This scene caused Han Li to recall the scene at the Spirit Stone mine with the Azure Sun Devil Fire that could destroy anything. As this summoning ceremony was quite similar to that of the Azure Sun Devil Fire, how could Han Li allow them to complete it? With this thought, Han Li immediately pointed his hand and recalled the white scale shield. Then, without an explanation, he forced it into the dark-faced old man's hand and coldly said, "I'll let you temporarily use it. I'm going to dispose of the others first." Han Li's figure flashed and appeared outside of the protective barrier. Furthermore, the magic tools that were indiscriminately attacking the blood-red light sphere whistled through the air as they flew toward Han Li. As they continuously revolved around him, they continued to emit a hum. Chapter 308. A display of skill. Han Li glanced at the few magic tools next to him. Then he suddenly reached into his storage pouch and pulled out 3 identical small tridents. He gently tossed them out, and they instantly turned into 3 streaks of red light, shooting towards a black-clothed cultivator. The set of flying flame chain tridents was spoils he had plundered from some pitiful unknown soul after the fight with the white spider. His power was quite good. Furthermore, because it was a set and was easy to control, Han Li had kept it. Han Li then pointed at his magic tools. After the 2 black and 6 gold streaks of light let out a long cry, they all flew off in different directions. At this moment, the frightening power of Han Li's great development technique was truly displayed. He was unexpectedly able to control so many magic tools without the slightest of disorder. Seeing so many top-grade magic tools rushing towards them, the flag-holding cultivators revealed shock. How could they possibly withstand these attacks? After Han Li hastily threw 3 streaks of red light toward a black flag, the cultivator holding it thought to dodge by flying on a magic tool. However, after the black flag tangled with the 3 red streaks of light, it immediately erupted into a ball of black light and broke apart into minuscule pieces. Then the 3 streaks of red light arrived in front of another cultivator without stopping and fiercely struck at his protective barrier. Unfortunately for him, it was only the low-grade barrier of a chi condensation cultivator. How could it possibly block the strikes of 3 top-grade magic tools? It was only able to withstand the strike for a short moment before it ruptured and disappeared without a trace. With despair in the cultivator's eyes, he saw the 3 streaks of red light lightly wind around him, turning him into a huge fireball and then thoroughly reducing him to ash. At this moment, the 2 black and 6 golden streaks of light flew above 2 other cultivators and broke through their defenses with similar ease, chopping them in half. All of a sudden, the other cultivators grew frantic. Naturally, they found the preservation of their own lives far more important than laying down this great formation. The majority of them immediately turned around and flew off. A few cultivators of great courage and of lacking mind proudly released their magic tools to stop Han Li's attack with all their might. It was a pity that Han Li had no intention of tangling with them and completely suppressed them without restraint. Oven 10 red, black and gold streaks of light ran around like a swarm of bees. Any attempt to block these streaks with magic tools was like striking an egg against a stone. They would immediately shatter into pieces and disappear from this world. As for the magic tool wielders, Han Li naturally did not let them go and easily disposed of them. At this moment, apart from the few black-clothed cultivators who had ran off about 1,000 meters away, only the young prince and the masked man who was likely Steward Wang remained, looking on with incredulity. Not the slightest of power was displayed from the Black Wind formation, as Han Li had the foresight to destroy it beforehand. Han Li turned his gaze towards the two, causing them to inwardly shout, "Not good." At the same time, they put up their guard and emitted faint black light from their bodies. Their figures instantly became concealed within dense dark qi. "Humph! What deception!" Han Li said with a cold laugh. Although he didn't know what technique these two used, it seemed very similar to the large bald man's devilish technique. However, he didn't know why the black light on their body differed from the large man's blood-red light. Could it be the difference in their cultivation level? Han Li pondered with puzzlement. Han Li didn't know that at this time, the two were complaining without end. Han Li's cultivation and incisive magic tools far exceeded what the two had anticipated. It wasn't that they hadn't seen Foundation Establishment cultivators before, but rather that the might of this Foundation Establishment cultivator, Han Li, was incomparable to the Foundation Establishment altar masters of their own school. Let alone one-on-one, perhaps even 2 or 3 simultaneous altar masters may not prove to be his match. His extremely quick movement technique that was almost indiscernible from the eye. His ability to control over 10 strange magic tools by himself at the same time. These were all feats that they had never heard of before. Now it seemed that even Sir Blood's servant may not prove to be his opponent even though he had used a secret technique. Although these two were conceited about their strength as qi condensation cultivators, they didn't dare to be so presumptuous as to believe that if the two joined together, they would be able to fight against Han Li. Thus, although they released a secret technique from their body, not only did they not advance, but they also started to carefully retreat slowly. Unlike the two, the 4 friends of Meng Mountain were absolutely dumbstruck by Han Li's godly display of strength. Although these individuals had known that Han Li's strength was great, they didn't know how powerful his great strength was because they had nothing to refer or compare it to. But now they've seen Han Li take on over 10 cultivators with cultivation similar to their own and kill 5 or 6 of them in an instant. The survivors fled with fear, not daring to turn their head. Such profound cultivation. Such technique. The 4 friends had been completely won over. Han Li took a deep breath. When he thought to capture the young prince and Steward Wang at the same time, he suddenly heard a brutal mad roar filled with limitless insane rage coming from the blood-red sphere of light. When the young prince and his companion heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other with pleasant surprise. Han Li's expression grew solemn. No longer able to deal with the two in front of him, he hastily slapped his storage pouch, causing a small exquisite magic tool to appear in his hand. Without the slightest of hesitation, Han Li threw it toward the sphere of blood-red light. Han Li had thrown down a small yellow cup, and in an instant, it became a huge cup more than 15 meters wide. This was the heaven-shrouding cup Han Li acquired from the spoils of the masked moon sect cultivator Xian Lu. During that time this magic tool was able to trap that incomparably fierce blood spider. It was clearly difficult to deal with. This cup accurately landed on the blood-red light sphere and covered it in a short amount of time. The roar could no longer be heard. Seeing Han Li's action, the pair's joy-filled faces turned blank. Could it be that Sir Blood's servant had been so easily detained? Han Li then turned his head over and suddenly gave the two a strange smile before raising his hands. In the blink of an eye, countless fireballs sprang forth from his hands and shot forth like a violent storm. The nearby sky had been dyed fire-red. This scene frightened the pair, and they hastily released defensive disc magic tools in front of them. A continuous stream of deafening explosions sounded out, leaving the young prince stunned. Because there simply were too many fireballs, a few had directly slipped through the barrier and directly hit the young prince, scattering much of the black qi that protected his body. With a battered body, the young prince was frightened and angry. He clearly understood this great power had definitely been brought forth with great amounts of talismans. While waiting for this wave of fireballs to force their way through, he suddenly heard a miserable shriek from his side, causing him to tremble and hastily take a look. He let out a breath of cold air. What he saw left him in complete terror. The thin, shriveled masked man originally by his side was in Han Li's hands, powerless. The black chi protecting his body had completely scattered, and blood poured from his body. Unexpectedly, he only had one arm left. This scene caused the young prince to become apprehensive. A truly unsuppressible fear of Han Li had stemmed in his heart. He couldn't help but curse that blood servant for being so useless. Han Li gave an ice-cold look at the young prince and then ripped off the mask from his captive with no trace of politeness, revealing the face of the Prince Xian's Steward Wang. Steward Wang's originally shriveled appearance was now twisted from the pain of losing his arm. Impossible. How did you capture him? Our fiendish chi body protection isn't so easily broken through. The young prince exclaimed this in one breath. He suddenly raised both his hands and fiercely shot over 10 streaks of black light toward Han Li. Han Li's blank expression suddenly had a trace of a sneer. He raised a single hand, summoning a black shield-like object in front of him. In the end, those powerful streaks of black light shooting towards him only resulted in a few muffled sounds. The young prince stared with surprise, discovering that this shield was actually a huge tortoise shell. However, this tortoise shell was black and void of light. It should have been specially refined. Seeing this, the young prince averted his eyes and shrouded his body with black light. He flew like lightning, wanting to escape just like the other cultivators. However, as a target for live capture, how could Han Li let him go that easily? After his figure flashed, Han Li easily caught up to the young prince, appearing right in front of him. He then raised his hand, and a huge azure sword over 9 meters long appeared out of thin air. Without restraint, it chopped directly at the young prince. The young prince saw this and smiled in his heart. The fiendish chi protecting his body corroded all sorts of magic tools. Simply not fearing any injury from the huge sword, he used this opportunity to flee with all his power. With this thought, the young prince's figure shot up in order to sweep past Han Li up above. Chapter 309, Demonic Transformation. You can't withstand it. Quickly dodge. Resisting sharp pain, Steward Wang loudly shouted while in Han Li's grasp in an attempt to warn the young prince. Obviously, his warning came too late. Hearing this, the young prince subconsciously leaned to the side, wanting to dodge the point of the huge azure sword. However, the sword suddenly changed its cleave to a slice, softly sweeping past his legs. The black chi protecting his body scattered from the attack and didn't have the slightest of effect. As a result, the sword sliced through his 2 calves with great ease. The young prince loudly shouted, fainting on the scene. This person who had lived a life of luxury since birth, though he may be exceptionally shrewd, had never experienced such sufferings before. Naturally, he wasn't able to bear the pain of lacerated legs. However, this scene scared Han Li, because he hadn't used the azure essence sword streak in so long. He believed that he had accidentally killed him. After figuring out what just happened, Han Li happily laughed as he picked this person up and flew back to the 4 friends of Ming Mountain. Han Li grew very cheerful from his decisive victory, but at the same time he felt somewhat puzzled. From the feeling of danger the young prince and Steward Wang gave him, these two should have been far more dangerous. However, he was able to capture them alive very easily. Could it be that his mysterious intuition had started to fail him? Han Li shook his head and felt something was strange. At this moment, the black-clothed men lingering around had witnessed this scene and knew that remaining there any longer would be unfavorable. After exchanging mutual glances, they started to scatter and escape in the blink of an eye, leaving behind no traces of them ever being there. Han Li had no intention of chasing after them. There were only foreign elements, much like the 4 friends of Meng Mountain. They were fundamentally unworthy of a strenuous pursuit. As he thought this, he flew back to the 4 friends of Meng Mountain and casually threw down his 2 captives, saying indifferently, "Treat their injuries. We still need to interrogate them." The youth and the second brother immediately acted, catching the 2. They didn't dare to show the slightest negligence. At this moment, not only did the 4 friends of Meng Mountain appear respectful, but their hearts were also filled with reverence toward him. Han Li's recent display of great and profound power left them with an unforgettable impression. Senior's cultivation is truly profound. It has greatly broadened these juniors' perspective, the dark-faced old man said with complete respect. It was nothing but minor skill. When Han Li saw the 4 friends' expressions of reverence, he couldn't help but feel somewhat proud. However, he put on an appearance that such a thing wasn't worth mentioning, causing the four to feel that Senior Han was profoundly mysterious. Da, da. At this moment, these loud bangs caused Han Li's complexion to slightly change. The four friends hastily looked over. After the middle-aged woman took a clear look, she pointed with a panicked appearance and shouted to Han Li, "Senior, quickly look! Your magic tool." Han Li had already turned his head over to look at the heaven-shrouding cup, trapping the large bald man. Startlingly loud noises rang from within, accompanied by unimaginable deformations appearing on its exterior. With each following sound, the wall of the heaven-shrouding cup protruded even more. After over 10 more large sounds, the cup was no longer recognizable, and slightest resemblance to its original shape could not be seen. But what was even worse was that the cup's yellow light had grown far duller. It seemed that the large bald man could break through the cup at any moment. Han Li was overwhelmed with shock. Although he didn't know why this inconceivable scene occurred, it was obvious that this heaven-shrouding cup couldn't contain him. His only choice at the moment was to take other actions. With this thought, Han Li retrieved the many magic tools that were orbiting above him and took out 7 to 8 puppet beasts. He had the 4 puppets he had originally taken out form a line in front of Han Li and the 4 friends, creating a barrier. Just as this was accomplished, the sound of a huge explosion could be heard as the heaven-shrouding cup magic tool shattered into multiple pieces. Then an inhuman monster flew out from its remains. "What is that?" When the middle-aged woman saw this, she involuntarily cried out. The complexions of the 3 at her side also turned green with disbelief. Even Han Li was astonished at what he saw. The large bald man who had leaped out completely resembled a demon in both appearance and physique. His height was now over 6 meters. His teeth were sharp and wild. 2 black horns protruded from his head. A long, scaled iron tail dragged behind him. But what was most astonishing were the black and red demonic patterns covering his entire body. A majority of his bare body had been concealed by an unspeakably fiendish chi. The large bald man's original appearance could faintly be made out from his face, but his eyes were glowing with a green ominous light, completely filled with the desire for blood and slaughter. The slightest of humanity no longer remained. He looked toward Han Li and the others with an ice-cold glance and crouched down, like a drawn arrow ready to be shot. When the 4 friends of Meng Mountain saw this, they dreaded disaster. But just as they were at a loss as to what to do, they suddenly heard Han Li's voice. "Release your magic tools." Following Han Li's command, over 10 puppets in front of them simultaneously opened their mouths and shot out over 10 beams of light, striking the transformed demon like lightning. The unguarded opponent was sent tumbling to the ground. Seeing this, the 4 friends of Meng Mountain couldn't help but be greatly joyous and impulsively released their magic tools, attacking the large man from every direction. They wished to quickly dispatch of this frightening monster. Unfortunately, their beautiful dream only lasted for a fleeting moment before a stream of fiendish chi shot toward the sky from the large man as he furiously jumped up. Regardless of what magic tool was attacking him, there wasn't the slightest of injury. This caused the 4 friends' eyes to open wide from shock. The transformed demon madly roared to the sky and suddenly started to wildly flourish his arms like windmills, striking at the magic tools that surrounded him. In an instant, his incredibly sharp fingers thoroughly sliced them to bits and turned them into scrap metal fragments. Without waiting for the 4 friends to recover from their shock, the transformed demon's eyes glowed with jade light and his body shook several times, appearing in front the barrier protecting Han Li and the others. It extended its claws and fiercely swung. Crush. The dark-faced old man quickly acted and activated the shield blocking the attack just in time. However, 5 deep claw marks remained on the shield. Furthermore, the old man's complexion turned extremely pale in an instant. It was obvious his magic power was not enough to maintain the shield against the onslaught. Seeing this, the large man laughed evilly and used his other claw to strike the shield at the speed of lightning. However, his expression immediately changed. He abruptly withdrew his claw and pulled back his arms, forming a cross in front of his body. At this moment, the second wave of light beams came from his front, harshly striking him once more. However, this time the transformed demon wasn't knocked down by the attack. He was only forcibly pushed back by the wave of attacks by about 100 meters. This caused the dark-faced old man who received the first claw attack to finally let out a long breath. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nervously said to the other 3, "His attacks are too ferocious. A single person's magic power won't last against his strikes. Everyone gather your strength to power the shield." Hearing the words of their eldest brother, The remaining 3 friends reached out without hesitation and placed their hands on the old man's shoulders, frenziedly pouring spiritual power into his body. In an instant, color returned to dark-faced old man's complexion. The second attack had no effect on the man transformed into a demon, which appeared to become even more violent. As soon as the puppet beast's light beams faded away, it immediately charged forward again, brandishing its fangs and claws. But as it was about to strike the white scale shield, another wave of light beams struck it back to its original location. Seeing this, Hanli tensely wrinkled his brow. Since this monster was able to break through the heaven-shrouding cup, and its body could resist the puppet beast's light beam attacks, it was clear that common top-grade magic tools wouldn't have any effects. Only treasure talismans would do any damage. With this thought, Hanli didn't hesitate any further and commanded the 4 friends of Meng Mountain, "Keep it busy with the puppet beasts. I need some time to cast my magic." With that said, Hanli did not wait for their response. He took out the Azure Mist talisman from his storage pouch and solemnly sat down with his eyes closed, the talisman in his hands. Hanli didn't tell them about the matter of the treasure talisman because he understood that as loose cultivators, they most likely would not have known of such a thing. More importantly, now was not the time to explain. His neat and incisive methods illustrated that Hanli simply did not tolerate opposition from the 4 friends of Meng Mountain. These 4 friends also clearly understood this. After they mutually glanced at each other, the dark-faced old man could only gather his courage and agree. After that, the transformed demon threw itself forward 7 to 8 more times in successive attacks, but each attack was met with dejected failure. Although that white scale shield was riddled with traces of damage from the opponent's claws, under the control of the 4 friends, it was able to obstruct his incisive jade-shattering claws. They were even able to repel it a certain distance away with the additional aid of the puppet beast's light beam attacks. Without an immediate succession of attacks from the transformed demon, the 4 friends were able to somewhat catch their breath. "Let's leave. It will be troublesome if we stay here for long and the Black Fiend School brings reinforcements," Hanli said with a deep voice as he took a look at the captured young prince and Steward Wang. The 4 friends naturally didn't have any objections. They obediently carried the 2 captives onto the Divine Wind boat. Hanli then hastily flew with all of them on board. The sky above the ruined temple regained peace once more. No one would have been able to tell that a fierce battle between cultivators had occurred here. Hanli and company returned to the Qin residence without a problem and directly descended to their dwelling. Fearing that any delay would bring trouble, Hanli made a change of plan and started to interrogate the young prince and the steward that very night. Hanli planned to personally interrogate the young prince and hand Chief Steward Wang to the 4 friends. He was convinced that with the dark-faced old man's shrewd ruthlessness, he should receive a satisfactory result. To make cultivators tell the truth was a comparatively more difficult matter for others. However, Hanli, who had a rough understanding of bewitchment techniques and was proficient in the Tao of medicine, simply had no problem in this regard. This was especially apparent with such a large difference in cultivation. Although the young prince had started by absolutely refusing to open his mouth, completely unwilling to answer Hanli's mild questioning, Hanli force-fed the young prince a medicinal liquid with no trace of politeness. As a result, the prince grew dizzy, and his mind sank into delusion. Soon after, Hanli used a common bewitchment magic technique, Hypnotic Eye, and smoothly took control of his mind. Afterwards, the prince obediently answered Hanli's questions like a puppet. Hearing the young prince's account, Hanli's appearance changed without end. At the start he was solemnly ice-cold. In the middle he was stunned and amazed. By the end he appeared conflicted and gloomy. With the young prince divulging all his hidden secrets, Hanli muttered to himself for a moment. Then he took out a black medicinal pill he had prepared beforehand and expressionlessly stuffed it down the young prince's throat before walking out of his room, not even giving the young prince another glance. This soul-breaking pill was enough to silently kill the young prince. Although Hanli didn't feel very good about using poison to kill a defenseless person, in light of the young prince using over 10 cultivators as blood sacrifices to cultivate a demonic art, his death couldn't be regarded as unjust. When he arrived at the Clear Sound courtyard, the 4 friends of Meng Mountain were discussing the interrogation with solemn expressions. Once they saw Hanli enter, they all stood and welcomed Hanli to the head seat. Hanli sat down without declining and asked, "So how about it? Did Steward Wang confess to anything?" The 4 friends exchanged mutual glances. As the eldest member, the dark-faced old man stood and replied, Senior might already know this. I'm afraid the situation is quite complicated, especially if Steward Wang didn't lie. With that said, the old man stole a look at Han Li. However, Han Li's expression was normal and didn't express anything. With no better option, the old man deliberated for a moment and forced himself to say, "This one has learned much information with regards to the Black Fiend School from Steward Wang. However, most of it is insignificant. Only one extremely jeopardizing matter is important. That is, the Black Fiend Schoolmaster is hiding in the Imperial City. Furthermore, the current mortal emperor of the state of Yu has long since become his puppet, turning the Imperial Palace into the Black Fiend School's nest. As it happens to be, the Black Fiend Schoolmaster is a man called Li Poyan, a eunuch among the stewards within Imperial Palace. It is said that he is in the middle of secluded cultivation." When the dark-faced old man said this, he wrinkled his brow. He felt this matter wasn't easy to handle. After all, even if cultivators held mortals in contempt, they still had to be somewhat wary toward the highest ruler of the mortal world. After Han Li heard this, his face didn't change. However, his heart sighed incessantly. He didn't hold any fear for the emperor, but he knew that the current royal family of the state of Yu was actually in joint cooperation with the 7 sects. Each of the sects had an unwritten rule strictly prohibiting even a half-step of entry into the Forbidden City. This was to avoid any sect from seizing the royal family by force and leaving the other sects at a disadvantage. Thus, for several hundred years, the slightest trace of 7 sect disciples had not appeared in the imperial city of Yu. So long as the state of Yu's emperor didn't make any great blunders by not making any offerings to the 7 sects, the 7 sects left them completely alone. Perhaps it was this that gave the Black Fiend School an advantageous opportunity. Han Li had already contemplated the young prince's answers many times over, but he was still unsure as to what to do. This rule had been maintained for such a long time. Even if he uncovered the true identity of the Black Fiend Schoolmaster, who knew if that would atone for his crime of trespassing into the imperial city? Not only was it possible that he could receive no merits, but he could also be severely punished. Being unable to distinguish between what was the right or wrong course of action, he grew extremely annoyed. In the long history of the 7 great sects, such occurrences had happened before. There were times when the authority of some rules was far more important than the rightness or wrongness of the matter and simply couldn't be broken in the slightest, causing Han Li to feel greatly afraid of the consequences. He wasn't someone who wished to expend effort only to receive an undesired outcome. But returning to the main topic at hand, being able to discover the true identity of the Black Fiend Schoolmaster so easily was truly unexpected. However, this was just a chance coincidence. According to the young prince's knowledge, even Foundation establishment altar lords hadn't seen the appearance of the schoolmaster before and didn't know of his origins. These two were of the few individuals who knew the Black Fiend Schoolmaster's identity. This was completely because Steward Wang and the young prince had a rather familiar relationship to the Black Fiend Schoolmaster. One of them was the Black Fiend Schoolmaster's older cousin and had saved his life before. The other was his only official disciple and received no small amount of favor. With such intimate relationships, they were able to know the true identities of many important figures. Otherwise, in such a large city such as Yuejing, how could 2 among many of the school's qi condensation disciples hold such influential positions in the school? Chapter 311. Secrets of Blood Sacrifice. Just as Han Li was considering this, the dark-faced old man continued without stopping. We were unable to discover the true circumstances of the Black Fiend Schoolmaster's cultivation. By his side, there are 4 great blood servants closely protecting him, similar to the one we encountered today. It is certain that we are not capable of being their match as we are now. Thus, I recommend to Senior that we do not take the initiative to further provoke them and that it would be best to wait for reinforcements. Be at ease. This Black Fiend Schoolmaster is at most a late Foundation establishment cultivator. I'm quite certain he has yet to reach core formation. Han Li, who had originally been listening from the beginning, suddenly interrupted the old man's words and said this with much certainty. Han Li's words stunned the dark-faced old man at first, but he suddenly became happy. The others also appeared greatly relieved. Although they didn't know why Han Li was so certain, since it was Senior Han who had said this, it was extremely unlikely he was wrong. A moment ago they had been discussing that if their enemy happened to be a core formation cultivator, they would only be able to flee in humiliation. Even if with the assistance of reinforcements from the 7 sects, it was still uncertain if the Black Fiend Schoolmaster could be dealt with. But now that Han Li had said this, the hearts of the four friends of Meng Mountain naturally grew much calmer. Could Senior tell us a few things? When we interrogated Steward Wang, he didn't have the slightest idea about the Black Fiend Schoolmaster's cultivation. Fourth brother, what nonsense are you speaking? Since Senior Han has said this, it must be completely true. The dark-faced old man fiercely rebuked the youth with a serious expression. When Han Li heard their words, he slightly smiled and calmly said, "This isn't some kind of secret. This information came from the fact that the schoolmaster requires Foundation establishment cultivators to conduct blood sacrifices." Han Li's relaxed voice slowly explained this. Although our Yellow Maple Valley isn't very involved with devilish Dao cultivation techniques, we do have some understanding of blood sacrifices, this impatient and destructive evil magic. This devilish art works by taking in other cultivators' blood essence and using it to boost their own cultivation. This was once a common occurrence in previous devilish sects, as it is able to greatly increase a cultivator's magic power in a short period and skip a great amount of time spent in meditation, bitterly cultivating. As a result, there was a time in the cultivation world when not only the devilish Dao but even righteous sects had many people secretly cultivation this technique. After Han Li said this, he coldly laughed, and a slight sneer occurred at the corner of his mouth. Then he continued, "However, this insane cultivation technique not only required the vicious and merciless slaughter of many other cultivators, but it also had a fatal flaw. It is only effective at the level of Foundation establishment and below. In addition, those who use blood sacrifices are doomed to stay at Foundation establishment for the rest of their lives without any hope of reaching core formation. During that time when so many cultivators secretly cultivated this devilish art, not a single one of them was able to reach core formation. What's worse is that as they consumed the blood sacrifice's magic power, they would often experience backlash. If one was not careful, he or she would encounter and die. Obviously, the main reason as to why this cultivation technique disappeared without a trace was because it became taboo amongst all cultivators to consume another's blood essence. Thus, both the righteous and the devil Dao gradually eradicated those who practiced this devilish art. However, it was later said that the devilish Dao had hated to part with this method of hurriedly increasing their cultivation and instead created a cultivation technique that was known as blood sacrifice. However, this method didn't directly consume another's blood essence. Instead, it would use a cultivator's soul. Although I've heard the rise in cultivation wasn't as sudden or quick as the original blood sacrifice, it shared the same restrictions, preventing core formation and containing the same danger of backlash. It was aptly named soul sacrifice. With regards to soul sacrifice, my sect's ancient records didn't mention much of it. I only know that once it was established, it was only grasped by a few higher echelon experts of the Devil Dao and wasn't widely circulated, preventing a massacre in the cultivation world. Furthermore, there are also many other restrictions in other areas. In a single breath, Han Li had spoken of many secrets with regards to blood sacrifice. As rogue cultivators, this greatly widened the perspective of the four friends of Meng Mountain. At the same time, they also knew why Han Li was certain that the Black Fiend Schoolmaster was only at Foundation establishment. It was very obvious that that Black Fiend School used the first method of blood sacrifice. We have already acquired a rough understanding of the internal circumstances of the Black Fiend School. However, that large bald man escaped, so by now the Black Fiend School should know of our circumstances as well. They might immediately abandon their nest and flee. As such, if they've hidden themselves again, we would be at a disadvantage. The second brother suddenly thought of something and voiced his concern with worry. Impossible. It is currently unlikely for the Black Fiend School to immediately flee. From what I learned from the young prince, the Black Fiend Schoolmaster is currently in a crucial point in secluded cultivation at some cave within the Imperial Palace. I've heard that the schoolmaster had prepared this secluded cultivation for several years and absolutely wouldn't give it up halfway through. It's most likely that they are gathering their forces and guarding against us. Han Li's tone of words held ridicule toward the Black Fiend School. Hearing these words, the four friends' spirits were roused, and they revealed slight excitement. Senior, then next we must. After the dark-faced old man calmed down, he probingly asked this. We don't have to do anything next except calmly wait for reinforcements. Although the other party knows of our circumstances, they don't know where we are hiding. Furthermore, the people taking care of their business in Yuejing are none other than the two captives in our hands. If the Black Fiend School wanted to go find us, they wouldn't be able to send any capable men. However, everyone must be a bit careful. In the coming days, stay and properly cultivate within the residence. When reinforcements come, we will then make our decision. Han Li massaged his nose with his hand as he said this, with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. His eyes had already become narrow slits. With a mysterious smile on his face, Han Li caused the others to feel greatly perplexed. The imperial city of the state of Yu occupied 1/5 of its land. However, 1/3 of the imperial city was occupied by the glorious and magnificent imperial palace. Layers of perfectly cut jade bricks formed the palace floors, along with countless elegant corridors, in addition to many decorative gardens with rarely seen flowers and plants. Even eunuchs and palace maids who had lived in the palace for years would often lose their way, a testament to how extensive the imperial palace was. It was currently almost midnight. The original bustling of court eunuchs and palace maids had long exchanged for a heavy guard with sentries posted every few meters. But under these circumstances, there was still a person whose entire body was tightly covered in a wide cloak, swaggering through the layers of sentries with a gold medallion in hand, walking toward the depths of the cold palace hall. This person was extremely tall. Looking at the sinister palace gate, the mysterious man suddenly shed off his cloak and exposed his massive bald head. This was precisely the large bald man who had escaped from Han Li. At this moment he no longer had his demonic appearance and seemed quite normal. However, his face was pale and seemed lacking in blood. It appeared his origin chi had been greatly depleted. "Who is it?" Just as the large bald man walked 2 steps forward, an extremely cold voice came from within the palace hall. "Ice Demon, it's me." The large bald man replied without a trace of politeness. He walked through the gate without stopping. "So it was Tai Luo. You came back from your mission. But wait, why are your footsteps so weak and your chi so lacking? Could it be that you, who claims to be seldom harmed by magic tools and impenetrable to ice and fire, suffered quite a bit?" The ice-cold voice asked with some shock. But soon after, the speaker took joy in the bald man's misfortune. "Humph, what does an ice-cold fellow like you know? The person I encountered this time was a formidable fellow. Let alone me, even if us two worked together, I fear we wouldn't be good enough. Were it not for the quick-witted fiend demon transformation I planned in advance, I fear I would have lost my life there," the large bald man replied with a cold smile. "You used the fiend demon transformation? No wonder your origin chi has been injured. It seems that without a month of bitter cultivation, you won't have any hope of recovering. However, being able to pressure you like this, your opponent must truly be exceptional. Tell me about him." This ice demon held great curiosity in his words. "After I first begged the schoolmaster for forgiveness, I will return and tell you this in detail. The schoolmaster's unnamed disciple was captured by the enemy, so right now I don't have time to deal with you. I don't know what punishment I'll receive for this blunder." The large bald man impatiently answered. "Old Tai, you might not know, but unlike the others, it's as if we are all of one heart with the schoolmaster. How could the schoolmaster punish you? At most he would rebuke you." The ice demon replied with objection. But these words soon lagged behind as the originally shut palace hall doors opened by themselves with a creak. An incomparably dark gateway was revealed, similar to that of a demonic beast opening its mouth to devour its chosen prey. When the large bald man saw this, he couldn't help but walk forward hesitantly. "Qing Wen and Yi Shi?" When the large bald man walked forward through the doors, he immediately asked the white silhouette to the side. "They went to the blood prison to cultivate. For the time being, only I remain to take care of things." The image of the white silhouette erratically swayed in the shadows. His body was emitting faint white chi from all over, preventing the bald man from seeing his true appearance. "Humph! That Qing Wen is already at mid-foundation establishment, but yet he still cultivates so diligently. Could it be he isn't afraid of true essence backlash? And that brat Yi Shi, when has he ever been so hard-working?" The large bald man revealed an expression of astonishment and asked this, puzzled. "When you hear this, don't be envious. That Yi Shi said he felt that he was about to enter mid-foundation establishment. Who gave this guy such good aptitude? He can still keep up with us even without cultivating. What can be done?" Although the ice demon advised the large man to not be jealous, his own words were filled with a sour tone. Chapter 312. Reinforcements and Peace. "Ice Demon, it isn't because you find this guy displeasing to the eye, but rather that you want me to pick a fight with Yi Shi," the large bald man coldly said, glaring at the ice demon. That could be true. Regardless, don't you want to go see the schoolmaster? It would be best to go now. The schoolmaster has yet to start refining chi from his latest blood sacrifice." The white silhouette addressed the worry on the large man's mind, changing the subject without care. The large bald man clearly understood that the other party's words were a slight towards him, but he simply snorted and walked into the darkness with large strides. After turning several corners and walking through 6 or 7 courtyards, the large man arrived at an extremely remote but expansive rock garden. At the sight of it, an expression of reverence had appeared on his face. Subordinate Tai pays respects to schoolmaster. The large man loudly greeted with a bow. So it's Tai Luo. How were you wounded? A middle-aged man's magnetic distant voice came from the rock garden where the Black Fiend schoolmaster had secluded himself. It was likely that this was completely unthinkable to Han Li and the others. Many thanks for schoolmaster's concern, but this subordinate simply used the demon transformation technique. There is only a bit of damage to my vitality. When the large bald man heard the schoolmaster's words, he gave a careful reply. For a moment the schoolmaster didn't immediately give a reply. After a long while he faintly said, "From what I can see, this mission was a failure. Otherwise, my unnamed disciple should have followed you back for the mission debriefing. Please forgive me, schoolmaster." This subordinate didn't do his best to protect the young master and protector Wang, both of whom fell into the enemy's hands. This subordinate willingly receives the schoolmaster's strict punishment. The large man gritted his teeth and said this with an appearance of shame. Punishment? Why would I punish you? Since you've already used the demon transformation technique, it clearly shows that this enemy was truly too strong. It wasn't because you didn't try your best. Besides, they were only a disciple and a protector, so losing them isn't anything too terrible. If you, on the other hand, were to fall into the enemy's hands, then I truly would have a headache. Many thanks for schoolmaster's forgiveness. This subordinate will certainly do his utmost for schoolmaster in order to make up for this failure. The Black Fiend schoolmaster had skillfully won over his subordinate's heart, stirring up emotions from the large bald man with his words. In response, the bald man immediately made a great display of loyalty. And very good. But before anything else, tell me about the fight that occurred. I want to know which sect this cultivator came from. He is unexpectedly so fierce. The Black Fiend schoolmaster was clearly very satisfied with the large man's words, but he still asked about Han Li with great curiosity. As you bid. The large man hastily agreed. The techniques of the Foundation establishment cultivator who we wanted to capture were extremely peculiar. He was unexpectedly able to control mechanical beast-like figurines. Furthermore, his strength was not lacking. At the time, the large bald man thoroughly narrated the events of his fight with Han Li and how he used the demonic transformation technique when the situation turned sour. After the large man finished, the rock garden was quiet for a moment. The Black Fiend schoolmaster seemed to be thinking of something. After a while, a clear and cold voice spoke. Based on the description of this cultivator's control of figurines, this should be the puppet technique of the Thousand Bamboo School, and thus he is likely a cultivator from this school. I heard earlier that a few thousand Bamboo School cultivators had appeared within the borders of Yuanwu. He is probably one of them. However, your intuition to immediately flee after your demon transformation was a very wise decision. Otherwise, you wouldn't be speaking here with me now, the Black Fiend schoolmaster said indifferently. That can't be. Although I am not confident that my transformed demonic body would be able to truly withstand his treasure talisman, were it not for the fact that I was unable to control my own body after the demonic transformation, I would have actually wanted to fight him. Even if I wasn't his match, I would have completely been able to flee without harm, the large man replied with some refusal. Tai Luo, I know that you were able to withstand a treasure talisman once before and came out unscathed. However, talisman treasures greatly differ in power from one another. Even if 2 treasure talismans were refined from the same magic treasure, their strength wouldn't necessarily be the same. Also, with this treasure talisman's strange appearance, I can conclude that you wouldn't be able to endure his attacks even with your fiend demon transformation. If it were Qing Wen's wood devil transformation, there may have been some chance of victory. The Black Fiend sect master smiled warmly and gave the large man an explanation. Many thanks for schoolmaster's advice. Still somewhat unconvinced, the large man still expressed his thanks with acknowledgement. Schoolmaster, how should we respond to this cultivator? Since the opponent isn't a cultivator from the 7 sects, should us 4 blood servants be dispatched to capture him alive and present him for schoolmaster's cultivation? The large bald man eagerly asked. It was obvious he planned to find Han Li and settle the score. There's no need. It was only a guess that he was a Thousand Bamboo School cultivator. I'm not completely certain and he may have other helpers. Also, I am at a crucial point of my secluded cultivation and do not wish to provoke any great enemies. Confine all the disciples within the capital in the coming days and have them all remain at the imperial palace. These matters will be put off until I reach great success stage in my cultivation. Even if there are no foundation establishment cultivators to serve as blood sacrifices, it will only delay my progress by a few months. At that time, apart from core formation cultivators, no foundation establishment cultivator will be my match. As the Black Fiend schoolmaster said this, his originally flat tone became filled with excitement. The Black Fiend schoolmaster's thoughts happened to be just as Hanli had anticipated. This subordinate wishes good fortune for schoolmaster's cultivation breakthrough to the great success stage. This one will immediately arrange for the school disciples at the imperial palace to fortify the number of guards. We won't allow them to disturb the schoolmaster in the slightest, the large man loudly declared with tact. Good, carry out the arrangements. After the Black Fiend schoolmaster finished saying this, he seemed to be somewhat tired and didn't say anything further. Thus, the large bald man respectfully took several steps back, turned around and departed. This location once again became an unremarkable corner of the cold palace. Time passed by quickly. It was half a month since Hanli passed on the newly acquired intelligence. At this moment, the Black Fiend School and Hanli had taken the same action and withdrew. Since the Black Fiend School didn't dispatch their troops to search wide for the Hanli's hideout, Hanli didn't dare to break down the stalemate and rush into the imperial city, showing his usual calm restraint. It appeared that nothing happened to both sides during this time. It would be reasonable to say that the Devil Dao should have already shown themselves, but no information of them had appeared, causing Hanli to let out a great sigh of relief. Hanli's most feared scenario where the Black Fiend School and the Devil Dao would collaborate together and simultaneously stir up vile trouble did not occur. Hanli couldn't help but secretly rejoice from this. According to Hanli's calculations, even if Li Huayuan sent people over, they would arrive in about 10 days at the earliest. Thus, he calmly cultivated every day and didn't rashly go out. At Hanli's suggestion, Qin Yin had also stayed in at the residence for the past recent days and evaded invitations to go out, claiming that he wanted to deepen and enjoy familial ties. But on the morning of this very day, as Hanli was meditating and refining qi on his bed, he suddenly opened his eyes, exposing a trace of cold light. Which fellow Taoists have come to visit? There's no need to be so secretive. Come out. After Hanli coldly said this, he patted his storage pouch and immediately took out the white scale shield blocking his front. At the same time, his other hand grasped a fire cloud talisman. He appeared as if he were facing a great enemy. What caused Hanli to act so seriously was the feeling of shock in response to the appearance of 3 to 4 foundation establishment cultivators lingering outside the door. Although they used qi concealment magic techniques, Hanli, who cultivated the nameless chant, could faintly feel their presence. Hanli thought to himself with astonishment, could it be that the 4 great blood servants of the Black Fiend School have all come? When this thought raced through his mind, Hanli endlessly complained to himself and immediately planned his escape. As for the 4 friends of Meng Mountain and those from the Qin residence, Hanli couldn't do anything for them. He could only leave them to find their own luck. While Hanli's mind was filled with these distracting thoughts, not a single magic tool or Taoist technique came from outside as Hanli had expected. Instead, he heard a bright and cheerful voice. Hee, how about it? I said you wouldn't be able to conceal yourselves from Junior Marshal Brother. Young Junior Marshal Brother has already entered mid-foundation establishment. Don't show off your mere skill in front of Junior Marshal Brother Han. This was an extremely familiar voice to Hanli. His mind stirred as he loudly answered, could it be that Senior Marshal Brother Song has arrived? Let Junior Marshal Brother give you his greetings. Hanli's words were filled with pleasant surprise. Junior Marshal Brother, you've guessed correctly. After the voice's owner said this, he opened the door and strutted into Hanli's room. It was Hanli's 4th Senior Marshal Brother, Song Meng. 2 men and a woman stood behind him. Apart from the serious appearance of a young handsome man, the other 2 looked at Hanli with a smile. Among them, a man with a scholarly appearance said with a smile, 8th Junior Marshal Brother, I've heard your name from Master. Chapter 313. Decision. At this moment, Hanli turned his head toward the handsome youth and politely said, 6th Senior Marshal Brother has also come. The affairs of this little brother have truly troubled Senior Marshal Brother. Wu Xian indifferently responded with, N, and said nothing more. Han Li simply smiled, displaying nothing out of the ordinary. He clearly understood now that ever since that matter with Dong Xianer, this sixth senior martial brother did not find Han Li pleasant to the eye. However, Han Li himself didn't really mind much. After all, this person was much easier to deal with than hypocrites and other such vile characters. Right now, however, Wu Xian was looking at Han Li with a trace of amazement. Last time they had seen each other, Han Li was only at early foundation establishment. But now, after just a short period of time, Han Li had already entered mid-foundation establishment. How could Wu Xian, who was still lingering at early foundation establishment, not feel greatly astonished and envious? Senior martial brothers, please come in. I'll go ahead and steep a pot of good tea for you. Han Li invited the four into the room with a smile and then turned around and went inside ahead of the others. There is no rush to drink tea. Let's first talk about the Black Fiend School's experts. I've always wanted to have a few truly great battles with foundation establishment cultivators. Unfortunately, when I was at Master's side, the old man didn't allow me or 8th junior martial brother to freely kill Devil Dao cultivators. Otherwise, I would possibly be in the same boat as junior brother Han and be dispatched to the border to engage in mutual combat. When Song Meng and the others entered the room and sat down, he hastily asked this with itching impatience and curiosity. This fourth senior martial brother normally treated people extremely coldly. But now that fierce close combat was imminent, he immediately acted like any other person, becoming excited and unafraid. Nonsense. I've heard that success in frontline battles doesn't rely solely on how many enemies you've killed before. What's most important is one's own cultivation. Because junior martial brother Han had bitterly cultivated beyond everyone else with great success, he was able to naturally succeed in this area. When the third senior martial brother Lu Jing heard Song Meng's words, he couldn't help but tighten his face and say this with a somewhat rebuking tone. Hearing this, Han Li felt greatly surprised. He hadn't thought that these three senior martial brothers would speak mercilessly. He believed that with Song Meng's temperament he wouldn't be immediately rebuked. This left Han Li dumbstruck. Song Meng only chuckled and then remained silent. While Han Li was left in shock, the three senior martial brothers had suddenly turned their heads to him and amiably said, "Master already gave us a rough explanation, but in these passing days, I'm sure that new information has surfaced. I hope Han Li could give us a detailed briefing." "Yes. I'm also very curious. Who's part of this evil school that dares to abduct so many cultivators? They truly have great courage." Seventh martial sister Zhong Wenyang didn't appear to be much older than Han Li. She had a round face with great clear white skin, and her smile had two shallow dimples. She was truly adorable. However, Han Li clearly understood that this senior martial sister Zhong was a genuine genius cultivator. He had heard that by the age of 16, she had already entered foundation establishment. She was now only one step away from mid-foundation establishment and received much favor from Li Huayuan and his wife. With that thought, Han Li sighed and slowly said, "Senior martial sister Zhong probably already knows that the majority of the cultivators abducted by the Black Fiend School were used as blood sacrifices for cultivation. A small number of them were spared, threatened into becoming their wretched followers. As a group of evil cultivators unfit to be seen under sunlight, they would naturally have great courage. Furthermore, after so many years of development, they now have quite a few foundation establishment experts, each of them extremely vicious. Blood sacrifice. That evil cultivation art that raises one's cultivation by absorbing the blood essence of other cultivators? When Wu Xian heard this, his face hardened, asking this with a trembling voice. Song Meng and the others also displayed similar shock. "Eighth junior martial brother, are you not mistaken? Is it truly that bloody cultivation art?" Lu Jing's scholarly face had a menacing air and a faint, ominous glint could be seen from his eyes. When Han Li saw this, his heart trembled. He had heard long ago that although this third senior martial brother did not have the greatest cultivation among Li Huayuan's disciples, he was famed among the junior generation of the seven sects for his bloody, obsessive hatred of evil and have slain countless degenerate cultivators by his hand. This was the main reason why martial idiots like Song Meng held such reverence toward third senior martial brother Lu Jing. That's correct. They have cultivated like this for many years. Han Li naturally didn't conceal anything about the Black Fiend School and nodded his head with certainty. "Junior martial brother Han, tell us everything that happened," senior martial brother Lu solemnly said to Han Li. "The circumstances are as such. I had originally gone to attend a banquet at Prince Xian's residence with the Qin clan lord." Han Li slowly narrated through the events that occurred since that day at Prince Xian's residence. Naturally, secret details involving himself were excluded. However, Han Li did not expect that these three senior martial brothers were not easily deceived. They interrupted Han Li several times and carefully inquired about a few unclear details. Since the slightest mistake would cause Han Li to reveal everything, these questions truly caused sweat to flow down Han Li's back several times. This was the first time Han Li felt that weaving lies was truly difficult. After he answered all of Lu Jing's questions, the other three's complexions greatly changed. This small black fiend school actually had 4 foundation establishment blood servants, not to mention several altar masters with similar cultivation bases and that profound school master. Furthermore, what was more troublesome was that their nest was actually Yuejing's forbidden city. Senior Martial Brother Lu, should we ask Master for instructions and ask the sect for more men? With just us, I fear it will be extremely difficult to capture the Black Fiend sect's schoolmaster, Wu Xian said with hesitation. It was obvious that he didn't want to violate the 7 sects entry ban and that he wasn't entirely confident in his own strength. What? It seems 6th junior martial brother is somewhat cowardly? When Lu Jing heard Wu Xian's words, he raised his sharp eyebrows and spat this out with annoyance. Of course not. I only feel that acting as such is a bit unreliable. According to junior martial brother Han's words, they won't be able to run for quite some time. As such, asking for Master's opinion seems more appropriate. Wu Xian hastily disputed, naturally unwilling to admit this. Oh, that's good. This elder brother was just suspicious. However, junior martial brother Wu doesn't need to ask such a worrisome question. When we arrived, Master repeatedly warned us that if we encountered any difficulties, we should ask for assistance from Marshal Senior Hui Ming's disciples, who were sent to the nearby South Crow City for sect affairs. With Masters and Marshal Senior Hui Ming's friendly relationship, they will be certain to help us. Humph. Since we already know the Imperial Palace has already become a den of evil, how could I, Lu, turn a blind eye to them? Don't hesitate to follow me in. As for whether our charge into the Imperial Palace will violate the 7 sects prohibition, I, Lu Jing, will bear all the responsibility. Lu Jing declared with an ice-cold expression. Everyone at the scene looked at each other in dismay except for 7th senior martial sister Zhong Wenyang, who looked at him with enchanted eyes. It was obvious she had long fallen for this 3rd senior martial brother. Good. Since 3rd martial brother has said this, then junior martial brother naturally won't miss such a good show as this and will fight alongside senior martial brother. Song Meng became excited by senior martial brother Lu's words and heroically said this. I also won't leave senior martial brother. I will certainly charge together with him into the imperial city. Zhong Wenyang repeatedly agreed, having come to her senses. When Lu Jing heard these two speak, his face smiled, expressing his gratitude. Then he turned his head toward Han Li and Wu Xian and asked, I don't know what you junior martial brothers intend to do. If you feel that senior martial brothers' methods are inappropriate and do not wish to participate in this battle, this senior martial brother will absolutely not force you. When he said this, Han Li hesitated, pondering about the advantages and disadvantages. Wu Xian, on the other hand, clenched his teeth. After his face changed between red and white several times, he said, Unless Master permits it with his very own mouth, I will not deliberately violate the prohibition. If senior martial brother truly wishes to personally charge into the Imperial Palace, I will not take part in it. I must first ask Master for instructions. His reasons were completely justifiable. You what? Hearing these words, Zhong Wenyang stood up with fury filling her chest. She wanted to say something but was stopped by Lu Jing. 6th junior martial brother's words are reasonable. To charge together with me into the Forbidden City is a strenuous and unrewarding task. We might also incur further blame after we withdraw. 3rd senior martial brother calmly commented. What does junior martial brother Han think? Could it be you are also going to mimic this fellow's example? You are a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Surely you aren't so cowardly. In order to give her beloved a helping hand, Zhong Wenyang did not hesitate to use such shallow provocations. When Han Li heard this, he inwardly rolled his eyes. Han Li didn't immediately respond and instead lowered his head in thought, muttering to himself for a moment. This senior martial brother Lu was very considerate and did not rush Han Li. Instead, he calmly sat down and waited for Han Li's decision. All right, I will go. I was the one who originally raised this matter, so it would be inexcusable if I didn't go. Furthermore, I truly wish to experience the might of this mysterious Black Fiend school master. After a long while, Han Li lifted his head and suddenly smiled, saying this with a soft voice. 1. TL, martial idiot, obsessed with combat and fighting but not much else. Chapter 314. Meeting together. When Han Li said this, Zhong Wenyang beamed with joy and couldn't help but praise Han Li. Lu Jing also revealed a grateful expression. As for Song Meng, he stepped forward and firmly patted Han Li on the shoulder 2 times. With a large smile, he said, "If I hadn't already met you and you were actually unwilling to go, I certainly would have had a falling out with you. However, I already know Junior Marshal Brother is a valiant figure." With that said, Song Meng glared coldly at Wu Xian. It seemed that Wu Xian truly did not have a good relationship with his fellow martial brothers. When Wu Xian saw this, he snorted and said, "Since it is like this, I will find a peaceful place and won't disturb your grand event. I will tell Master everything that happened and hope that he doesn't blame you." Having said this, Wu Xian expressionlessly walked out of the room and left the Qin residence on his flying magic tool. 6th Senior Marshal Brother is truly outrageous. He actually ran away as soon as a battle approached. It's unfortunate that he is my senior martial brother. Zhong Wenyang grumbled with great dissatisfaction. Enough. Everyone has their own ambitions, so don't force him. We must make our plans and arrangements as soon as possible. The faster we move, the safer we will be. After all, who knows if the Black Fiend schoolmaster is able to leave seclusion earlier than we originally thought, Lu Jing solemnly added. Senior Marshal Brother has much experience in exterminating degenerate cultivators. You plan it? We will act as you say. In any case, when the time comes, I am fine so long as I take part in the fighting. Song Meng exclaimed with an excited appearance. Junior Marshal Brother Song Yu. Lu Jing was rendered speechless by Song Meng's complete lack of plans and was left not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Zhong Wenyang's eyes became crescent moons as she smiled sweetly. Han Li also faintly smiled and did not speak. 7th Junior Marshal Sister, you are quite familiar with Marshal Senior Huaming's disciple, Junior Marshal Sister Qin. As such, it would be better if you were the one to go. Right now, she is at South Crow City. Please go and request their assistance. After Lu Jing regained his composure, he calmly asked this of Zhong Wenyang. Junior Marshal Sister Qin is also here? I haven't seen her for some time. However, we have quite a good relationship. There should be no question about her assistance. Zhong Wenyang replied with complete confidence. When Han Li heard the words Junior Marshal Sister Qin, his heart shook. He thought to himself in confusion, what a coincidence. Is it really her? While Han Li was in doubt, he heard Lu Jing say something to him. Junior Marshal Brother Han, I fear we will have to stay at the Qin residence for a while longer. We will require you to contact the members of the Qin residence and arrange a quiet residence for us, allowing for peaceful cultivation. The 3rd Senior Marshal Brother spoke calmly. Han Li naturally agreed. Then what should I do? Song Meng couldn't help but impatiently ask. You will remain here and properly take care of the Qin residence in case the Black Fiend School suddenly launches an attack. I will go to the streets from time to time and look for any movements from the Black Fiend School. Since Junior Marshal Brother Han has already revealed their faces, it'll be harder for us to find them in public. Lu Ming answered indifferently. I understand. When he heard this, Song Meng dispiritedly agreed. The following days were extremely peaceful. Apart from Zhong Wenyang departing for Nanwu City to request assistance, the others generally remained at the Qin residence and cultivated. As for 3rd Marshal Brother Lu Jing, he went out several times in accordance with his previous words. However, he didn't acquire any useful information. It seemed as if all the Black Fiend School disciples had completely withdrawn themselves and went into hiding. Wu Xian was staying at an inn in Yuejing. Nobody knew what he wrote in his letter to Li Huayuan, but once he sent the letter, he casually and leisurely strolled through the bustling, lively parts of Yuejing without any thought of returning to the Qin residence. Nanwu City wasn't very far from Yuejing, so in less than 3 days, Senior Marshal Sister Zhong returned with 3 men and 2 women in tow. Among these was an exceptionally cool and elegant woman whom Han Li recognized to be Junior Marshal Sister Qin Xiaoqian. This caused Han Li's heart to be on edge. When Qin Xiaoqian saw Han Li, she revealed slight shock, but she didn't say anything. Even if they hadn't spoken to one another, she was unable to consider Han Li to be a stranger. The other 3 men and 1 woman were Qin Xiaoqian's fellow apprentices. 2 were at mid-foundation establishment and 2 were at early foundation establishment. When they saw Lu Jing, they appeared very cordial. It seemed they all recognized him. Zhong Wenyang introduced Han Li to everyone present as her newly accepted junior apprentice brother. But after hearing Han Li's name, the new arrivals apart from Qin Xiaoqin revealed expressions of amazement. "You are Junior Marshal Brother Han? You truly are quite young. We've all heard of Junior Marshal Brother Han's great reputation. A single person at the front lines was able to kill over 10 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Devil Dao. Truly amazing." Qin Xiaoqian's senior apprentice sister shouted with a sweet smile. This beautiful 27-year-old woman appeared to greatly admire Han Li. When these words left her lips, Lu Jing and Zhong Wenyang were greatly shocked. These two had been earlier dispatched on assignments and didn't participate in the second campaign between the Seven Sects and the Devil Dao. Naturally, they hadn't heard of Han Li's great acts in the slightest. Now that they heard their acquaintances say this, they felt greatly shocked. It should be known that although third senior marshal brother had killed countless degenerate cultivators, he only killed 2 or 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, each time being a bitter and long struggle for victory. However, Han Li had unexpectedly accomplished the great act of killing over 10 such Foundation establishment cultivators, causing these two to feel astonished. They couldn't help but size up this unremarkable junior marshal brother Han once more and feel far more respect toward him. Fourth senior marshal brother, we didn't know about junior marshal brother Han's accomplishments. Could you clearly explain why you never told me this? After she recovered her shock, Zhong Wenyang suddenly thought of something and loudly scolded Song Meng, who was standing to the side, concealing his laughter with his sleeve. It was a rather harsh criticism. "Junior marshal sister, you never asked me." Chapter 315. Preparations for the unexpected and suspicion. In the dead of night, Han Li quietly slipped out of his room without anyone noticing and then flew by himself in the direction of the Imperial City on his flying magic tool. While standing on the Divine Wind boat, Han Li looked down at a colossal pitch-black object from above, the huge entrance to the Imperial City. He faintly smiled and flew over it. In Han Li's eyes, the Seven Sects' mandate forbidding any disciples from trespassing into the Imperial City simply didn't matter to him. He would only comply with rules that he found to be beneficial to himself. Otherwise, he would be absurdly obeying empty rules that only served to stifle his actions. He had never been someone who strictly obeyed the rules. As Han Li coldly smiled, he had already flown more than 300 meters above the Imperial Palace and was clearly violating the prohibition. Taking advantage of the pitch-black night, Han Li silently surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping across even the most desolate and unremarkable areas. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he flew toward an imperial garden filled with azure bamboo. Arriving above the bamboo forest, Han Li cautiously swept his gaze in every direction. Then he concealed his body's spiritual qi and slowly descended. Han Li clearly understood that although the Black Fiend School controlled the Imperial Palace, they weren't able to keep an eye on every place. Furthermore, although they had many sentries with his nameless qi vanishing chant, he didn't have the slightest fear of any Black Fiend School members discovering him. Besides, from what he learned from the young prince, he was very familiar with the usual arrangements of the Black Fiend School sentries. Even if they revised the sentry placements so long as he doesn't mindlessly rush into a heavily guarded area, Han Li was completely unworried. This place was clearly a forgotten corner of the Imperial Palace. Not only was the bamboo forest filled with dried branches and rotten leaves, it also faintly released the smell of decay. The branches and leaves were left uncut, causing the forest to appear lush and thriving. Seeing this 5-acre-sized bamboo forest, Han Li revealed a satisfied expression. He cast incantation gestures and released a soundproofing barrier, shrouding the entire bamboo forest. Then with a solemn expression he took out a set of formation plates and flags. This was the improved 5 elements reversal formation that Qi Yunxiao had given him. Even if the Black Fiend Schoolmaster is difficult to deal with this 5 phases reversal formation, we can just take up an invincible position. Han Li looked at the set of magic tools in his hand and muttered this to himself. He then strode into the pitch-black forest with a resolute spirit. 4 hours later, Han Li slowly walked out with an exhausted appearance. Because time was short, he was only able to lay out a small portion of the formation, but it still should be enough. Han Li took a look in every direction, and upon seeing that there was no one there, he released the soundproofing barrier and then flew off on his Divine Wind boat. Han Li had been quiet and hadn't alarmed anyone from the Black Fiend School during the time he infiltrated the Imperial Palace and set up the Great Formation. Although the four great blood servants were exceptionally vigilant due to the instructions of the Black Fiend schoolmaster, the situation was as Hanli had predicted. They had only placed dense sentries outside of the Cold Palace, but the other locations were now even more lax than before. This was one of the reasons Hanli was able to leave and enter so easily. When he flew back to the Qin residence, the sky was still dark. Hanli chose to spend the remaining time before daybreak to mediate. When morning came, he walked out of the room and gathered together with the others in the large hall as if nothing had happened. He chatted and joked with the others as normal. Upon discussion of the upcoming great battle, he didn't mention the 5 elements reversal formation in the slightest. In Han Li's mind, the fewer that knew of this prepared life preservation measure, the better. If he didn't end up needing to use this formation in order to achieve a decisive victory, he would be even more happy. This 5 phases reversal formation would remain as his own trump card. Lu Ming and his fellow Yellow Maple Valley sect members naturally didn't know what Han Li was thinking. But when the topic of this night's upcoming great battle was mentioned, everyone revealed eager and excited appearances. Apart from Lu Jing and 2 or 3 others, the rest of them had no experience fighting other Foundation establishment cultivators. This was the main reason why Han Li didn't feel very confident about this operation. Han Li had continuously believed that cultivators that haven't experienced their baptism of blood were certain to have a disastrous end, even when facing experienced opponents with lower cultivation. To make a mistake and lose one's life wasn't a rare occurrence. Thus, when he saw these people happily chat and laugh, his eyes occasionally revealed a strange expression. After all, cultivators that were able to reach Foundation establishment were certain to have faced some hardship to reach where they were today. However, after tonight's battle, these people were likely to be buried there, which was an extremely pitiful thought. Junior Marshal Brother Han, could you accompany me for a moment? Chen Xianxiao, who had originally been bantering with Zhong Wenyang, then looked at Han Li's face and suddenly asked him to accompany her. Not only was Han Li amazed by these words, but even Qin Xiaoqian's fellow apprentices were silently gaping in surprise. With a gaze of disbelief, they glanced at Han Li and their young junior marshal sister who had always been cold toward male cultivators. Seeing Han Li's blank, foolish appearance, Zhong Wenyang rolled her eyes. It was unknown what she was thinking before she suddenly went to whisper a few words in Qin Xiaoqian's ear. Suddenly this junior marshal sister Chen blushed, and after giving Zhong Wenyang a fierce look, she walked out of the great hall in a relaxed manner. She appeared to be quietly waiting for Han Li to follow her. Young junior marshal brother, what are you spacing out for? Such a beautiful woman as junior marshal sister Chen is waiting for you outside. What are you hesitating for? Lu Jing smiled as he walked over and lightly patted Han Li's shoulder, saying this jokingly. Han Li rubbed his nose with all his strength and wanted to bitterly laugh, but for some unknown reason he couldn't even smile. After dryly laughing a few times, Han Li walked out under the envious gazes of the male cultivators. If he further hesitated, wouldn't that appear as if he were truly lacking in confidence? He felt as if he had nothing to be afraid of. After he walked out of the hall, Qin Xiaoqian was still lost in thought as she looked in the direction of the garden with heart-moving attractiveness. As she heard Han Li's footsteps, without turning her head, she coldly said, "Accompany me to the garden. I wish to consult with Junior Marshal Brother about a few matters." With that said, Qin Xiaoqian didn't wait for Han Li's reply. She walked on as if she were certain Han Li would agree. Looking at her attractive appearance from behind, Han Li unconsciously wrinkled his brow. After some thought, he silently smiled and walked after her. To have a walk with such a delicate beauty was a truly delightful affair. Han Li was walking several steps behind Qin Xiaoqian, admiring her graceful and ample body. He already felt that this walk was well worth it. Besides, when he thought of his encounter with this great beauty during that year, he felt something unexplainable from his heart. When I and eldest brother saw you that year, we truly believed that your esteemed self-success during the trial of blood and fire was only due to luck. I truly did not think during that year Junior Marshal Brother Han was actually an expert, disguised as a pig to eat a tiger. Not only did you deceive us 2 siblings, but I fear you also kept all the other experts present there in the dark. As Han Li was letting his imagination run wild, Qin Xiaoqian indifferently said this with her back facing him. Han Li had somewhat anticipated these words earlier and didn't express any surprise. Instead, he scratched the back of his head and slightly smiled, saying, "Senior Marshal Sister Chen is quite funny. Disguised as a pig to eat a tiger?" At the time, this little brother was truly fortunate and had only passed through with luck. When Han Li said this, His face didn't have the slightest hint of strangeness, as if he had spoken the truth. Junior Marshal Brother Han, you still wish to deceive me even now? Han Li's words seemed to anger Qin Xiaoqian. After her voice grew cold, she suddenly turned around and her bright eyes turned ice cold. Seeing this, Han Li revealed amazement as if he had no idea as to why she was angry. When Junior Marshal Sister Qin saw Han Li act this way, she grew even more angry. Fine. I won't further question you about the matters of the trial of blood and fire. But there is one matter that you must sincerely answer. Although her tone grew even colder, her face wore a peculiar expression. What is it? Senior Marshal Sister Qin, do not hesitate to ask me. This one will certainly give a sincere answer. Han Li faintly realized something causing his heart to become restless. However, on the surface he still appeared extremely honest. 7 to 8 years ago, did you encounter anything on the east side of the Taiwan mountain range? When Qin Xiaoqian asked this, her cheeks became slightly red as if she became somewhat shy as she nervously waited for Han Li's reply. 7 to 8 years ago. Han Li lowered his head in contemplation as if he were recalling something. In truth, Han Li's heart was pounding. How after so many years, has this person still not given up her thoughts of finding me? Furthermore, her expression is bashful. Could it be she has fallen in love with her savior? Han Li thought, feeling greatly puzzled. This wasn't because Han Li was unromantic. Rather, it was because he didn't have any intentions of having a pair cultivation partner. Although Han Li had a somewhat ordinary interest toward Qin Xiaoqian, whenever the question of affection was raised, Han Li would automatically eliminate such thoughts without knowing why. Perhaps this was because of the affectionate scene that year between her and Senior Marshal Brother Lu, caused him to be unable to accept this woman until even now. This time there wouldn't only be 1 or 2 Black Fiend School Foundation establishment cultivators. Also, they were certain to have no small amount magic tools and good materials on hand as well. In particular, receiving a share of such spoils was a large reason as to why Junior Marshal Sister Chen's fellow apprentices even agreed to help. Otherwise, who would be willing to risk their life from the mere talk of annihilating a nest of evil cultivators? Han Li returned to his room as well, calmly inspecting the puppets he had on hand. Meanwhile, the 4 friends of Meng Mountain were standing in front of him, respectfully waiting on him as if he was their leader. After Han Li naturally introduced them to his fellow sect members, the dark-faced old man thought to become closer to these few cultivators and see whether or not he could dredge some benefits. However, regardless of who it was, none of them attached any importance to this dark-faced old chi condensation rogue cultivator. After speaking a few blunt words, these several people sent them away. This caused them to realize that not every foundation establishment cultivator of the 7 great sects were willing to associate with them. Thus, they became increasingly respectful toward Han Li. In this fight against the Black Fiend School, regardless of what happens, you are not required to come. It may be better for you to flee the capital during the night. The puppet beast in Han Li's hand flashed with white light and then he put it away in his storage bag. After that, he said this with an indifferent expression. But Senior, how could we flee from the battle? The dark-faced old man hastily spoke on behalf of all of them. This isn't a question of fleeing or not. You are all simply incapable of acting. If you were to personally join in, you would only be wasting your lives in vain. Here are some high-grade magic tools. Each of you may take one. Consider them parting gifts from a senior. After Han Li shook his head, he said this with a faint smile. With that said, Han Li then swept his sleeve as several exquisite, glimmering magic tools appeared across the table. It wasn't that Han Li didn't have a surplus of top-grade magic tools on hand. After he had killed so many Foundation establishment cultivators, the number of tools he had received naturally made an astonishing collection. However, Han Li had no intention of handing them over to these people as high-grade magic tools could be considered a rather good gift to rogue cultivators. He feared that taking out top-grade magical tools, he would provoke their greed from them and it would be harder to satisfy them in the future. As expected, when the 4 friends of Meng Mountain saw these magic tools, they all displayed joy as they repeatedly thanked him. They also stated that he shouldn't hesitate to find them at Meng Mountain as they would be happy to take care of any matters he had in the future. After receiving the promise that he wanted to hear from them, Han Li gave them face by personally sending them off from Yuejing, causing them to be grateful without end. But before they departed, the dark-faced old man suddenly pulled Han Li to the side and carefully said, "Senior, will 5th sister appear at the Black Fiend School?" Senior doesn't need to say anything as us siblings truly understand, but I fear that fourth brother may have already somewhat guessed. Even though we all don't want to open that window in the slightest, fifth sister sank far too deeply. It would also be good if she were to never appear in front of us again. After speaking these heavy words, the old man seemed to have released a heavy burden and respectfully bid Han Li farewell. Han Li waited in place, watching the four friends of Meng Mountain gradually grow farther away as pondered about the meaning of the dark-faced old man's last words. After a quarter hour, Han Li suddenly smiled before flying back to the city soon after. After he returned to the Qin residence, the sky had already darkened and the group from Yellow Maple Valley were all waiting in the main hall. However, after entering, he shockingly discovered that his third senior martial brother was unexpectedly absent. Astonished, Han Li couldn't help but ask Song Meng, who was cleaning a blue longsword magic tool, "Fourth senior martial brother, where is third senior martial brother?" Senior martial brother Lu went to go find sixth junior martial brother to persuade him, as our odds for tonight's battle will be far greater if junior martial brother Wu agrees to come. But from how I see it, senior martial brother Lu is just wasting time. If that fellow Wu Xian wanted to help us, he wouldn't have left in the first place. Song Meng said without raising his head. He went to find sixth senior martial brother? Han Li wrinkled his brow. Just as Han Li wanted to ask a few more particular questions, Lu Jing had returned wearing a queer expression. Junior martial brother Lu, is your junior martial brother Wu still unwilling to come? If it's like that, then forget about it. Having one less person does not matter, as the 9 of us are more than enough to deal with that Black Fiend school. The oldest male disciple of junior martial sister Chen's group said without care. If it was like, it would be fine. But the key part of my trip was that I simply couldn't find junior martial brother Wu. Lu Jing unhurriedly said with a bitter smile. At this moment all of them, including Han Li, had blank stares. How can that be, senior martial brother Lu? Wasn't that coward staying at a nearby tavern? Could it be possible that he returned to master early? Zhong Wenyang blinked with wide eyes and guessed. No. I already asked the inn's boss about this. After junior martial brother Wu went out yesterday morning, he never returned. The inn's clothes washer didn't clean anything of his, and nor does it seem he had returned to the sect. Lu Jin shook his head. His words were filled with worry. Hearing this, the others began spiritedly discussing about it, but nobody could figure out what had happened. However, while off to the side, Han Li faintly thought, could it be that Wu Xian was unlucky and had actually been captured by the Black Fiend school? Perhaps because Lu Jing's thoughts were the same as Han Li's, he made this decisive announcement after gazing at the night sky. Let's put off the matter of junior martial brother Wu for now. We're setting off. We must be victorious in our fight so that we may thoroughly exterminate the Black Fiend school. Chapter 317. Four Symbols Formation. As soon as the curtain of night descended, a group of unexpected visitors flew from the sky into the dark imperial city. The group consisted of Han Li and 8 other Yellow Maple Valley cultivators. With their magic tools, they arrived above the pitch-black walls of the Forbidden City. The leader, Lu Jing, glanced at this so-called forbidden area. After a slight moment of hesitation, he extended his arm forward with great heroism. Go! Without hesitation or doubt, Lu Jing resolutely said this, before he took the lead and charged in. When the others saw this, they naturally followed closely behind him. The fear toward the 7-sect prohibition had long ago been tossed to the back of their minds. Han Li wasn't at the front of the charge. Instead, he chose to fly at the back of the group and deliberately fell a bit behind. This actually wasn't because of any particular thoughts. Rather, this was because he was silently feeling out the 5 elements reversal great formation he had installed last night. When they arrived several kilometers away from the Imperial Palace, the corner of Han Li's mouth formed a mysterious smile. Excellent. The great formation was still intact and the spiritual chi mark he secretly placed wasn't damaged in the slightest. This caused Han Li to feel exceptionally happy. After a moment, the 9 of them were hovering above the Imperial Palace as they looked down at the entirety of it. Everyone listen up. For this operation, we will act according to our previously discussed arrangements. Our forces will be divided into 2 groups. The first group will hurry to the current Emperor of Yu's sleeping quarters and rescue him from the hands of the Black Fiend school, and prevent them from taking the state of Yu's Emperor as a hostage out of desperation. The second group will head to the Cold Palace where the Black Fiend schoolmaster is located and first focus on killing the 4 great blood servants. Then the 2 teams will regroup before finally subduing the secluded Black Fiend schoolmaster. With a solemn expression, Lu Jing repeated his plans for the night, causing the listeners to repeatedly nod their heads. The members of each team have already been decided. The two female cultivators, Qin Xiaoqing and Zhong Wenyang, formed the first group and will be rescuing the Emperor of the State of Yu. Lu Jing and the rest formed the second group and would throw themselves at the four great blood servants that were guarding the cold palace. Han Li was included among them. 7th Junior Martial Sister, Junior Martial Sister Qin, be very careful. Lu Jing urged them with great concern before they split up. After the two women gave a solemn response, they flew down to the side. They silently disappearing into the darkness soon after. From now on, if anyone sees a cultivator, do not hold back. Any cultivators casually moving about in the Imperial Palace are certain to be enemies from the Black Fiend School. We will begin now. Let us create an opportunity for our two junior martial sisters. Han Li and the others followed after them. After a short moment, the 7 of them descended from the sky in an arrogantly domineering manner and were immediately discovered by the Black Fiend School disciples guarding the perimeter of the Cold Palace. After many sharp whistles were blown, countless magic techniques and tools assaulted them from every direction. Even mere specks of light dare to outshine the moon. After Lu Jing grandly raised his hand, a sparkling silk scarf flew out from his hand. In an instant, the scarf had formed a huge barrier that protected Han Li and everyone else behind it from the incoming attacks. It seemed he was truly confident in the power of this magic tool. The moment the silk scarf unfolded, a barrage of magic techniques and tools fell upon it, causing it to release a dazzling white light. Not only was there not the slightest damage on the silk scarf as expected, but a few magic techniques had also been reflected, leaving a few Black Fiend School disciples battered and confused. Senior Martial Brother Lu, good move. Upon seeing this, Song Meng, who was standing alongside Lu Jing, loudly shouted out in praise. Soon after, he threw away what he was grasping in his hand without any restraint. A huge blue sword then appeared out of thin air. This was Song Meng's favorite top-quality magic tool, the blue threaded sword. Go! Song Meng formed an incantation gesture with his hands. The huge blue sword then released a long shriek and started spinning itself like a wheel. The sword's great display left the anxious Black Fiend School disciples in shock. When Song Meng saw this, a wicked grin faintly appeared on his face. He pointed 2 fingers toward the blue-threaded sword that had transformed into a disc. The disc's blue radiance suddenly shrank and then expanded, shooting out countless threads of blue light and enveloping everything underneath it within a range of about 100 meters. The Black Fiend School disciples that saw this felt their souls leaving their bodies from fright. They all activated various defensive magic tools and techniques in an attempt to block this heaven-shrouding attack. Successions of wretched screams could be heard. A majority of Black Fiend School disciples were unable to withstand the penetrating attack of the countless blue threads of light. They either died a miserable death after turning into honeycombs or managed to survive by protecting their vitals. But even then, the injuries they received from the attack would have left them unable to fight. Myriad threads under the heavens. Good move. As expected, Junior Martial Brother Song's long-famed technique is quite different from the rumors. When one of Qin Xiaoqian's senior martial brothers saw the might of this attack, he couldn't help but sincerely praise it. Song Meng's face revealed slight pride in response. At this moment, several people calmly landed at the great entrance of the Cold Palace. Those Black Fiend School disciples that managed to luckily survive had already lost themselves to fear and didn't dare to attack. Start the 4 symbols formation and trap them within. 1. Just as the remaining Black Fiend School disciples were about to confront their group with fear and trepidation, an incomparably cold voice came from the Cold Palace. A white silhouette releasing a cold and hazy white mist had appeared at the entrance in the blink of an eye. This was the Ice Demon that happened to be on duty. He was the one who gave those orders from a moment ago, with teeth clenched in anger. Now he was looking at the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators in both rage and alarm. Humph! This monster will be taking your lives. When Lu Jing heard those words, he looked at this person's cultivation and immediately realized he was one of the great blood servants. After he coldly snorted, he shot 2 streaks of silver light straight toward his head. When the others saw this, their magic tools began to shine. They thought to immediately make a united attack against the newly appeared Black Fiend School expert. After all, this wasn't a practice match against fellow sect members. They naturally wouldn't fight alone. Han Li equivalently took out his 6 golden blades from his storage pouch and shot them out. If this attack was enough to kill this blood servant, Han Li would naturally be happy to do it. But before their attacks could land, the scenery before their eyes blurred for a moment and underwent a huge change. Everyone was greatly shocked to discover that in the blink of an eye they had suddenly appeared in a world of frost and snow. A vast expanse of whiteness surrounded them with bone-chilling winds, and huge drifting snowflakes filled the entire sky. Where did that white-clothed silhouette go? Although Lu Jing and company were shocked, they knew that they had fallen into the four symbols formation. Thus, after a brief moment of panic, they had all regained their composure. After all, they were Foundation establishment cultivators from the same sect and had nothing to fear from this minor formation. Your courage is quite great, actually daring to injure our school's disciples. Properly stay put for the moment in our school's great protection formation. That ice-cold voice sounded as if it came from every direction at the same time, causing a truly astonishing impression. Four symbols formation? Does anyone here comprehend this formation spell? We had best break out quickly. Else, we will be letting the four great blood servants gather together, and that would prove troublesome. Lu Jing didn't take notice of the ice demon's infuriating words and instead said this to the others with a calm expression. When he said this, the others mutually looked at each other and didn't speak for a short while. I understand a bit of the Tao of formation spells and have heard of this four symbols formation before. However, I didn't particularly study the specific method to break this formation. This formation spell can be considered to be an obscure type. As such, one normally wouldn't study such a formation. Qin Xiaoqian's senior martial sister hesitantly said, interrupting the awkward silence. This is a bit troublesome. Could it be we have to use brute force to break the formation? Lu Jing wrinkled his brow and muttered to himself with reluctance. Relying on brute force to break a formation is admittedly a simple and direct method. However, not only was it more time-consuming, but it would also consume a large amount of everyone's magic power, which would naturally put them at a huge disadvantage in the great battle following the destruction of the formation. Perhaps this was the true intention of why the enemy has used this formation. When the others heard this, they looked at each other with worry and dismay. At this moment, a very curious voice spoke out. Junior Martial Brother Han, what are you doing? Song Meng didn't understand the slightest bit about formation spells and wasn't troubling himself with thinking about how to break the formation. Instead, he was looking around and actually saw Han Li's actions. Han Li was currently grasping a clear crystal ball magic tool and placed it in front of his eyes. Gazing thought he was staring at a particular direction. This peculiar action strongly piqued Song Meng's curiosity, causing him to ask this without thinking. This question attracted the others' attention, causing them all to look toward Han Li with puzzlement. Han Li put down the crystal ball with an ordinary expression. Then he turned his head toward Lu Jing and said, I have likely found a gap in the formation. What? You found a weakness? Han Li's words caused everyone's face to reveal pleasant surprise. Lu Jing was particularly overjoyed. 1. The formation refers to the four divisions of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. Chapter 318. Qing Wen's reappearance. As expected, Han Li is far beyond ordinary, being able to find a hole so quickly. What is its weakness? Lu Jing praised Han Li and amiably asked. Han Li faintly smiled and suddenly handed the crystal ball over. Senior Martial Brother, look into this violet light orb and you'll understand. Han Li pointed in the direction he had just looked at. When Lu Jing heard this, he took the magic tool with great curiosity and carefully looked into it. After he took a glance, Lu Jing revealed astonishment. After a short moment, he passed the crystal ball back to Han Li and lowered his head, muttering to himself. Another moment passed by before he raised his head and anxiously said to the others, Han Li's words are true. For some unknown reason, the spiritual chi fluctuations in that direction appears much thinner. It seems that this formation was laid out in a hurry and exposed an unintentional flaw. Lu Jing's voice grew louder, as if he were brimming with confidence. Then what does Senior Martial Brother Lu intend to do? Qin Xiaoqian's senior martial sister couldn't help but ask. Concentrate all of our attacks at the weak point. I am confident we will be able to break this formation without expending much magic power. Lu Jing said with certainty. Since it is like that, we should act quickly. When Song Meng heard this, he could no longer wait. He immediately raised his hand and released his blue-threaded sword, causing it to spin above his head. The others wore expressions of eagerness after hearing Lu Jing's words. When Lu Jing saw this, he no longer hesitated and immediately exclaimed, Good, Let's break through this formation and give our enemies a show. After this was said, over 10 magic tools emitted a dazzling radiance and fiercely shot toward the formation's flaw. Outside of the formation, the ice demon felt extremely anxious while commanding the school disciples to take up an encirclement formation. Ever since the Black Fiend schoolmaster had requested the 4 great blood servants to remain within the palace, they should have been taking turns to guard in pairs. But Xie, who was originally supposed to be on guard with him, had recently reached the great success stage in his cultivation. Using the excuse of wanting to immediately enter mid-foundation establishment, he stealthily ran off to the blood prison to cultivate. As Ice Demon, he was unwilling to offend the brilliant rising talent in the 4 blood servants, so he had tacitly turned a blind eye. However, that moment of neglect had left him alone while guarding the entrance against an invasion of so many strong enemies. However, it was fortunate that he was quick-witted. He first used this 4 divisions formation to trap the enemy, and then dispatched disciples to the blood prison and the rear palace to quickly fetch the other 3 blood servants without delay. He clearly understood that these few chi condensation disciples were no match against these strong enemies. But luckily the enemy had been trapped within the 4 divisions formation, buying quite a bit of time. So long as he could stall for a bit of time, his 3 comrades would be certain to promptly arrive. With the 4 great blood servants acting together, the ice demon would have nothing to be afraid of. Just as he was thinking this, a loud rumbling vibration could be heard from within the 4 divisions formation. The thick white fog that filled the formation was then fiercely blown away, appearing as if the formation was about to be destroyed. What is this? It is impossible for the 4 symbols formation to break so quickly. Something must have went wrong. When the ice demon saw this, his pale face concealed by the cold chi had turned somewhat green. Sir Ice Demon, the enemies have struck far too quickly. A few of the disciples that were in charge of the formation died, causing the 4 symbols formation to be insufficiently manned. It is possible that the enemy saw through the gap. When a nearby Black Fiend school disciple saw this, he carefully gave an explanation. When the ice demon heard this, he became alarmed and furious. Just as he was about to loudly rebuke him, he heard a gentle voice from behind him. Ice demon, what happened? The 4 symbols formation had actually activated, but it appears unable to hold the enemy. When the ice demon heard this, he immediately felt relieved. Qingwen, it's good that you've quickly arrived. The ice demon couldn't conceal his happiness and hastily turned his head to look at him. At an unknown time, 2 people had appeared about 15 meters behind him. One of them appeared 30 years old with a beardless and unremarkable face. He was wearing an azure Taoist robe and looked at the 4 symbol formation's strange condition with a solemn expression. Who is invading us? And where is that youngster Xie? Tai Luo stroked his bald head with an expression of bloodlust. Right now, Xie is... A huge rumbling from the 4 symbols formation interrupted the ice demon. The 4 symbols formation's dense fog ruptured and completely disappeared, revealing the silhouettes of Han Li's group. After clearly seeing the number and cultivation of these invaders, Qingwen's complexion slightly darkened and Tai Luo appeared greatly astonished. Ah! You evil cultivators believed that a broken formation was able to trap us Yellow Maple Valley cultivators? That's just wishful thinking. After Song Meng appeared once more before the cold palace, he couldn't help but loudly yell this with excitement. Yellow Maple Valley? Qingwen and the other 2 were slightly startled. However, after a short moment of thought, they quickly recovered. Apart from the 7 great sects, who else could dispatch so many foundation establishment cultivators in the state of you? Why have you stormed the imperial palace in the night? Could it be you are unafraid of violating the prohibition? Without waiting for Lu Jing and company to speak, Qingwen calmly asked. He knew about the 7 sects ban and hoped he could use this to cause Lu Jing's group to become fearful of the consequences. Lu Jing coldly snorted, and before he could open mouth, he heard an alarmed cry from the bald man. It's you? Aren't you from the Thousand Bamboo School? How are you together with the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators? As the large bald man, Tai Luo, swept his gaze across them, he discovered Han Li among them and couldn't help but loudly ask this with amazement and confusion. These words left both enemies and allies stunned. In a flash, all eyes gathered upon Han Li. At this moment, Taoist priest Qing Wei had clearly recognized Han Li and couldn't help but twitch his face. Disbelief could be seen in his eyes. When have I ever said that I was someone from the Thousand Bamboo School? Han Li coldly gazed at the large bald man and then turned his glance toward Taoist priest Qingwen. That year at the Great South meeting, Qing Wen had urged Han Li to travel together with him. Surprisingly, Han Li now found him here. As a result of this, he was able to answer the lingering questions from back then. Namely, why Qing Wen made such great efforts to journey together with low-grade cultivators and why that yellow-clothed man had pursued and attempted to kill Han Li. Now understanding the entire story, Han Li was furious and felt an intense desire to kill Qing Wen. Nonsense. If you aren't from the Thousand Bamboo School, then why can you use puppet techniques? The large bald man retorted, refusing to let the matter drop. Are we required to tell you the techniques that Junior Marshal Brother Han is able to use? Everyone attack. These people are deliberately stalling for time. Do not fulfill their wishes. Lu Jing's expression darkened before suddenly saying this with a stern voice. With that said, he extended his arm and a streak of silver light directly attacked the ice demon in front. Upon hearing this, the Yellow Maple Valley disciples suddenly realized and inwardly cursed the enemy's craftiness. They then released their magic tools without restraint, and immediately joined the fight. As Han Li had been staring at Taoist priest Qing Wen earlier, he immediately performed a pincer attack with Chen Xiaoqian's senior marshal brother Wang, in an attempt to trap Qing Wen. Without speaking further, Han Li patted the storage pouch at his waist, causing over 10 streaks of red, black and golden light to simultaneously soar out. After they hovered above Han Li for a moment, they shot toward the enemy with the sound of a faint explosion. Han Li didn't bother speaking to Qing Wen as he didn't have the slightest intention to reminisce about old times. When Qing Wen and that senior marshal brother Wang saw Han Li's display of immense strength, both of their expressions changed significantly. Senior marshal brother Wang revealed pleasant surprise, while inwardly praising Han Li. As expected, Han Li's reputation as an expert that had previously killed many Foundation establishment cultivators was well earned. He is truly outstanding. Taoist priest Qing Wen revealed a cautious appearance and faintly shrouded his body in a layer of azure qi. Upon seeing Han Li's vicious actions, he knew Han Li intended to kill him. Naturally, he wouldn't just wait for death like a sitting duck. In turn, he also didn't speak any rubbish before suddenly extending his hand toward the attacking magic tools. 5 azure bead magic tools flew from his hand and formed a pentagon around him in an instant. Then, with a flash of azure light, Taoist priest Qing Wen was enveloped in a cloud of azure mist as a pentagonal prism barrier appeared around him out of thin air, closely protecting him. Han Li's golden swarm blades, black dragon's grasps, and blazing chain tridents simultaneously struck Qing Wen's pentagonal prism barrier, producing an explosion of blinding light. Bursts of radiance flew in every direction, yet the strange barrier was left unscathed from the attack. Han Li, my azure wood true barrier can only be broken by core formation cultivators. Foundation establishment cultivators like yourself aren't able to damage it in the slightest. You had best give up. Qing Wen suddenly said this with a slight smile, speaking to Han Li in a very intimate manner. Chapter 319, The Four Great Blood Servants. I'm not so sure about that. Han Li coldly sneered. Han Li then formed an incantation gesture with his hands, causing his magic tools that were attacking the azure barrier to loudly howl, before flying into the sky and converging as one. This scene stunned Qing Wen as he didn't know what Han Li intended to do. However, as he was also of the cunning sort, how could he allow Han Li to perform his magic so easily? His hands immediately shined, producing a dazzling golden ring in each hand that released dense cold qi. One could tell from their appearance that the rings were extraordinary. Go! Qing Wen softly yelled as he threw out the rings without the slightest hesitation. They turned into twin golden streaks of light as they directly attacked Han Li. Han Li raised his eyebrows in alarm, and with a menacing expression he tightly gripped his white scale shield. However, before those magic tools struck their target, 3 green foot-long streaks had suddenly flown in from the side and intercepted the 2 streaks of golden light. Fiendish Taoist, don't tell me you've forgotten about me? Senior Marshal Brother Wang flashed Han Li a friendly smile as he controlled the green streaks of light. When Han Li saw this, he felt relieved and returned the smile. However, Qing Wen wasn't feeling calm like these two. His complexion darkened as his gaze started shifting everywhere. Not long after, he had reached his wit's end. After all, simultaneously controlling the azure wood true barrier and gold lock rings had nearly used up the entirety of his spiritual sense. He was unlike Han Li, who had learned the great development technique and was able to smoothly control so many magic tools. Although he possessed a few incisive magic tools, he didn't dare to lightly use them. Using the entirety of one's spiritual sense to control magic tools was very dangerous, as it left the user incapable of paying attention to their surroundings. Furthermore, cultivators being able to control over 10 magic tools simultaneously in an attack was something rarely seen. In part, Han Li was able to do this because these magic tools were created as sets, and only used the same amount of magic power as 3 magic tools. If it were truly more than 10 separate top-grade magic tools, even if Han Li's spiritual sense could support it, he wouldn't be able to produce enough magic power to activate them. Supporting about 5 magic tools was the limit of Han Li's magic power. This was why Han Li favored using complete sets of magic tools, as they allowed him to display the full power of the Great Development Technique. As for why Han Li was able to control the 8 children blades of the Golden Beetle Swarm blades, it absolutely wasn't because of direct control. He instead completely relied on the mother blade in his hand to control the children blades. Its current power and flexibility was incomparable to before, as it was different as heaven and earth. As Qing Wen was hesitating on what action to take, Han Li had finished casting his technique. Giant Sword Technique. Han Li said those words with an ice-cold tone. Soon after, the magic tools that were spiraling above Qing Wen released a blinding radiance. In that tricolored radiance, the gold, black and red streaks had intertwined, forming a huge sword of light that spanned over 30 meters in midair. This giant sword technique was something he had learned from the Azure Essence Sword Technique written compilation, the Golden Page. This was also the only sword controlling technique that he could use with his foundation establishment cultivation. Naturally, its might was beyond ordinary. Although Qing Wen and senior martial brother Wang were locked in combat with their magic tools, they both revealed expressions of astonishment. Even an idiot could tell just how immensely powerful Han Li's technique was. Qing Wen inwardly complained without end, immediately abandoning the 2 golden rings. Instead, he hurriedly searched himself and took out a shiny brass mirror. At this moment, Han Li pointed at the huge sword of light with an ice-cold expression. The huge sword fiercely chopped down from the sky without sound. The crushing blow was about to break through barrier and man with astonishing grandeur. Upon seeing this, senior martial brother Wang had forgotten to take advantage of Qing Wen's moment of distraction to destroy his golden rings. Instead, he was mesmerized while staring at the huge sword's heaven-stunning might. His entire mind was occupied with the thoughts of whether or not he would be able to withstand such a strike. As the target of the attack, Taoist priest Qing Wen's expression grew extremely solemn, and he hastily tossed the brass mirror above him. The brass mirror quickly flew out of the light barrier and flashed, producing a yellow cloud about 3 meters wide above him. In the blink of an eye, it solidified into a huge shield that continuously revolved above him. Han Li's complexion sunk as he formed an incantation gesture with his hand. The huge sword of light thunderously roared and chopped down with even more astonishing might, reaching the brass shield in an instant. Along with the sound of an immense explosion, the shield released an immense yellow radiance. But underneath the huge sword's fierce blow, it was only able to endure for a short moment before releasing a wail as it broke into pieces. With nothing left to stop the sword of light, it chopped down on the azure prism barrier, causing it to groan underneath the huge sword's immense pressure. Seeing the huge sword's astonishing might, Qing Wen's expression finally became panicked. His hands flickered with azure light before he quickly pressed them against opposite sides of the prism barrier. He then did his utmost to pour spiritual power into the azure wood true barrier in an attempt to strengthen its defensive power. The 3-colored light released by the huge sword strained the azure light barrier underneath it, causing the barrier to produce a crackle. With Qing Wen's desperate assistance, the azure wood true barrier managed to withstand the might of the light sword's downward chop. In the following moment, Han Li expedited his magic techniques. He wished to use the huge sword to forcefully break through the light barrier and kill him as revenge for his previous betrayal. On the other side, Qing Wen was madly pouring spiritual power into the light barrier in an attempt to exhaust the sword's strength and save his life. At this moment, senior martial brother Wang finally came to his senses and quickly destroyed the 2 golden rings with ease. He then commanded his 3 streaks of light to strike Qing Wen in a relentless charge, clearly understanding that Han Li was stuck in a deadlock with Qing Wen. So long as he provided even the slightest assistance, he would be the final straw that would tip the scales and overwhelm the enemy, easily killing this formidable opponent. With this, he would be entitled to a significant share of this blood servant's treasure when the time came. With that thought, the fire in his heart became even more fervent. But as senior martial brother Wang was dreaming, Qing Wen's complexion greatly changed, and a streak of yellow light shot toward Qing Wen at the speed of lightning. In the following instant, he had disappeared from his original location, allowing Han Li's tricolored sword of light to strike at the ground and create a large hole 3 meters deep. Senior Marshal Brother Wang's 3 streaks of green light naturally missed its target, causing him to glance in the direction of the yellow streak of light with alarm and anger. As expected, Taoist priest Qing Wen's light barrier appeared nearly 100 meters away. A yellow-clothed youth with a lazy appearance stood by his side. He looked at Senior Marshal Brother Wang and said with complete calm, "This person had previously saved my life. Could your esteemed self not kill him off so lightly?" After he said this, he chuckled and continued, looking at Han Li with a smile, "Brother Han, I truly didn't think that we'd one day meet again." Wu Jiuji pays his respects. The unperturbed youth was that young cultivator Wu Jiuji who had attempted to pickpocket Han Li that previous year at the Great South meeting. However, at this moment, his body was faintly emitting a strange yellow light and his cultivation had reached the early foundation establishment stage. 1. Jiuji, this person walks an entirely different path from us. Why must you speak so much? Since you've come, all 4 of us can now fight. Taoist priest Qing Wen retracted his previously thrilled expression and couldn't help but resentfully look at Han Li. When Wu Jiuji heard this, he sighed and didn't speak any further with Han Li. When Qing Wen saw this, he suddenly made 2 long whistles followed by a short whistle. When Tai Luo and the Ice Demon heard this, they revealed pleasant surprise. They immediately leapt out of the Yellow Maple Valley's joint attack and flew toward Qing Wen and Wu Jiuji. What going on? Another one has appeared. This is going to be troublesome. When Lu Jing saw the sudden appearance of Wu Jiuji, he immediately understood the battle's circumstances had shifted and couldn't help but wrinkle his brow. Now that 4 of these truly unordinary blood servants had gathered together, it was clear to Lu Jing that the situation had become more difficult to deal with. In the previous battle against the 2 blood servants with his group of 5, they weren't able to even injure one of them. Even with their advantage of numbers, they had only been able to gain the upper hand. With that thought, Lu Jing prudently called out for Han Li and Senior Marshal Brother Wang to stand beside them. As Han Li looked at Wu Jiuji who had just appeared, he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. During that year he had quite a favorable impression of that strange, spirited youth. However, gods make fools of men and now the 2 had no choice but to fight to the death. Demon transformation. Qing Wen and the other blood servants realized that by relying on ordinary means, they would be unable to win against Han Li's group, as they were outnumbered nearly 2 to 1. Following Qing Wen's cold declaration, their bodies all released a blood-red radiance. They then transformed into 4 cocoons of blood-red light, and began their demon transformation, intending to eliminate Han Li's group in a single move. 1. Han Li met Wu Jiuji at the Great South meeting. He had attempted to pickpocket him. Chapter 320, Broken Cocoon. When the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators saw this, they were reminded of what Han Li had told them about the blood servants' demonic transformation. They all knew that during their transformation, the blood servants would become easy, stationary targets. Thus, they launched magic tools and techniques, assaulting the 4 cocoons of light without restraint. Naturally, they wouldn't let go of an opportunity like this to subdue the enemy. Unfortunately, as Han Li had said, the light spheres were incredibly hard. Despite the violent storm of attacks, the cocoons remained intact. They didn't appear to be even slightly damaged, causing the faces of the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators to become unsightly. Everyone, if you have any last resorts, use them. Do not hold back. If you don't use them now, we will be in dire straits when they emerge from their cocoons. With that said, Lu Jing immediately withdrew his magic tools and solemnly took out a golden talisman, pressing it between his 2 hands. He started muttering a mysterious incantation, causing the talisman to radiate with unceasingly dazzling golden light. Although Han Li didn't know what grade that talisman was, he grew alarmed upon seeing it. Since Lu Jing, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, required an incantation to activate it, it meant that this talisman was no common item. When the others saw this, they looked at each other and then revealed their hidden capabilities. The most eye-catching among them were Song Meng and Qin Xiaoqian's senior martial sister. They both took out an inscribed treasure talisman and then immediately sat down to activate them. Blue and gray radiance emitted from their treasure talismans, causing those who looked on to feel envious. Treasure talismans aren't easy to acquire for foundation establishment cultivators, even with the backing of a large clan. Only those who were looked upon with great affection by their seniors would be granted them. Otherwise, with merely their own wealth and status, how could they possibly acquire such a treasure? The others were unwilling to be outdone and made a display of their own. They either strenuously used impressive magic techniques or brought out wondrous magic tools for their attacks. Brilliance immediately filled the sky as their magic tools and techniques were chaotically flourished. Han Li used neither his talisman treasures nor his astonishingly powerful giant sword technique. Instead, he chose to use his most energy-efficient method. With a wave of his hands, several heavy objects fell to the ground in front of him, 4 of his puppet beasts. The puppet beasts opened their ice-cold eyes and their bloodthirsty maws, fiercely shooting out several beams of light in a well-practiced manner. Han Li stood behind them, taking advantage of the situation to restore the magic power used during the previous fight. As he had yet to encounter that Black Fiend schoolmaster, he wasn't willing to use the entirety of his strength and prematurely exhaust his magic power. Han Li intended to preserve his magic power in preparation for any contingencies in the upcoming battle. He had a few more hidden cards, but he wouldn't reveal them until the time came. The appearance of the puppet beasts had somewhat surprised the others, but they immediately went back to focusing on their own matters. After all, the techniques one used and the magic arts one cultivated were one's own secrets. Nobody would be so tactless as to ask about them. Those who knew the origin of the puppet technique would believe that Han Li had acquired it from Li Huayuan. As a core formation cultivator, it wasn't difficult to imagine that he had killed several thousand bamboo school cultivators and acquired a few of their school's magic arts along the way. Thus, the others only felt at most great curiosity toward Han Li's puppet beasts. At this moment, Lu Jing's golden talisman finished activating. Trembling lightly, it transformed into a streak of golden light before flying toward the blood-red light cocoons. An explosion rang out as a burst of golden light created a snowstorm of luminous floating specks that filled the entire sky. The dazzling scene was as fantastical as a dream. However, this beautiful marvel concealed an extremely sorrowful desire to kill. During this dazzling scene, Lu Jing formed an incantation gesture, causing the luminous specks in the sky to undergo a strange transformation. Gradually shrinking and expanding, they finally assumed shape of small golden swords. Although the swords were only an inch long, each one possessed a threateningly cold and incomparably incisive air. Thousand Blades Technique. Lu Jing said softly, revealing the name of his metal attribute magic technique. Everyone who saw this scene, aside from the 2 who were focusing on activating their treasure talismans, was left stunned. Metal attribute magic techniques were the rarest among the 5 elements, most commonly taking the form of defensive auxiliary magic techniques such as the Golden Armor Technique or the Iron Skin Technique. Lu Jing's offensive metal attribute area magic technique exceeded expectations, leaving Han Li and the others dumbfounded. They all slowed their actions, wanting to witness the entirety of this marvelous spell. Thousands of shining, sharp golden swords were suspended above the cocoons of light, emitting a frightening pressure. Lu Jing then chanted the activation incantation, causing the small golden swords to hail down and stab into the spheres of blood-red light. Poopo. Everyone heard a series of muffled stabs as the golden lights entered the blood-red spheres. Brilliance scattered in every direction like a dense storm of fireworks. Under the others' attacks, the light cocoons had displayed no change. But under this fierce attack, the cocoons began to gradually swell as if knowing the fearsomeness of this attack and responded by taking the initiative to reinforce the blood-red light as increasingly intense waves of light swords struck down. When Lu Jing saw this, he felt neither joy nor worry. Since his attacks pressured the light cocoons to change, they were shown to be effective. So long as he increased the power of his attacks, he would be able to break through the blood-red light. But at this moment, more than half of the small swords had already fallen and the light cocoons still appeared as red as they were at the start, looking as if they had handled the attacks with ease. "Senior Marshal Brother Lu, allow me to lend a hand," Song Meng shouted loudly. The gray talisman in his hand transformed into a meter-long gray spear that emitted a strange gray chi. "Let's get rid of the blood servant on the left first. Do not scatter our attacks." Seeing that Song Meng had condensed the true form of his treasure talisman, Lu Jing said this with unsuppressed joy. Soon after, he pointed at the small swords that had yet to fall. Suddenly, the gold swords started falling in a dense barrage toward the cocoon of leftmost blood servant, the Ice Demon. Following the rumbling sounds of impact, the cocoon of blood-red light seemed to have shriveled significantly. Having seen this, the others joined in, using magic techniques and magic tools in a simultaneous attack. Song Ming followed with his gray spear, causing it to release a sharp chilling wail as it shot forth. As the thousand blades techniques, and the other's instantaneous attacks whittled away at the remaining thin layer of the previously invulnerable blood cocoon, the silhouette within could vaguely be seen. The gray spear was able to finally penetrate the cocoon, causing a furious, deafening roar to echo in everyone's ears. Two sharp, white crystal claws suddenly emerged from the blood-red light, immediately tearing away at the remaining shreds of the blood cocoon with ferocity and revealing the true appearance of the silhouette within. It was a half-demon transformed, white monster. At first glance, this person appeared to be an incomparably beautiful and refined youth. However, two small white horns protruded from the top of his head and a foot-long pure white tail sprouted out from behind him, each covered with faintly sparkling white scales. In addition to his two extremely sharp claws, his entire body exhibited layers upon layers of demonic properties. Two bowl-sized bloody holes were present on his shoulders. The flesh around them continuously squirmed and contracted, causing onlookers to feel their blood run cold. But in the blink of an eye, the bloody holes completely healed. "You're all courting death." The half-transformed ice demon yelled fiercely. Clearly, he had retained enough of his mind to be able to speak. Although he didn't finish his demon transformation, he believed that with the demonic characteristics of his current body, he would be able to buy time for his companions to finish their transformations. The complexions of Lu Jing and the others, who had yet to see the demonic transformation, paled after seeing this frightening appearance. Although they had previously heard Han Li mention the strange appearance of the blood servant's demon form, they became extremely shocked and apprehensive upon seeing it with their own eyes. Suddenly, several beams of white light struck the ice demon's bare body and immediately sent it tumbling, causing it to appear quite battered. Unwilling to hear the enemy's rubbish, Han Li had immediately ordered his puppet beasts to attack. When the others saw this, they came to their senses and madly resumed their barrage of attacks. However, the ice demon that fell to the floor released a cold mist from its entire body. As the mist spread, he disappeared from his original location. This left the others shocked, hastily looking in every direction. According to their previous experiences, when such a scene occurred, the opponent had used an evasion technique and quickly escaped. However, such a technique wouldn't have allowed them to flee far. Not a single person could be seen near the three remaining light cocoons. The ordinary Black Fiend School sect disciples had long fled as they weren't foolish enough to remain. When Han Li saw this, his heart trembled as he suddenly thought of something. He hastily patted his storage pouch, taking out his white scale shield and tortoise-shell magic tools. He hurriedly had them revolve around his body as he loudly yelled, "Everyone be careful." He concealed himself. Just as Han Li said this, a woman's miserable shriek could be heard, causing everyone to hastily look in the direction of the scream in alarm. They saw that Junior Martial Sister Chen's Senior Martial Sister, who was originally sitting down activating the talisman treasure, was now lying on her back. A large hole had appeared on her chest as if someone had reached in and torn out her heart. As she laid in a pool of her own blood, her beautiful appearance became slightly twisted as her limbs continuously thrashed about. Her eyes were filled with an incredulous fear before turning into unreconciled denial as her life slipped away. Chapter 321, Unseen Battle, Shui Hong. One of Chen Xiaoqian's senior martial brothers loudly grieved for her. It seemed they were pair cultivation partners. He waved his hands, immediately shooting a black light toward the woman's corpse that madly attacked its surroundings in an attempt to find the demon who killed her. It could be said that the death of this senior martial sister Shui Hong was truly unjust. Were it not for her competitive spirit, she wouldn't have used her treasure talisman and might still be alive. Before she attempted to activate the talisman treasure, a light muslin defensive magic tool had been hovering at her side. But, in order to hasten the activation of her treasure talisman and cut down magic power consumption, she had retrieved her magic tool, consequently, leaving herself defenseless and her life forfeit. It is truly unfortunate that this woman was inexperienced and made such an extremely careless mistake. Her enemies had turned into light cocoons in front of her, and her fellow sect members surrounded her. As a result, she dared to activate this talisman treasure with an easy heart. Who could have predicted that the ice demon would emerge from the cocoon half-transformed and immediately turn invisible before targeting her? At that moment, the woman had been in the final moments of activating the treasure talisman and was incapable of immediately stopping. Thus, she had fallen prey to the ice demon's malicious scheme. When Song Ming had activated his spear treasure talisman, he hadn't employed any defenses either. However, the might of his talisman treasure was comparatively smaller, enabling him to activate it sooner. Otherwise, he might have been targeted by the concealed ice demon instead. Furthermore, it wasn't just those two that hadn't set up any defenses, neither had Han Li nor any of the others bothered to. They naturally wouldn't waste any magic power to deploy unnecessary defensive magic tools. After all, the light cocoons were targets incapable of striking back. They immediately set up defensive barriers with their magic tools after Han Li's reminder, preventing any further sneak attacks. Cold sweat ran down their backs from seeing Shui Hong's tragic death. Her heart was torn from her chest, leaving her to die in a pool of her own blood. But what was most distressing was that regardless of what methods they used, none of them were able to track down this demon. They occasionally spotted traces of him, but that demon would again disappear before they could react, as if he were constantly changing his location at great speed. The ice demon was half-transparent and would occasionally flicker in and out of their vision in every direction. Even with specialized autonomous magic tools, they were still unable to find a trace of him, as if he had completely disappeared. Suddenly becoming fearful for their safety, they began looking in every direction. They had actually been completely suppressed without addition action from the ice demon. Only Han Li looked at the present scene with a trace of bewilderment. Senior Marshal Brother Wang, who fought alongside Han Li, had never seen such a bloody scene before. His currently wore fearful expression with pale complexion. Her death appeared to be a nightmare. He had originally imagined that this would be the time for him to show off his divine strength and easily wipe out the enemy. But things had turned out entirely different from how he imagined. Not long before, he had even joked about in which manner they could have possibly met their end. With that thought, he looked at the senior martial brother that was Shui Hong's pair cultivation partner, causing his face to appear even more unsightly. Could it be that the more one feared something would happen, the more likely it was to occur? It was unknown whether he was feeling guilty about the appearance of the ice demon or felt a desire to act from his helplessness. But as he despondently paced back and forth, a transparent ice-cold claw appeared from behind him from thin air, fiercely stabbing toward his heart. The small bronze shield that was protecting Senior Marshal Brother Wang's body was completely autonomous. Without waiting for a command, it flashed toward the strike and blocked it. Dong. Although the sharp ice-like claws were blocked by the small bronze shield, it was instantly frozen in a layer of thick frost and bluntly fell to the ground, temporarily becoming useless. At this moment, Senior Marshal Brother Wang discovered the astonishing event occurring behind him and felt blood drain from his face. He unconsciously turned around, incessantly looking in every direction, losing his mind to panic. After seeing there was nothing behind him, he hesitated for a moment before crouching to pick up the small bronze shield. He wanted to thaw it so that he would be able to use it once more. Quick dodge. The nearby Lu Jing loudly yelled in alarm after seeing his actions. Huh. But by the time he realized what was going on, the crisp sound of his protective water attribute barrier shattering caused him to feel a heart-chilling wind down his back. Damn it. At almost the same time Senior Marshal Brother Wang realized what was going to happen, the ice demon had already left concealment to make a fatal strike. In this instant, Senior Marshal Brother Wang's mind grew blank, filled with only the scene of Senior Marshal Sister Shui Hong's tragic death. I truly didn't think that it would be my turn so quickly. This was the only thought that occupied his mind. But suddenly, his vision became hazy and he felt his body become light. His entire body flew as if he were a cloud being carried by the wind, hearing sounds of wind and thunder underneath him along with a loud, furious yell of surprise. Soon after, his two legs met the hard ground and someone was standing before him with absolute calm. Senior Marshal Brother Wang, are you all right? While not knowing whether he was alive or dead, he heard a familiar voice full of deep concern. Upon hearing the familiar voice, he blankly turned his head and saw Lu Jing looking at him with worry. Seeing his face, Senior Marshal Brother Wang realized that he was alive and unharmed. With unconcealed happiness, he gratefully said, Senior Marshal Brother Lu, were you the one who saved me? Senior Marshal Brother was frightened from his own voice. From his coarse voice, it could be clearly seen that he had been truly shaken from the moment before. When Lu Jing heard this, he revealed an awkward, embarrassed appearance and said, I am quite ashamed to say Junior Marshal Brother's survival wasn't my doing. Junior Marshal Brother Han had acted a moment ago to save you and is currently fighting that demon. Sai, I actually wasn't completely convinced by your earlier words earlier that Junior Marshal Brother Han had killed over 10 Foundation establishment cultivators due to his young age. Chapter 322, Lu Jing's True Seal. Han Li felt furious. His anger wasn't due to the fact that he had saved Senior Marshal Brother Wang in a moment of benevolence, or even because he had to fully utilize his shifting smoke steps. Han Li's anger was due to the fact that Lu Jing and the others were squandering this opportunity to eliminate the 3 transforming blood servants. Once the 3 blood servants finished transforming, a huge dilemma would await them. Han Li was reminded of Senior Marshal Brother Wang's kind assistance during his fight with Qing Wen, and thus, when Han Li noticed that Senior Marshal Brother Wang was on the verge of falling in the Ice Demon's scheme, he instantly flashed forward into order to save him. Enraged from Han Li's intervention, the Ice Demon immediately pursued him, forcing Han Li to deal with him. But soon after, Han Li felt that this Ice Demon would prove extremely troublesome for his fellow sect members and decided it would be better for him to take care of it alone. After all, if even more of his fellow sect members died, they would be lacking in numbers for the upcoming battle. However, during his fight with the Ice Demon, he didn't expect that the others would just stare blankly. They were actually squandering this great opportunity to attack the 3 remaining light cocoons. Even so, Han Li had a faint feeling that the others didn't even know this opportunity existed due to their fear of the Ice Demon's ambush. Although they realized that having to deal with the fully transformed blood servants would be even more troublesome, they were still hesitant and slightly desired to retreat. In reality, Han Li didn't come here in order to eradicate the Black Fiend School but rather for another predetermined objective. As such, he was unable to run away in a rash manner. Ever since the half-transformed Ice Demon left his cocoon, he had been trying to kill Han Li. But Han Li found that so long as he was a bit careful, the demon did not pose much of threat to him. In fact, he felt that the large bald man was significantly harder to handle in comparison to the demon. Following the transformation, the Ice Demon acquired a transparent body, exceptional speed, and some control over cold chi. Thus, he was now able to utilize his speed to create an illusion of invisibility similar to that of the shifting smoke steps. But due to the Ice Demon's transparent body, he became even harder to detect. Since this strange movement technique could only be displayed on land, as long as they were above ground, they could force the Ice Demon to reveal itself by using large-scale magic techniques. After all, his high-speed movements were only deadly within a short distance. It was unable to keep up with a cultivator's flying magic tool. Because Lu Jing and company had never experienced this kind of close combat, they felt that their opponent was extremely monstrous and difficult to engage. Fortunately, Han Li had often fought in this manner and naturally held greater experience in fighting such battles. With that in mind, Han Li suddenly repelled the demon's sharp claws with a wave of his silver sword. He stood still, becoming visible as he loudly yelled, "Everyone fly to the skies and continue to attack the other 3 blood servants. I will prevent this demon from attacking you." Following these instructions, Han Li's figure suddenly flickered, disappearing from sight once more. It was not surprising for Han Li that the silver sword, which had been looted during the trial by Blood and Fire, was able to withstand the demon's sharp claws. The fact that caused Han Li to become astonished was that the claws were also undamaged. When Lu Jing heard Han Li's instructions, he immediately understood what Han Li intended. Even so, he remained hesitant and felt extremely conflicted. Although Lu Jing originated from a large cultivation clan, he had been captured by evil cultivators during his childhood. During that time, he suffered from extreme, agonizing torment to the extent where he had almost lost his life. It was only afterwards that he was rescued by his clan and was apprenticed to Li Huayuan. Due to the trauma he had experienced in his childhood, Lu Jing held deep hatred toward evil cultivators. As a result, he followed an iron-blooded policy to kill all evil cultivators on sight, refusing to allow any evil cultivator from escaping his grasp, regardless of what freakish techniques they practiced. Much to his delight, these actions rewarded him with great popularity among other cultivators, even causing a few 7-sect cultivators with higher cultivation than him to look at him with a trace of admiration. Although Lu Jing continued to appear unfazed on the outside, his heart gradually began to indulge in these feelings of admiration. In fact, he later took the initiative to root out evil cultivators from every direction, mostly for the sake of seeing others gaze upon him with admiration. Naturally, Lu Jing hid this fact in the depths of his heart with extreme care and conducted himself as though he were a moral paragon. Thus, Lu Jing became known as an enemy of evil, the iron-blooded Senior Marshal Brother Lu. Now that another evil known as the Black Fiend School had appeared, he was compelled to eliminate it. However, they were the strongest evil cultivators he had ever encountered. He wasn't completely confident that he would be able to rely on his normal magic tools to eliminate the 3 remaining blood servants. His attack power was lacking and would only serve to end their transformations earlier, resulting in 3 more half-demons to fight. One half-transformed demon was already very difficult to handle. They did not know if they could handle additional half-demons or if they would just be throwing their lives away. But if they were to retreat now, they would have just scared the Black Fiend School away, resulting in the complete failure of their mission. If they allowed the Black Fiend School to disappear without a trace and conceal themselves once more, Lu Jing's painfully nurtured reputation would be thoroughly and irrevocably destroyed. The thought of others looking upon him with contempt caused Lu Jing to feel winded and extremely depressed. Han Li's exhortation had forced him to make a choice. Senior Martial Brother Lu, should we retreat? The Black Fiend School is far stronger than we've imagined. If we're going to retreat, we must do it now or else it will be too late. Senior Martial Brother Wang softly said after approaching hesitantly. Lu Jing could clearly see cowardice from Martial Brother Wang's shifting gaze. Retreat? If I retreat now, then I'll appear just as cowardly. Lu Jing thought with a bitter smile. Everyone fly to the skies and protect me as I cast my magic. Let me deal with the 3 blood servants. Lu Jing instructed. At the same time he thought, it seems I'll have to use my life-saving measure in this fight. Otherwise, I won't be able to win and preserve my reputation. Senior Martial Brother Lu, you want to deal with the blood servants by yourself? However, when the others heard Lu Jing's words, they all looked at him in disbelief, causing Lu Jing to feel a bottomless ache in his heart. But still, his appearance remained calm. Without speaking, he flew directly to the sky on a magic tool as he solemnly retrieved a fire-red jade box from his storage pouch. At this moment, Lu Jing had completely recovered his calmness as if he were in complete control. When the surrounding disciples saw this, they glanced at each other and felt slightly more confident as they followed after him. A reluctant look covered Lu Jing's face as he stared at the jade box in his hand. But soon after, his expression became resolved and he placed his hands on the box. In an instant, the jade box shattered apart into minuscule pieces, revealing a peculiar talisman covered in red light. A fire-red flame bird was inscribed on the talisman. It incessantly flapped its wings as though it was flying freely like a real bird. The bird's glowing blue eyes even occasionally shifted. The most astonishing fact was the scorching chi the talisman emitted. It caused the temperature within 30 meters to abruptly rise, leaving his allies parched from the scorching heat. Song Meng and the others approached and saw the astonishing scene of the talisman unfold. Artifact seal. Song Meng exclaimed upon seeing the talisman. No, this isn't a common artifact seal. This is a true seal. After seeing the talisman's strange appearance, Senior Martial Brother Wang cried out as if he had just seen a ghost. Those who knew of this true seal were dumbstruck. While this so-called true seal was considered an artifact seal, it was completely different from a common artifact seal. First of all, common artifact seals only contained a tenth of the original magic treasure's might at most. However, a true seal defied this convention, allowing it to contain a third of a magic treasure's might. Secondly, true seals could only be refined with the bloodline of the magic treasure's master. As a result, only descendants of this specific bloodline would be able to activate and make use of this true seal. If someone else were to attempt to use it, the true seal would destroy itself. With such great benefits, there naturally had to be some significant disadvantages. Otherwise, all the elders would leave their later generations with only true seals. While true seals contained several times more power than an ordinary talisman treasure, its greatest flaw was that it could only be used once. This single use would display the entirety of its might without restraint and leave no second use. As a result, it was far less practical than common artifact seals. Additionally, there was another reason as to why so few true seals were passed down. After a magic treasure went through the process of bloodline refinement in order to produce a true seal, the magic treasure would suffer permanent and irrecoverable loss in strength. After knowing these restrictions, elder cultivators felt it would be far better to leave behind several ordinary artifact seals for their descendants rather than ruining their own magic treasures which were as precious to them as their own lives. Thus, many cultivators joked that there were several times more magic treasures in the cultivation world than true seals. Although these words were slightly exaggerated, they weren't far from the truth. Chapter 323. Demon Execution. True seals were several times more difficult to activate compared to common seals. As a result of this, Lu Jing asked his fellow sect members to protect him as he did not wish to meet the same tragic end as his junior martial sister. Finishing his instructions, Lu Jing protected himself using his yellow ring magic tool before he sat down cross-legged on his flying magic tool. With a calm heart, Lu Jing began to pour magic power into the Firebird True Seal. As the fire-red talisman's glow gradually intensified in Lu Jing's hand, the inscribed Firebird's wings became increasingly nimble and lively. It seemed as though the Firebird would suddenly materialize and fly out from the talisman at any moment. Although Han Li was engaged in battle with the Ice Demon on land, he felt at ease knowing that his fellow sect disciples were taking action. He had feared that his fellow sect disciples would cower and run away in defeat. If he were left alone, Han Li would be unable to obtain the item he desired from the Black Fiend schoolmaster. No longer worried about being deserted, Han Li wholeheartedly focused on the enemy before him. Even as a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, the shifting smoke steps still placed a significant burden on his body. Thus he couldn't let this battle of extreme speed drag on. He had to risk an all-out assault. With that in mind, Han Li incessantly flickered about while brandishing a silver sword in one hand, suppressing the ice demon and leaving him winded. With Han Li's other hand, he silently summoned an item from his storage pouch and wounded around his ring finger. Killing intent flashed through his eyes. Han Li charged forward at a fearsome speed, sword grasped in both hands. He suddenly made a vicious attack, inspiring fear in the ice demon. The ice demon hastily fell back and raised his sharp crystal claws in defense. Dong. The ice demon coldly laughed. Taking advantage of the strike's momentum, the ice demon flew backwards and increased the distance between him and Han Li. At that moment, a slight sneer appeared on Han Li's face. When the ice demon saw this, he felt extremely uneasy. Han Li let go of his sword with one hand and pulled. In turn, the ice demon felt an indescribable force halt his retreat and could no longer avoid Han Li's fierce strike. At that moment, Han Li grasped the sword in both hands once more and expressionlessly moved to strike. When the ice demon saw this, he turned pale and hastily started struggling with all his might. Unfortunately, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Han Li had already appeared before him. Han Li's sword blurred momentarily and countless silver streaks assaulted the ice demon as they flashed past each other. At the following instant, two figures appeared beneath the moonlight, Han Li standing with a sword in his grasp and the ice demon falling to the ground. Having clearly seen this, Song Meng and the others couldn't help but feel extremely nervous. The ice demon staggered to his feet and looked at Han Li's back with an evil grin. As he thought to say something, his expression suddenly froze. The sound of a series of sharp ruptures could be heard, revealing countless fine cracks on the ice demon's transparent body. As the sounds continued, the cracks grew larger, eventually turning the ice demon's body into a pile of broken, translucent ice. As the translucent crystals broke down, a complete undamaged claw weakly reached out with its sharp tips still emitting dense cold chi. This was the only thing to survive Han Li's rapid cuts. It was also left completely unharmed. Han Li dispassionately looked at the ice demon's remains. Then he turned his gaze toward the dazzling three light cocoons, wrinkling his brow. He silently pulled his hand, causing the ice claw to fly toward him. From the reflection of the moonlight, a thin transparent thread could be faintly seen between the sharp claw and Han Li. This was precisely the ice demon's cause of death. Taking advantage of their close distance during the previous strike, Han Li had controlled the transparent thread on his ring finger to stealthily wind around his claw. Unfortunately, while the demon transformation left the ice demon's body transparent and strong, it had also dulled his senses, allowing Han Li to succeed in taking his life. Han Li lowered his head to look at the ice claw, and after a moment of hesitation, he threw it away. Since the ice claw was able to withstand his silver sword without harm, he understood it was certain to be exceptionally good material for refining magic tools. But with the knowledge that it was originally a person's hand, his heart shivered and he was unable to overcome his disgust. He walked to the side of the ice demon's remains and casually slashed at the ice pile a few times with a silver sword, fishing out a storage pouch from within. After taking a quick look at it, he carefully put it away. He then silently flew to the sky, wanting to see how his fellow sect members would deal with the three transformed blood servants. Han Li didn't know that during the moment that the ice demon had lost his life, a middle-aged man in meditation suddenly opened his blood-red eyes and muttered to himself, "Ice demon has already died? That's fine. It'll save me the effort of dealing with him in the future." With that said, he calmly closed his eyes as if nothing had happened. A shriveled corpse laid before him. From the clear outlines of the bone, it appeared that there was no flesh underneath the skin. The corpse was wearing the clothes of a yellow Maple Valley cultivator. Han Li flew to the sky, and before he opened his mouth, Song Meng and the others had surrounded him. With expressions of admiration and shock, they all showered him with praise. Their words even held a trace of reverence. Senior Marshal Sister Shui Hong's pear cultivation partner was flushed with thankfulness toward Han Li. Han Li said a few humbling words. He then noticed the blinding red talisman in Lu Jing's hand and curiously asked about it. Someone immediately gave Han Li an explanation about true seals, causing Han Li to feel overjoyed and relieved. Naturally, Han Li had heard of true seals before. However, he hadn't expected that Senior Marshal Brother Lu would have such a treasure and would be willing to use such a critical life-saving measure. Han Li hadn't known Lu Jing for long and had no way of knowing about Lu Jing's complicated dilemma over paying such a heavy cost to preserve his reputation. In Han Li's case, he basically didn't care how others looked at him. So long as his own reputation didn't get in his way of his rewards, he didn't care. Naturally, if Han Li had the opportunity to leave a good impression without expending much effort, he would be quite willing to do it. But to use something as precious as a true seal in order to maintain his reputation, Han Li wouldn't be willing to do such a foolish thing even if he would be killed. Even so, Lu Jing's action had truly left an impression on Han Li. He even doubted the validity of his long-held belief. If there were those in this world that truly acted to exterminate evil, then what would that make him? Could he be considered a good person? Just as Han Li was feeling slightly ashamed, he suddenly heard a ferocious roar filled with the desire of blood and massacre from below. Han Li and company hastily looked down in alarm. One of the 3 light cocoons had undergone a huge change, appearing as if the blood servant within was about to emerge. Han Li's heart trembled. It seemed he would have to fight another blood servant in order to buy time for Senior Marshal Brother Lu to finish. With that in mind, Han Li started to take action but was interrupted by a tranquil voice from behind him. "Everyone step aside. Allow me to eliminate those 3 demons." Upon hearing this, everyone revealed joy. Han Li hastily turned around and saw Lu Jing looking at them with a smile. He had a small, exquisite red bird in his hand. It fluttered about and appeared extremely adorable. Additionally, the scorching qi in the vicinity had disappeared without a trace at an unknown time. That is the appearance of the true seal? Han Li looked at the small red bird with astonishment. "Thank you very much for protecting me, everyone." Lu Jing flew to the front of the group in a relaxed manner. Under the gaze of the others' amazement, he acted without the slightest hesitation and lightly blew at the small bird in his hand. With a clear chirp, the small firebird quickly flew forward from Lu Jing's hand. At that moment, a light cocoon beneath them had finished its transformation. Wuchi. A demon wrapped in azure light emerged from its cocoon. Its shape was quite similar to the half-transformed ice demon, however, its appearance was a deep azure. From the demon's appearance, one could clearly tell that it was Taoist priest Qingwen. But at this moment, he appeared completely crazed as if he didn't possess the ability to think. He let out 2 mad roars and raised his head to look at the small fluttering firebird. His body immediately grew still and the insanity displayed on his face was restrained, revealing an expression of great fear. He then lost himself to panic and looked around him. He suddenly flew to the skies covered in azure light. It seemed he wished to escape. But at that moment, a fierce explosion erupted from the small red bird, changing it into a large blazing bird about 3 meters wide. It spread its wings and traveled over 30 meters in an instant, appearing before the demon-transformed Qingwen. With its sharp red beak, it lightly pecked at him. Chapter 324. The Black Fiend Schoolmaster. The blazing firebird flew over 20 meters into the air and pecked at Qingwen with its huge beak, turning him into a huge, plummeting fireball. When he landed on the ground, he only managed to wretchedly scream twice before turning into a pile of ash without the slightest resistance. As Han Li watched on in complete astonishment, the huge firebird sharply cried out. Turning its head toward the 2 remaining light cocoons, it fiercely charged toward them. As a result, a huge pillar of fire erupted into the sky from the location of the cocoons. The 2 nearly transformed blood servants were instantly engulfed in an ocean of fire. The light cocoons were only able to bitterly resist the raging flames for a short moment before completely disappearing. The defenseless blood servants then silently swayed for several steps before completely turning to ash. The blazing flame appeared extraordinary. Its unexpected ferociousness greatly shocked Han Li, leaving him with another memory of a core formation cultivator's magic treasure's might. Apart from Han Li, his fellow cultivators all had expressions of pleasant surprise. That true seal is incredibly powerful. We were able to eradicate this evil school all because of Lu Jing. The others excitedly spoke to each other in great excitement. From their point of view, with the blood servants eliminated, all they had left to deal with was the Black Fiend schoolmaster. As a group of many Foundation establishment cultivators, there was no reason to believe that they wouldn't be able to deal with a lone evil schoolmaster. As Lu Jing saw the Firebird's raging flames gradually disappear, he greatly lamented, but after hearing the others' praises, his spirits were raised. We've wasted quite a bit of time. Let's enter and exterminate the Black Fiend schoolmaster. Lu Jing waved his arm with a mighty heroic air. The others nodded in agreement and followed after him. Han Li faintly smiled, but as he was about to follow after them, he spotted Senior Marshal Brother Wang blankly staring in some direction with a strange expression. This somewhat surprised Han Li, and he couldn't help but follow Wang's gaze. Aside from the white ash of the transformed blood servants and the pitifully arranged remains of Shui Hong, what else could he be looking at? Senior Marshal Brother Wang, did you discover something? Han Li couldn't help but doubtfully ask. No, I didn't discover anything. Junior Marshal Brother Han, you are being overly suspicious. When Senior Marshal Brother Wang heard Han Li's question, he immediately shifted his gaze before answering. When Han Li saw this, how couldn't he tell that something was strange? This person had certainly discovered something important but didn't want to tell the others. Why else would he act like this? Han Li became somewhat depressed, but with a slight smile, he said, "Since it is nothing, let's quickly descend. Everyone wishes to go in." Pointing in the direction of the cold palace, Han Li wordlessly descended, leaving Senior Marshal Brother Wang to be the last one remaining in the sky. Uncertainty and doubt fluctuating on his face, he eventually stomped his foot and helplessly followed after them. As Han Li landed on the ground, he heard a lovely voice from the sky. "Senior Marshal Brother Lu, Junior Marshal Brother Han, wait for us." After a moment of surprise, Han Li slowly turned his head toward the sky. When the others heard this, they stopped and looked in the direction of the voice with happy expressions. Underneath the soft moonlight, Zhong Wenyang and Qin Xiaoqian were slowly descending from the sky with an extremely pale middle-aged man in tow, suspended by his collar on the flying magic tool. The middle-aged man wore golden clothes and had a deathly pale complexion. When he saw Han Li and the others, he appeared to become even more panicked. When Lu Jing saw them, he welcomed them with a slight smile. "It seems that you two were able to smoothly succeed. So this is the Emperor of you." After the two female cultivators landed, Lu Jing turned his gaze to the middle-aged man and asked without paying much mind. "That's right. This guy was in meeting with a few officials in some hall. After Senior Marshal Sister and I knocked out the officials and grabbed the Emperor, two Qi condensation disciples rushed out in an attempt to stop us, but we were able to easily dispatch them. Senior Marshal Brother Lu, it seems you haven't encountered any problems either." "That's great." When Zhong Wenyang saw Lu Jing was completely unharmed, she incessantly chattered, expressing unmistakable concern for him. This caused Lu Jing to appear embarrassed, much to the entertainment of Han Li. "Junior Marshal Sister Qin, are you also all right?" Two of Qin Xiaoqian's senior marshal brothers asked cordially. With an indifferent expression, Qin Xiaoqian confirmed this and swept her gaze past the group. When she saw Han Li, she stared at him for a moment before turning away with a complicated expression. "Where is Senior Marshal Sister Shui Hong?" Qin Xiaoqian wrinkled her delicate brow and asked with a feeling of foreboding. When those words were asked, everyone's faces sank, revealing a heavy expression. "We lost Shui Hong in the battle." With great difficulty, Senior Marshal Sister Shui Hong's Dao companion said this with a voice full of sorrow. As soon as they heard this, Qin Xiaoqian and Zhong Wenyang's expressions instantly became unsightly. Zhong Wenyang immediately became furious, saying, "How could you?" However, she was only able to say half of that sentence before she was interrupted by a miserable cry. Han Li and the others were frightened and immediately looked in the direction of the scream with great vigilance. A blue-robed man had appeared near them at an unknown time. They saw his hand flicker with red light as he withdrew it from Senior Marshal Brother Wang's chest. In the following moment, Marshal Brother Wang's lifeless corpse then fell to the ground. "I originally hadn't thought to kill you. However, children really shouldn't take what isn't theirs," the blue-robed man said with a beaming smile. He appeared about 40 years old and had a very fair complexion. With his slight wrinkles at the corner of his eye, he had a rather benevolent appearance. With that said, he bent over and picked up a thumb-sized azure bead from the corpse, causing his smile to grow even larger. After they saw this person, Lu Jing and Han Li's faces sunk at the same time, revealing expressions of extreme caution. Your esteemed self must be the Black Fiend School master. Lu Jing probingly asked with a thoughtful expression. Hee, how smart. I truly am the founder of the Black Fiend School. So, you must be the leader. The old man chuckled. When they all heard that this person was supposed to be the Black Fiend School master, even Han Li couldn't help but appear shocked. Each of the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators then took out their magic tools as they faced this great enemy. After Lu Jing's expression sunk, he deeply exhaled and suppressed the panic in his heart. Soon after, he stealthily made a careful gesture to the others and coldly asked, "Correct. I am Lu Jing, the leader of this mission. I've come to exterminate your evil Black Fiend School. Even now that you are alone, you still dare to violently kill. You are truly courageous." Lu Jing said this awe-inspiring righteous speech in a fearless display. Although he was very satisfied with his own performance, he became even more imposing as he continued. So long as he eliminated this evil school's master, his name would reach even greater heights among the 7 sects. In turn, others would look upon him with even greater reverence and admiration. With that thought, Lu Jing's mind gradually became drunk with fervor, and he took out 2 silver hooks along with a ring. Without waiting for the opposition to act, the Black Fiend School master suddenly flashed a strange smile to him and softly whispered to Lu Jing in a voice only he could hear, "Then you can die." At that moment, Lu Jing felt a pain from the center of his chest. Without knowing what had happened, a blood-drenched arm had already pierced through his chest, revealing a round squirming object in its hand. What is this? Lu Jing couldn't help but think this in amazement. Perhaps he truly understood what happened, but he was unwilling to believe it. Soon after, he felt the world spin around him and his vision turned black. He could still hear several shrieks and the mourning cries from his unrequited admirer, Zhong Wenyang. However, those sounds became increasingly unfamiliar and distant as time passed. Sigh, this young girl really loves to cry. Lu Jing had one last, anguished thought before sinking into eternal darkness. Han Li's expression became very unsightly. Before the battle even started, the enemy had already killed 2 mid-foundation establishment cultivators. Even Lu Jing, the leader of the group, had actually died so easily. With hands stabbed through the corpses of Lu Jing and senior marshal brother Wang, Lu Jing's attacker flashed toward the Black Fiend Schoolmaster's side and flashed an evil grin toward them. This had happened so fast that Han Li had been unable to react. After Lu Jing died, Zhong Wenyang was thoroughly stunned and was only able to release heart-wrenching screams. When Qin Xiaoqian saw this, she hastily pulled Zhong Wenyang behind her in an attempt to protect her. She then looked at the attacker with a face filled with fury and remorse. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.